Починаємо.
In this case, let's start. Tell us when we can start. You can do it
Окей.
now already. Awesome.
Доброго ранку.
Okay, good
Вітаємо
morning.
вас на 10-му
We are
міжнародному
happy to greet
форумі
you at
медіації у
the
справах
10th
конфліктів та
International Forum
інтеру.
Mediation and Law. This
Дякуємо,
is
що
already the fifth
з
day,
нами
and thank
сьогодні.
you
В нас
for
надзвичайно
staying with
важливий
us.
день. Ми
Today we
будемо
have a very
про
important
дітей, ми
day
будемо
where we'll be talking
говорити
about
з дітьми.
children,
В нас
talking
багато
with
різних
children.
заходів,
We
але
have all types of
Поліна,
events
з якою ми
today,
хочемо
but the
розпочати, це
pearl
саме панель,
is the
присвячена
panel
голосу
discussion
дитини в
dedicated to
медіації.
the voice of child in the
Насправді те,
mediation
що зараз
and
відбувається в
what is
світі,
going on all over the world.
іноді ми розуміємо, що
Sometimes
є
we
силі щось
understand
змінити
that
прямо
we
зараз,
are
але
helpless, we
те,
can't
що в
change
нас в руках,
anything.
ми
But
точно
what
можемо
we
допомогти
can change
дитині
is that we
бути
can help a
відповідальним
child
дорослим,
to
можемо
be a responsible
почути
adult.
її, можемо
We can
стати для
hear
неї
out this
опорою.
child. We can
Медіація
be
це одна з таких
the
дуже
shoulder to
гарних
lean on for the child.
можливостей,
And mediation is one of the
має
procedures that
багато
gives an
переваг
opportunity
саме
to
для
do
того,
so.
щоб
And there are many
інтереси дітей були
advantages.
враховані
And we can
якнайкраще.
take into
В нас
consideration
надзвичайно
the interests of
сьогодні
children. Today we have
найбільше
amazing speakers
представлятиме
who
модераторка
will be
Поліна Кликова.
presented
Якщо ви
by moderator
дозволите
Polina
сказати
Klikova.
декілька
I would
слів,
like to
то я
stop
насправді
and
захоплена
say a couple of
Поліною. В нас
words
вже
of
є
how
досвід
amazed I am
співпраці.
with Polina. We have
Поліна
experienced
очолює
cooperation.
громадську
She is in
організацію
charge of an
«Співчуття»
NGO, the
«Empathy».
third article,
І саме
or Article
діти
3, how you can
постійно
call it,
перебувають в фокусі
where
її уваги.
children
Ця
are
справа
always in the
стосується
focus of
саме
her
зараз дитини.
attention because she's a human rights
Організація також має
activist and
міждисциплінарний підхід у
she
сфері
has
соціальної роботи і
interdisciplinary
життя, але це для
education
неї
in social work and law,
можливість
which
просувати
gives
інтереси
her
дітей як на
an opportunity
національному,
to
так і на
promote interests
міжнародному
of
рівні,
children both
а
on the
конкретна
international
досвід
and national
співпраці
levels. And
з
our cooperation
громадською
experience with
організацією «Спільник»
NGO
полягає в тому, що ми
that Polina is in charge
зробили
of.
спеціальну гру для
We
дітей з
created a
своїх права,
special
яка так
game
само
for
є спільна.
children, which tells
Можна
children
її
about their
скуштувати. Я
rights.
знаю, що
You can
вона
print out this
застосовується в
game. We know that it is
Порозумівці
being
для
used
вихователів.
by the
Це платформа
social
«Спільник», де
services in
розмовляють
school
діти, знайомі,
because
як
children should know
дорослі
their
їх
rights.
захищають, які вони
They
створюють
need to know
механізми для
how
цього.
adults are
Але це
protecting them,
потребує,
the
звісно,
mechanisms that are in
зрозумілий
place,
спосіб. І
and it should be
дякую,
done in
Поліно,
a
за те,
way
що
that children
сьогодні ви
could
з нами.
understand.
І за
Thank you,
те,
Polina,
що
for being here today,
готові
and
взяти
thank you
участь у
for being
займанні і
ready to
модерувати
assume
нашої
such a
сьогоднішньої панелі.
responsibility as
Поліна, будь ласка.
moderating this panel. Polina, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Louisa. I would like to greet all speakers and all colleagues who have joined us today to listen to this event related to the disputes about children. And before I present speakers, we understand that due to technical reasons, we need to start a little bit later, but then we will try to stick to the timing because speakers and translators have limited time. So in order to have everything structural, we will have speakers first, then Q&A session, which will take place for 20 minutes. Questions will be asked later, but still I encourage everyone to note the questions so that you would not forget what you wanted to ask our amazing speakers before the time for Q&A section asks. I would also suggest that you can write the questions in chat right away, and the speakers will see it in chat because we will translate the questions, and maybe some of the speakers would be able to answer on the go. If we don't have time to cover something because there is just something that we couldn't do it. For example, yesterday our YouTube transmission and broadcast was blocked because of our own video. I'm apologizing for this situation because I know that you understand that all types of situations can happen, and in case we do not get enough time for Q&A, but please write them in chat. We will send them to the speakers and get answers, and we can send the replies to everyone. Polina, the floor is yours. In this case, let's introduce our speakers. I think that from the very first word you will know who it is. The first presentation will be by the founder of mediation in and mediation in Wales and UK. She is one of the founders. Polina, your sound is out. This is definitely not me because my hands were not on the mouse. Back to introduction, the family mediation, the fifth edition was printed just last year. Special attention she pays for inclusivity and cultural diversity and support for children, and mediation involving grandparents. And her experience, no sound again. Today is just a challenging technical day, but we will manage, we will push through. I do not mute myself. I think that everything is going to be all right. And let's go back to introduction. So, the work on how to hear. This is something new. Oleg, can you help us with this? I'm here. Maybe you have a hotkey? No? No. All right. So her work is extremely important, and she has been working for years on how to hear the voice of the child in family conflict and how to involve children. So I'm honored to introduce Lisa Parkinson. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to see you, and I'm very honored to join the meeting. Can you show my slides? Are you able to show my slides?
Yes. Oleg?
One
Please.
moment.
Thank you very much. So I'll go to the next slide, please. I want to say how much I admire the pioneers of family mediation in Ukraine. We have enormous admiration for your courage and endurance in withstanding Russian aggression and for the pioneering work of Ukrainian mediators, including Tatiana Bilik, Svetlana Stadnik, and Irina Fedorich, to develop child-inclusive mediation in accordance with the rights of the child. And I'm very honored you can see to be an honorary member of the Ukrainian Association of Family Mediators. Thank you. Next slide, please, unless I can move them. Can you move them for me? Thank
Yes.
you. Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, states that in any matter or procedure affecting the child, the views of the child shall be given due weight in accordance with their age and maturity. Those capable of forming opinions should be assured of the right to express their views freely, either directly or through a representative or appropriate body. Thank you. Next slide, please. It's very encouraging to see increasing support in many countries for listening to children's views and wishes when their parents separate or divorce. The benefits for children of child-inclusive mediation are becoming better known. An increasing number of family mediators in the UK and other countries are seeking additional training to talk with children. MIC is giving great support to these developments, organising the training for cross-border mediators in many countries around the world. Next slide, please. The Council of Europe published a guide to child inclusive mediation in French and English at the end of 2025. Hopefully, this guide will increase awareness among judges, lawyers, and other professionals of the importance of listening to children's views and wishes and taking them into account in making decisions and arrangements for children in separation and divorce, and also in adoption and major changes in their lives. Next slide, please. My involvement in the Council of Europe Guide resulted from a recommendation by their representative in Portugal, Maria Conceição Oliveira, who is here with us today, and I hope she will be speaking too. A French official in the Council of Europe invited me to assist Maria to draft the guide on child inclusive mediation. We were given instructions on the length, content, and structure of the guide. We were told that the main text should provide brief information with further details provided in appendices. Next slide, please. A recent study at the University of Exeter found that within 2 years of their parent separation, 30% of the children had lost contact with the parent they no longer lived with, usually with their father. Half the children who lost contact didn't even know where their absent parent was living. Next slide, please. Do parents talk with children about their separation and divorce? Many parents believe they protect their children by not talking to them about their separation or divorce. They think their children will be upset if they tell them they're separating or divorcing, so it's better not to talk about it. But the children know, they see what's happening. Next slide, please. 25% of young people who had experienced separation said no one had talked to them about it when it was taking place. Only 5% said they had been given full explanations and a chance to ask questions. Next slide, please. What do children experience when their views and wishes are ignored? Loss of morale, depression, loss of motivation, unable to concentrate, and anger, acting out and showing their anger, maybe in violent behaviour. Next slide, please. We have a family solutions group in the UK which reported in 2020 on a consultation with young people. Half the respondents aged 11 to 18 said they didn't know they had the right to be consulted, and 74% said they had wanted to talk to someone when their parents separated, but they didn't know who they could turn to. Next slide, please. A 16-year-old boy said, "All I wanted was someone to talk to. I never had anyone." Next slide, please. Charles said, "We needed to know how things would work out. We needed help from outside, but there just didn't seem to be the right person to turn to." Since then, actually, I should add, a lot of effort has been put into getting information to children, websites, information in schools. We have done a lot more to inform children so they know that they can reach somebody on a website. We have a website called Childline, a telephone number that they can ring, and more mediators go into schools to give information. Thank you. Next slide, please. Children are harmed by a prolonged conflict between separated or divorcing parents. They're often left on the sidelines while adults argue without being given explanations or reassurance. Feeling ignored and losing close relationships can harm children's long-term development and affect their ability to form lasting relationships as adults. Next slide, please. Adults tend to treat children as objects of care and control. They think that children don't need to be consulted because their parents know what is best for them. But children are subjects of rights. They have the right to be sorry. They have the right to be consulted if they wish, and parents are often mistaken about what children care about and what they think. Parents often get it wrong. Another study has shown that. Thank you. Next slide, please. Article 12 of the UN Conventions says the child who is capable of forming his or her own views has the right to express those views freely in all matters affecting the child, the views of the child being given due weight in accordance with their age and maturity. Thank you. Next slide. And the Council of Europe's guidelines on child-friendly justice 2010 state that the child's right to be heard should be guaranteed both in court and in out-of-court proceedings. Thank you. Offering children and young people opportunities to talk with a qualified family mediator and express their views and wishes respects their rights under the UN Convention. And when their views are taken into account by their parents, communication improves between children and parents. Research in Argentina, Australia, Norway, and the UK shows that arrangements that are worked out by parents with their children work better in practice than a court order and last longer. Thank you. Slide, please. Research at the University of yes, I think I said this, found that children's messages help parents to understand their children's needs and feelings and reach agreement without going to court, so much more quickly, or ending court proceedings if they'd started them. Parents and children talk more freely and easily together, and arrangements worked well. This was a study done in Exeter in 2024. Do read it. Next slide, please. But in many countries, child-inclusive mediation is used very little, and very few children actually participate directly in mediation. Setting standards for child-inclusive mediation training and practice generally needs voluntary initiatives taken by mediators themselves. Whereas in Australia and New Zealand, and I hope you'll hear from Jill Golson, standard systems of child-inclusive mediation are funded by the state. Next slide, please. In 2016, a group of family mediation trainers in the UK decided to meet together to increase children's participation in mediation. We met periodically in London for over a year and shared draft documents by email. Next slide, please. We agreed the definition and core principles of child-inclusive mediation and listed the requirements for training and practice. Our regulatory association, the Family Mediation Council, invited us to submit our recommendations and accepted them in full and implemented them. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is our definition. Child-inclusive mediation provides opportunities for children and young people to have their voices heard directly during the process of mediation, to help them feel respected and listened to, and at their request, to assist parents or carers to receive, understand, and take account of the child's messages and or suggestions regarding decisions and arrangements for the child. Thank you. Next slide, please. Principles, essential principles. I'll just read these and then I'll stop because I'm sure you need to move on to other speakers. The first principle is voluntary participation. Both parents or carers and the child or young person must be willing to accept it. Now, children haven't the right, as you know, but if it's mediation, the parents or guardians taking part in mediation do need to consent, because otherwise the mediation would probably break down. Judges can make referrals in the UK, but they cannot order child-inclusive mediation. Secondly, most important, confidentiality. The child's words to the mediator are confidential, and they're not reportable to the court or to third parties unless safeguarding is needed. Thirdly, impartiality of the mediator. The mediator is not the child's representative or advocate and doesn't express opinions. Thank you. Next slide, please. Four, the child or young person decides themselves the message that they ask the mediator to share with their parents or carers. And parents or carers are encouraged to take account of their child's message and concerns when making their decisions and arrangements. Children are not given responsibility for making decisions or asked to make choices. And mediators must have additional training and demonstrate a range of competencies. Thank you. Next slide. Confidentiality is extremely important in freeing children to talk about their feelings and concerns without fear of the consequences. Children say that if the mediator would tell their parents everything they say, they wouldn't say much. And they don't like talking in court for the same reason. They don't know what will be reported. Children are glad to know that their parents have signed a letter promising not to tell their child what to say to the mediator, nor question them or be angry with them afterwards. This helps children to talk freely. Thank you. Next slide. Members of the Family Justice Young People's Board in the UK strongly support the importance of confidentiality for the child, except where there's a need for safeguarding. I especially like the emphasis on parents or guardians not being able to ask children what was discussed or tell them to say anything, because I think that's very important. Next slide, please. To be recognised as qualified to provide child-inclusive mediation in England and Wales, the mediator must be accredited and must complete 40 hours of additional nationally recognised training. The content of the training and the qualifications of the trainers must be approved by our National Family Mediation Council. And during the training, each mediator must demonstrate the knowledge and skills that are needed. These include areas of knowledge, such as, next slide please, child development at different ages and stages, and the needs of children with special needs, attachment theory, research on attachment, children's experience in separation or divorce, family systems, extended families, cultural diversity, and legislation in private family law. And the personal skills that are required, 2 minutes left, fine. The personal skills that are required include explaining mediation and the mediator's role, planning the process and considering different ways of carrying it out, engaging and communicating with children of different ages and building trust and rapport, helping the child to clarify their message for their parents and carers, changing it, but often to say, I do want, I would like, rather than I don't like. And at the child's request, sharing their message and helping parents and carers to consider their child's concerns and suggestions. Now, I'll show one more slide, please. Personal skills. Yes, warmth and empathy are very important. And it's important to acknowledge parents' fears and concerns so they feel understood, not to argue or press them, but to acknowledge them. And to ask parents to give you a kind of picture of each child, to tell you about their personality, what they like doing. Reframe negative statements as positive aims, and using different time frames to encourage insights, like asking parents, when you were young, did you live with both your parents? And often they make connections that they haven't made before. And most importantly, putting children and young people at ease, welcoming them, giving them snacks if their parents have agreed, and often asking parents what their child's favourite snack is. They're very surprised when they arrive and their favourite snack is waiting for them, and their parents have told you what it is. I will stop here because you can see all my slides there will be available in English and in Ukrainian. And if you want, then you'll be able to read the rest of them. But I'm sure I've taken my time, and thank you very much for your patience, for listening to me and for inviting me. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Дякуємо, неймовірне, пані Лізо.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's a very insightful presentation that covers both legal aspects and how also shows how children's participation can positively have positive impact on further developments in their lives. Thank you so much. Our speakers, our listeners will be able to read the presentation afterwards again. Thank you so much. Next, moving on, Maria de Conceição Oliveira. She's a lawyer, a mediator. Since 2007, Maria has worked with the European at the level of CEPEJ. She was part of those who that team that was developing the necessary documentation and legislation. Maria, thank you very much for joining us today, and I'm giving the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Paulina. It's a pleasure to join you online. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation and for bringing us together for this important discussion. I also want to warmly greet my fellow speakers, in particular Lisa Parkinson, who I know for a long, long time, and old colleagues. It's an honor to share this panel with you and to contribute to a discussions that is both timely and essential for the future of family justice in Europe. I will present a framework reading of the CEPEJ Guide on the Participation of Children in Family Mediation, situating it within the broader international and Council of Europe standards that shape child inclusive practice. First slide, please. I begin with the broader context for child inclusive mediation and why the CEPEJ Guide on the Participation of Children in Family Mediation adopted last year represents an important step forward in Europe. Family mediation is now embedded across most Council of Europe member states, either through legislation or national guidelines. But the question of how children's voices can be meaningfully integrated has remained uneven in practice. The CEPEJ Guide addresses this gap. It recognizes that children have a right to express their views in all matters affecting them, a right grounded in binding international and European law. Yet, despite broad consensus on principle, child inclusive mediation is well established only in a few jurisdictions, notably England and Wales and other member states, but it's not known what in fact, if what are the member states that have developed more child inclusive mediation. We have Norway, we have Italy, but we are not sure at what extent this practice is embedded in the family mediators' practice. The 2025 CEPEJ Guide offers a clear response. It consolidates standards and provides a practical pathway for safe and ethical implementation across member states. Let us now move to the core concept what do we exactly mean by child inclusive mediation? Next slide, please. The CEPES Guide defines child inclusive mediation as an opportunity for children and young people to express their views and wishes during parental separation, divorce, or other major family transitions. The purpose is clear. Their views should be taken into account by those responsible for decisions concerning them. Participation may include the child directly affected, but also extended family members or even informal carers when relevant to the child's life. The process must be voluntary, confidential, and adapted to the child's age and maturity, and it must be conducted by a qualified mediator. And importantly, child participation does not mean giving children decisional responsibility. Adults remain responsible for the outcome. With the concept defined, we turn to the international foundations that underpin this practice. Next slide, please. The International Foundation of Family Mediation, the International Foundation for Child Participation begins with Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. It requires states to assure their child's right to express their views freely in all matters affecting them, with those views given due weight according to age and maturity. It explicitly identifies divorce and separation as priority contests for participation. Complementary United Nations standards reinforce this framework, for instance, the best interest principle, Article 3, or preserving parental contact in Article 9. Building on this framework, the Council of Europe provides a dense regional architecture and directly informs the CEPES Guide. Next slide, please. The Council of Europe's work on mediation begins with recommendation of 98 on family mediation. The recommendation acknowledged the impact of separation on every family member, especially children, and calls on mediators to be concerned with the child's welfare and best interests. It also encouraged parents to consider their children's needs and their right to information. The recommendation of 2002 generalizes mediation principles across civil matters, reinforcing voluntariness, impartiality, confidentiality, and quality assurance. Read together, these recommendations form the doctrinal base for CEPES work on family mediation. But the Council of Europe's child-centered instruments go even further. Next slide, please. For instance, guidelines on child-friendly justice provide a comprehensive vision of justice that is accessible, age-appropriate, diligent, and respectful of participation, privacy, integrity, and dignity. They emphasize that children must be heard in proceedings affecting them with proper information and meaningful feedback. Also, other Council of Europe instruments reinforce this construction. The European Convention of the Exercise of Children's Rights, the Convention on Contacts Concerning Children, the Lanzarote Convention, which requires screening for safeguarding risks before involving children. All these instruments converge in the CEPES operational framework on mediation. Next slide, please. Since 2006, The CPEJ Working Group on Mediation has translated Committee of Ministers recommendations into practical tools and guidance and guidelines. In 2007, for instance, it issued guidelines for better implementation of the mediation recommendations. In 2018, it developed the Mediation Development Toolkit and Roadmap for Mediation. In 2019, it produced the European Handbook for Mediation Lawmaking and Training Schemes for Legal Professionals. But it was last year, in 2025, the Guide on the Participation of Children in Family Mediation the guide was the latest piece of this framework and the first to focus specifically on child inclusive practice on family mediation. The development of the guide greatly benefit from the invaluable contribution of Mrs. Lisa Parkinson, to whom we owe decades of pioneering work and unwavering commitment in this field. Without Lisa, this guide was not possible. And now let us know, I'll look at the principles that structure this guide. Next slide, please. The CPEJ guide identifies 6 core principles for child inclusive mediation, which are fully in line with the mediation principles we are familiar with. First one is voluntariness. Both parents and child must freely consent, and child may decline or withdraw at any time. The best interest first, the child's welfare guides every step, and the child is never responsible for adult decisions. The confidential principle, the child shares is held in confidence, subject only to safeguarding exceptions. Impartiality, the mediator does not advocate for any party and provides information, not advice. Safety and screening, domestic abuse and safeguarding risks must be assessed before involving the child. And finally, competence. Only trained mediators may conduct SIM. These principles translate into a structured process, which the guide sets out in 6 stages. Next slide, please. The first one is information and consent. The parents receive an explanation of child inclusive mediation and must both agree. The second stage is the safeguarding assessment, screening for domestic abuse, capacity, and suitability for the process. And this stage is very, very important. The third one is inviting the children for this process of child inclusive mediation. A neutral invitation is made, and the child decides freely if she or he wants to participate in this process. The fourth stage is the listening session. A trained mediator meets the child in a safe, age-appropriate setting. The fifth is the feedback loop. With the child's permission, agreed messages are conveyed to parents. Never private content. I mean that if the child says to the mediator, I don't know to share this information with my parents, the mediator must agree and must comply with this request of the child. And finally, the outcome and closure. Parents take responsibility for decisions, and the child receives feedback on how their views were considered. And now let's move to look at what states and professionals can do to promote SIM. This is the next slide, please. how to implement child-inclusive mediation? Well, it requires action at both state and professional levels. At the state level, it is important to recognize child-inclusive mediation in legislation. It is important to funding specialist training on child-inclusive mediation. Also, integrating child-inclusive mediation into court referral schemes and collecting data and raising public awareness of the child's right to be heard. So a lot of work to be done at the state level. Also at the professional level, there's a lot to do. Of course, mediators, even if the family mediator conducting the process of mediation is not able to is not trained on child inclusive mediation, of course, I think she can refer to another mediator that is able to do that. But it is important to inform parents at the first meeting. This would be important for your child. Consider this possibility of child inclusive mediation in your case. And also using child-friendly language and settings. I think we all understand that to be a mediator, to be trained on child inclusive mediation, to act as a child inclusive mediator is very, very demanding. And this needs supervision. The child inclusive mediator must have supervision from more capable and experienced family mediators or child inclusive mediators. It is important cooperation, not only with psychologists and safeguarding services, but also lawyers. And I'm a lawyer. I think lawyers are very important to advise, to give advice to the parents on the advantages of child inclusive mediation. It is also important to provide feedback to the child and on their views were considered in having making on their views are considering their age and maturity. I would like to conclude. Last slide, please. In sum, the CEPES guide on child inclusive mediation does not create new rights. It operationalizes an existing laid framework. The United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child, namely, and others, and Advanced Council of Europe's corpus on mediation and child-friendly justice. Hearing the child, it should be no longer an option. It should be the standard against which family mediation in Europe should now be measured. So as we look ahead, the task is not to reinvent principles, but to ensure that this practice finally catches up with them, to make child inclusive mediation the norm rather than exception, and to ensure that every child in every member state is heard in a way that is meaningful, safe, and respectful. That is the European direction of travel, and it is the standard we must now uphold together. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion.
Дякую дуже, Марія. Дуже насичена презентація.
Thank you very much, Maria. It was a very saturated presentation on how mediation can become a framework so that it would not be just something that is written in a guide, but also it takes into consideration how to use it in practice for real. For me and for other participants, it would be interesting to read both your slides and recommendations recommendations you mentioned. And before we go to the next speaker, we will have Q&A in the end of the session. But we have Abdallah Ibrahim and a question from him. And Lisa Parkinson has already replied his question. So, Mr. Abdallah, if you still haven't seen answer to your question, this already has an answer. So please check it before it gets lost in the whole volume of the chat messages. So let's move to the next speaker. She's an amazing mediator, researcher, author, and trainer from New Zealand. She get international recognition thanks to her work in child inclusive mediation. This is a mediator who encouraged children, and that when you hear the child, it doesn't mean that you move the decision towards the child's shoulders, but instead it takes into consideration the impact of conflict on the child. Last year, she also had a book. And of course, we are talking about Jill Goldson. Miss Jill, thank you for joining us. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I've just turned my microphone on. I hope everybody can hear me all right. I just want to say thank you very much for this huge honor to be part of this forum. A special thank you to Louisa, and a nod of extreme respect and acknowledgement to all of you in this process who are experts and who swim in the same ocean as I do around child inclusion. So it's a real pleasure. Tanya, Meek, Lisa, who I've just met a couple of weeks ago, and Maria, who I've really enjoyed listening to this morning. Now, I'm not as organized as everybody else. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I prefer perhaps just to talk to the situation a little bit. And if I could please ask Polina that you wave a flag or something if I'm talking too much, because sometimes I get so excited about the subject that I go on and on. So please give me, I'm watching the clock too, all right? So as I say, I'm very, very honored to be part of this forum. I'm a very long way from New Zealand at the moment, which is on the other side of the world, 27 hours away by plane. Can you even imagine? But I'm still here right now and really enjoying my experiences and my connections with other professionals. I'd just like to tell a couple of little stories, if I could, by way of introduction. So for a long, long time, I've worked with families who are separating in my country, in New Zealand. I discovered at one point when I was working in what New Zealand calls family court counselling, where we work with parents to try and help them to mend their differences. One day I sent an invoice to our Ministry of Justice to say, do you know what? I met with some children and I'm putting in my invoice. And the response I got was, we can't pay your invoice because you met with children and you're only allowed to meet with adults and parents. Well, that was almost like a starting gun for me, because every cell in my family therapists and mediators body said, this isn't right. So that began 25 years of pushing and campaigning and lobbying to be allowed to include children in decisions that parents were making about their care. I'm delighted to say that after 25 years, child inclusive mediation was brought into law. And as you will all understand, this is mediation that takes place outside the court process. So we now do have that in New Zealand as of 2 years ago. We're still learning. We still haven't perhaps got the training right as far as I'm concerned. But we are lucky that it's finally being recognized. A long time ago, in 2006, which is suddenly 20 years ago, I can hardly believe it. I don't know where the time goes, but a long time ago, I wrote a very, very small book called Hello, I'm a Voice, Let Me Talk. And it was the first pilot study that looked at what happened when we involved children in their parents' mediation. I worked with, excuse me, 17 families and 26 children. And the results of that small pilot study showed us absolutely unequivocally that not only did children do better when they were involved, but actually parents do better when their children are involved. And I think one of the things to say about my work is, of course, I'm an advocate for children. How could I not be when I'm so involved in this work? But I'm also an advocate for the family, who is the crucible that holds the child. And even when families have separated, in my view, they become what I call the rearranged family. So we may not be talking about them as an intact family, but they are still the family. And children will only ever have two parents. And so we need to work with the parents to help the children. And we need to work with the children really to be able to help their parents to function as the great parents that they want to be. So if you understand what I'm saying, for me, it's a question of emphasis and focus. Yes, it's child inclusive, but it becomes perhaps a little bit less rights-based and more about the ethics of acknowledging a family who is frequently in terrible, terrible crisis, but not working to tell that family how to be, but to work with the family, with the parents, with the children. Some of the sobering things that impacted me in my journey in child inclusion was recognizing how extremely unwell children can become. Parents too, but the focus here is on children. You're probably very, very familiar with the statistics, but in my part of the world, the statistics tell us that 1 in 4 children, and that may be conservative, 1 in 4 children who are involved in formal legal processes in what we call family court go on to develop a formal mental health diagnosis. So we're talking about depression, self-harm, anxiety, the list goes on. And this is unconscionable for us as ethical practitioners because a large swathe of the population that we work with are involved in separation and conflict and crisis. And you know, a lot of those people don't even come to the attention of courts. So we have a problem with families that go through the adversarial process and children become unwell. We also have what might be a slightly hidden problem, which is some of these families don't come to our attention, but we do see the statistics as their children act out, become ill. There's aggression, there's school truancy, there's illness, there's self-harm. And really, in a country like New Zealand, which at the moment is experiencing really bad recession, one of the first services to disappear is that of mental health for children and families. So there are long, long waiting lists for families in crisis. My argument is, for those of us who work with families in conflict, we have an automatic point of entry, if you like, which can take place earlier rather than later, rather than at the bottom of the cliff, at the top of the cliff, where we can do really important therapeutic work with families in crisis. So that probably explains some of the philosophical rationale of why I became well, maybe obsessed is not a fair word to myself, but I think perhaps, some people saw me coming and their eyes glazed over and they thought, here's Jill, she's going to talk again about child inclusion. But I had to talk and talk and talk to get our Ministry of Justice to believe what I was saying. And I had to fight lots of arguments against people who said children shouldn't be part of this. This isn't children's issues. This is parents. I know I'm preaching to the converted with all of you. You understand this, but I'm just going through some of my story and what happened. Because we know, why do children's voices, and I want to talk about that term voices in a minute, but why do children's voices matter? Well, it's because children are not observers, they are participants in a process. And we know that adult decisions shape children's lives, their identity, their whole future. And in fact, as you will all know, the patterns that are developed in childhood will go on to create an imprint in that child's mind. And we can see these patterns repeating themselves intergenerationally. And we don't want dysfunctional patterns to take hold of our future families, grandchildren, and so on. So basically, this sort of mediation that only takes place between adults, which for a long, long, long time, actually until 2 years ago in New Zealand, was the way, excuse me, that mediation took place, is about the children and not with the children. And I believe that it's actually a public health issue in my country, and probably, if I dare say, in all jurisdictions, that children can be a part of the process which safeguards their well-being, helps safeguard the well-being of the parents on whom they will always have a very, very significant and impactful attachment. So the other thing I just want to say about that before I move on a little bit is that I just want to give you a very, very small case study, which I constantly talk about, and I ask you to forgive me if you've heard this one before, but I think it creates a really important metaphor. So I was working with very high flying, high conflict parents who'd separated. And they asked me if I would see their 7-year-old boy, who we will call Oscar. And Oscar had been in and out of the children's hospital with tummy pains. And the doctors said, look, we've tested and tested this little boy. There's nothing physical going on. So the obvious implication of that was that there was something psychological going on. So the parents asked me, would I see their child? Of course, I was just about to say to them, can I see your child? But they got in first and said, would I see their child? So I met with this little boy, and he said to me he had two big problems in his life. One was that he's terribly worried about all the animals out there who are strays and don't have a home. So we wrote that on a piece of paper. And the second big problem was that since Mummy and Daddy were living in different houses, Daddy had said to him, do you know what, Oscar, why don't you choose the color of paint you would like for the bedroom at my house? And Oscar said, Jill, I don't know what to do because Mummy loves blue and Daddy loves green, so I can't choose a color. Now, the implications of that are obvious to all of you. This little boy was so caught up in parental conflict that he could no longer make a choice, which all 7-year-olds know what their favorite color is. So we can see very clearly from here how the conflict had impacted on his brain development, how it was arresting his ability to be the bubbly little boy full of potential that he was, and he was sublimating this extreme psychic pain. It had entered his body with these tummy pains, and it was also entering his cognitive ability because he could no longer choose a color. I just want to finish the story very quickly by saying, when I asked this little boy, can I talk to mummy and daddy about this? Because part of the way I work with child inclusion is to ask children permission to talk to their parents after I've met with the child. And you know, in all these years, I have never yet had a child who has said no, except one who said, don't tell dad I don't like his new girlfriend. Well, that was all right because we were talking about other principles. But this little boy said, yes, you can tell my mum and dad about my problem with choosing paint color. And the mum and dad, you could have heard, as we say in my country, you could have heard a pin drop. They were really, really listening. Now, I won't say that they went on to live happily ever after as co-parents, but they dropped the conflict because they heard what was happening to their little boy. And one postscript to that I just want to add is, do you know, 20 years after I had that conversation with that little boy who is now 27, remembered me and rang me up and asked me if I could help him with his first major heartbreak. Now, I'm only telling you that because one of the outcomes of working with children is that it creates a role modeling where they start to understand that rather than dwelling in conflict, confusion, and despair, there is another way forward, and it's called mediation. They might not call it child inclusive mediation or therapeutic mediation, but they understand what it is. And like Oscar, it was taken into his adult life. So this is another reason that I think sometimes we're not so conscious of about what it does for children in terms of an imprinting, a role modeling experience. And for them to remember, you know what, my parents were in a terrible position with conflict. Then we had a mediation and everybody had an opportunity to talk about how they were feeling. And we got a better outcome. These are the sort of lessons in life, in a world that's riven with turmoil and conflict, that we want our young to take forward. So in terms of what's happening now in Council of Europe and jurisdictions and principles for practice, it's absolutely heartwarming to see this growing international recognition of child rights and expertise, and how to work not just procedurally, but using dignity for children, their voice, and probably most of all, I would say that sense of belonging, because in order to think straight about life and who you are in life and what's happening, it's really, really important to honor psychological attachment and to have that sense of belonging. And I really highly respect and commend the work that's being done with the Council of Europe and the guidelines for ethical practice which are being put forward. So obviously the work that we all do basically resonates with Section 12 in UNCROC. I see child inclusive mediation as an extension, an ethical extension of the principles of UNCROC. So we know that children have the right to participate in decisions that affect them. In my country, if you translate that back into the court, it means that children have a voice. And this is great. I'm really pleased, and it's really important. And that's been around for a long time in New Zealand law. But I want to take it a bit further. And so when people in New Zealand and in other jurisdictions too talk about the voice of the child. I want to take that a little bit further because I think the voice of the child suggests that the child has an opportunity to talk about what they want. My work looks very much at the participation of the child, and we actually managed to get that wording into our law. I don't know much about writing law. I know nothing about writing law, but I was very, very pleased that that word came in there because child participation is about working with a child's lived experience. And so when I work with children, I pretty much never in the feedback to parents say, this is what your child says that they want, any more than I say to children, what do you want? What I want to find out is how children are feeling, what their experience is like. And that is the gold dust that I take back to the parents. Parents are the experts on their children, not me. But what I explain to parents is that I have the benefit of objectivity, and I always say, I promise I'm going to take the very best care of your children. Of course I do. But when I talk to your children, I probably am lucky enough to be able to hear things that they might not tell you because children don't want to upset those that care for them. Of course they don't. But when I say to children, can I help mum and dad or whoever their caregivers are to understand some of how you're feeling? As I say, I've not yet met a child who has said, no, you can't, because children are desperate for those who have agency over them, really, to understand where they are sitting in the situation. So there is a quote from Shakespeare, which I'll probably get wrong, but I'll just say it very quickly. And it goes along the lines of, give sorrow words, the grief that does not speak, or knits the o'erfraught heart and bids it break. And we all know that when we've got something incredibly important and compelling to say, terribly important, and nobody is listening to us, or they're only listening to the answers to questions that they put to us, but they don't want to hear the backstory or how we're really feeling about it, our hearts do break. And we find ourselves stuck in an impossible conflict. And children cannot afford to shape their behavior to fit in with parents who are putting them unwittingly, perhaps, but are nonetheless putting them into a double bind where, like this little boy, Oscar, and the paint colors, he was damned if he did and he was damned if he didn't. And when children are in a double bind, they become ill. Not because they are weak, but because that's what the human brain does. None of us cope very well with double binds. So we don't want the children to carry the burden of making decisions. We need the children to be able to participate and to have their participation taken to their parents and provided to the parents in a way that works with the culture of the family. So it doesn't admonish or hector, but it works with the parents' own crisis and despair and explains to them that their child is doing his or her best to navigate a way through their conflict, but that their child will do so much better if the parents can respect the attachment that that child must have, like oxygen to both of them, and how the conflict is playing havoc with that child's mental health. So we're looking at loyalty conflicts, fears, misunderstanding, and practical realities. And what we find is that children feel better when they participate. Parents will lower their conflict typically and mostly. And that helps the children to feel better. And when the children feel better, the parents feel better. And so the work is situated at the crossroads between transformation and negotiation. I call it therapeutic mediation. I think it's a marriage between therapy and law and mediation practice. And of course, there's a lot I could say about the training, but Polina, I'm hoping I'm not going too far over time here. Please let me know if I am.
Yeah, indeed, it's time because we have 3 other speakers in the line.
Absolutely. So look, just to finish and say huge respect to the Ukraine mediators, separation, displacement, trauma. At a time of global turmoil, our will to help families could not be better placed. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо дуже, Джил. Це неймовірне занурення.
Thank you so much, Jill. It was an amazing immersion in this experience. When I was listening to you, I felt this immersion into each story you were sharing, and it helps have this insight about how children's participation improves the outcome of the conflicts between the parents. When a child just loses their right to be actively engaged, it's always negative. Thank you so much for your presentation. And we move on. Next up is representatives of MIC organization. International Mediation Center for Family Conflict and Child Abduction. It's an incredibly relevant topic for Ukraine now. We often see situations when families are separated, live in different countries. We are giving the floor to Magdalena and her colleague, who are working in this field in cross-border disputes. Mercedes and Magdalena are going to deliver this presentation, and they were going to talk about such conflict resolution. Please, over to you with your colleagues.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you very much, Luisa and Ukrainian Academy of Mediation, for inviting us. It's a real pleasure for us to be here with you today. We are very happy to have the opportunity to speak about this important topic. Magdalena Janczuk, I'm co-CEO and head of financial administration at MIC and cross-border family mediation. And today with me is Mercedes Iglesias Plaza.
Hi, I'm the advice line officer at MIC here. I'm from Spain. We are a very, very international team. We're very, very happy to be here, and we're going to explain to you a little bit how we work. Can you see our PowerPoint? Are we sharing the screen already? All right, yes. Perfect. Okay, then let me see if we can see both. Okay, perfect. Oh, but then
yes,
we don't see each other.
Mercedes agreed to step in for Ishta Kalaf-Newsome today. Maybe you're surprised a bit that Ishta is not here, but due to an important last-minute appointment, she couldn't join. She sends her greetings to everyone. So we will talk a bit, we will move from voice of the child and children in mediation to general topic of cross-border family mediation, which is also, of course, about children, sometimes also with children, but for sure it tries to put children back in the focus of their parents. And we work at MIC, International Mediation Center for Family Conflict and Child Abduction. We are based in Germany, but as Mercedes said, very international. Already you can see she's from Spain, I'm from Poland, and we met in Berlin. We advise parents who are coming to us, calling MIC from all around the world. So today's topic, we will shortly introduce our organization. We will talk about specifics of cross-border family mediation and child abduction cases. We will share with you some best practices and resources which we use at MIC, talk about remaining challenges, and have some dates for your diary. So our organization started in 2002 as a small project of a German association, but we kept growing and growing. We started close to cooperate with German Central Authority in 2011. And since 2022, we have also a framework partnership with the European Union, which help us to do a lot of international projects. So we can say that MIG has 5 key areas of our work. First of all, we do free and multilingual advisory services. We advise parents on the phone and online per email in currently, I think, 8 languages. Serbian is not here, in English, German, Polish, French, Spanish, Italian, Croatian, and Serbian. And it's when the parents both agree to mediate, we organize a mediation for them. We always co-mediate, and we will tell you more about how we work in a second. We also train mediators for this especially highly escalated mediation or conflicts which are going to mediation, and do workshops. We try to reach as many people as we can to spread the word about cross-border mediation and how it works. We talk at conferences, at embassies, for example. And we also do some project work, research and development, so we can move forward with this mediation and find solutions for many problems which we still have to face.
So as she said, one of our main resources is the International Advisory Line, which is free of charge and multilingual. And parents reach us from all over the world, and we advise them in 8 languages currently. And they reach us when they are facing one of these international cross-border conflicts. So we help them navigate the conflicts a little bit. We help them, we refer them to expert lawyers, and we advise them on mediation. And if they both agree to mediate, then we actually organize the mediation for them from here. And parents reach us with many conflicts and inquiries. Most of them are custody disputes, contact issues, and also a lot of international child abduction cases. As you can see here, most of the cases are contact and custody, cross-border issues, also 32% child abduction cases, so a lot of child abduction cases. And many people also reach us because they want to mediate before the child abduction or the conflict escalates. So we have a lot of relocation cases and also prevention cases. And also other inquiries like divorce and child support are also big topics, but not so much. And our advisory service is very international. We have people calling from 75 countries in 2025. The leading countries were Spain, France, US, UK, and we also have a lot of Ukrainian cases right now. So yeah, that number is also growing because of the ongoing conflict, of course, and we hope we can help Ukrainian parents as well. So our main topic is, of course, cross-border family cases, and these cases are very specific and very special, and they also need special management and special kind of mediation. These cross-border conflicts are, of course, bilingual. They are escalated, and they have a lot of special characteristics. There are many countries involved, usually 2 countries, sometimes more than 2 countries. The parents have usually more than 1 nationality, so we have biculturality, binationality, bilingual, and there are big geographical distances between the parents, and this, of course, escalates the conflict a lot. So there is this emotional component, of course, in these family conflicts. There are different jurisdictions, so it's a big conflict and it's very complicated. And there's, of course, the fear of losing the child due to this distances and this escalated conflict. So yeah, why is it so important to mediate in these conflicts, in this cross-border conflicts? Well, I think Lisa and Jill already said the importance of mediation, but also in these cross-border conflicts, it really, really helps to escalate the dispute, and it puts the focus back to the child. The parents have a big discussion, the conflict is escalated, they forget about their children, and they're the most important thing they have here. And in the mediation, because they are in this big ongoing conflict where the court is probably already involved, they have the opportunity in the mediation to address the emotional aspects of the conflict, which, it doesn't have much room at court. And they are able to communicate directly between them again, so they regain trust, and they are able to draft possible solutions to the problem. So, it's future oriented, so they can talk about the future again. And it's, of course, a confidential space to discuss these issues. And when they reach an agreement, it's usually a more sustainable agreement, it's a long-lasting agreement, and it safeguards the best interest of the child. It's also this recommendation to mediate is also supported by legal instruments, of course, the Hague Conventions, the Brussels IIa regulation, and of course, the Article 25 of the Brussels IIb regulation.
Yes, so when we go to the best practices and resources, we have to say one of the most important is the Guide to Good Practice about mediation from Hague Convention, which says that mediation should be conducted by specialized mediators. As you can see, cross-border cases have their own specific. They are more difficult and higher escalated than domestic cases mostly. So that's why we believe that also mediators should be specialized, like we have specialized judges in these cases, specialized court lawyers. Also, mediators needs to be specialized and to know better, to know more, to know how to handle this kind of cases. That's why we always mediate at MIG in co-mediation with our special 4B co-mediation model. So we make sure that mediators are bicultural, bilingual, bigender, and bi-professional. We try to cover both culture of the parents. We try to make sure that mediators know the mother tongue of the father, mother tongue of the mother and father, and mostly there is a third language involved. So the mediation is in this couple language, the third language. We make sure that the gender of mediators mirrors the gender of the parents, and we have always mediator who is a lawyer and mediator who is with psychosocial background. So this is what helps us could mediate this kind of cases, and this is also what Guide to Good Practice recommends. In our network, we have in the moment more than 245 specialized mediators. They are based in more than 45 countries, 24 EU member states, and they can mediate in more than 40 languages. So we haven't had any case when we could say we cannot provide mediator who speaks your language till now. And I work at MIG already 10 years. And we don't use translation. We just try to always find, and it with success, mediators who mediate in the languages of the parents, which is extremely helpful exactly in this kind of cases when the parents have so big fear to lose the child. When we talk about child abduction, for example, to Germany, and you can imagine there is a Spanish-speaking father who have to come to Germany, have to face this court, have to have German lawyer, and then he meets us. We advise him in Spanish, in his mother tongue. We can provide Spanish-speaking mediator. It also, like always, often open the doors for them to mediation. They agree more. They're more happy to agree to mediation. So here it comes also to the training. We said they should be specialized mediators, and they should have a special training. MIG provides cross-border family mediation training already from 2012. Here you can see some topics which are covered by it, and we offer this training in English, French, German, Spanish, and Ukrainian. We have done it in a few countries already, also Japan, Singapore, Portugal, France, Spain, and twice, I have to say it at this point, twice already we trained Ukrainian mediators together with great support and cooperation of Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. We slightly adapted this training. It was online with simultaneously translators, and we covered some different topics also, like trauma, and yeah, it was very good, great experience for us. So that gave us also 50 trained mediators from Ukraine, which we can ask for mediation in our cases. What is very important for us is a further education of mediators with whom we cooperate with. We organize once a year spring webinars. We offer 3 or 4 webinars for mediation in a mediation topic. We also do ongoing training in each autumn, 3 days with 3 different speakers, 3 workshops. It takes place face-to-face in Berlin. And this cross-border family mediation training, 50 hours training, it also mostly is once a year in Germany, but also we, as I said, we train also abroad, and it's like just different in different countries in different years. And why we think it's very important, we also, with the support of European Union, we were allowed to offer free of charge places in the training for mediators from different countries. And for example, this year, we still have some free spots from Portugal, Croatia, Malta, Latvia, Romania, Slovenia, and Luxembourg. So if you are a mediator from this country and you would like to join the training, you can still apply by end of June. We have to choose mediators who can join us. What is also very important, we think, intervision and supervision. We cannot, of course, say mediators, okay, you have to go, like, I don't know, we don't check it, but what we can do, it's to encourage them to join it, and we offer monthly intervision with our mediators. We have 2 groups for 2 time zones, so the mediators can talk about their cases, they can exchange their experiences, and it helps for their professional development. What we can also offer for the parents who are contacting us is the list of lawyers who are specialized in this kind of cases. Currently, we have represented 30 countries in the list, and they are all expert in this field, and they are all bilingual, the lawyers. What is also helpful, we think, is to reach as many stakeholders as possible, and that's why we started institutional network. And we would like to have a better cooperation, not better, but just to improve the cooperation internationally. We thought it's a great opportunity to have some platform where we can meet. And for example, from last year, we have this mediation NGOs and some different bar association law offices who are members of MIG. And of course, here we have also Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. This is a great resource for mediation, for cross-border mediation, where we can all learn together and develop the mediation process. So I have to, I'm just skipping the slides because I'm aware of the time, but here is a very important resource mediator in court model. This is what we do in Germany. We were inspired by Dutch model because we know that in many cases, judges just organize one court hearing and make the decision already on that day. And this is the solution for that, how you can deal with child abduction going under the proceedings already. And the judges just have this 6 weeks period to make a decision. And during that time, it's still possible to organize mediation. Here is how it can work. They organize 2 court hearings and let us time between these hearings, 10 to 14 days, when we can organize mediation. They contact us, they ask for mediator. We just know what are the countries involved, what are the languages of the parents, and we organize mediator who is going to the court on their own cost, his own cost, or for example, take part in the hearing online and advise parents in their language about mediation. And if they agree, if they are interested, they can immediately make an appointment with him. We organize co-mediator already, who is on standby waiting for the green light from us, and they can mediate within this 10, 14 days. And ideally after that, they can come to the second hearing with an agreement. So this is what we try to promote within judge network in Germany. More and more judges trying it out, and also abroad. Yeah, what's very important, you probably know about that one of the best practice is a package agreement. This is what we can do also in child abduction cases, when the parents are encouraged to discuss not only return of the child, but also other important topics like custody, like contact and finances. So the whole agreement made to be legal binding. You're kidding me, Paulina. Are we out of the time? Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
just fast.
Just very, very quick. We also have a couple of projects we would like to mention. So we have MIG ambassadors who are trained CBFM mediators in many countries who help us raise awareness and helps us also understand other systems. We have resources for parents and other stakeholders. We have translated flyers with information about us in 31 languages. They're all on our website, so I don't have to explain much about them. We also work as coordinator of many European projects with other organizations, and also voice child inclusive mediation training, which it's the topic of today. We have resources for judges and how they can promote mediation to the parents, and they're also on our website in many languages. We have other resources for parents who are facing very difficult situations. We have the MIPCAS parent support groups, which are free of charge and confidential and facilitated by our MIC mediators. And parents are very, very, very thankful about this resource because it helps them feel heard. And we're seeing you, Paulina. It's going to take us 3 minutes or 2 minutes, I promise. It's everything in our website, so feel free to check. We also have a book on family and cross-border family mediation. You can order it. Everything's on the website. Very interesting book, a key resource for mediators. And yeah, there is still some work to do. We have still some remaining challenges, and we're going to be very, very fast. So yeah, we have to promote mediation. There's a problem with funding of the mediation, and it is. I think the main problem is to promote mediation and just embed it in the court processes. So.
Yeah, but does mediation work? I hope you all will say, yes, this is also what shows our statistics and what judges say. And even if there is no agreement in mediation, the judges say they can still better work with the parents who just tried mediation, who can start to talk with each other, and then they are more happy to make an agreement in a court room. So here are the dates for your diary, and actually that's the last slide. Very important, child inclusive mediation. Next week, Friday and Saturday, for those who are in Germany or can travel, we will see also Lisa and Jill there. So feel invited to join us, and you will see all the slides. Also, you will get them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Дякую.
Дякую дуже, колеги. Дуже
Thank you
насичена
very much, dear colleagues. There is a lot of information on the slides. That's why I would like to emphasize that participants can view the presentations and to learn by heart the dates of the next events. And indeed, cross-border mediation requires knowledge of language and knowledge of international legislation, and considering the time zones. And indeed, we already have a question in chat, but maybe Q&A will be later, or maybe you can answer in chat, or maybe on how to learn cross-border mediation. So get ready, and we are moving to the next report from our meeting. This is experience of Ukraine. The next speaker is a lawyer, mediator, head of the committee of lawyers of Ukraine on family law. She also, I would like to emphasize that, of course, it is Larisa Grechenko, and I would like to emphasize she has been working for many years in child protection, and she also promotes systemic changes in our country. Thank you very much, Larisa. So thank you for joining us today, and the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. It is an honor and such a responsibility to introduce Ukrainian experience, but I would like to tell you about mediation and look at it not only as an alternative dispute resolution, but as a means to ensure the best interests of the child, and to show how Ukrainian advocates, lawyers, mediators, how we use mediation in one way or another, either as a process or knowledge on mediation. So how do we use all that in the interest of the children? Talking about mediation, I would like to say why I would like to emphasize context of rights and interests of children. We all know that we have more than 10 years of the ongoing war in Ukraine, which right now looks like full-scale invasion, and family conflicts have been transformed, and they are the challenge for providing interests for the children, because children suffer both in security and it's difficult for families to go abroad, and we see splitting of family because they are in either one of them on the front lines or both of them of the front lines. So those factors, they have impact.
So it influences both on the conflict itself and the ways to resolve the conflict while protecting child's rights. This all, of course, has a huge impact on the emotional state of the child. We have seen a lot of children with high levels of anxiety, behavioral issues, educational problems, and unfortunately, family can often become not a safe base for a child, but a place of challenges. Children not infrequently become in the center of this family conflict. At the same time, we understand that child becomes like a hostage of parents' desires, wishes, and needs. When I speak about adults, it's not all only parents, it can be also other guardians, teachers, and so on. Not only immediate family and parents can be involved in such conflicts. So we have to be cognizant of all that, and we have to remember about mediation as a potential way to resolve these conflicts. As for justice system and judiciary system, I would like to say that the justice system cannot fully factor in all the peculiarities that are so important of family relationships. Mediation can do all that, not the court. Mediation can help parents or whoever other adults are involved in the conflict learn new ways of communication so that the children's rights and interests are protected and observed. When we look at the law, especially the law regulating family disputes, we immediately think about the contact with a child. We do have this law of Ukraine on protection of children, and there is this provision in that law regulating the contact with a child. Any lawyers working in this field has to be very careful with interpreting that law, reading that law. We have to exercise child-centered approach. Child has to be prioritized over adults that are parties to the conflict. Their rights and needs are secondary in this kind of conflict. Mediation as a space centered at the child is very important. Exactly for that reason, I think that mediation helps us all shift the focus from the mutual claims and fight between the adults towards interests and rights of the child. Mediation enables this voice of a child, inclusion of the child into resolving the conflict. So the child is an integral part of decision making and finding solutions. Now there is this conference at the level of the Supreme Court of Ukraine that is focusing on family disputes and judges' participation in these courts. Now we have prepared guidelines on protection of child's right to be heard in civil cases. These guidelines, despite the fact that they are now piloted with the judges, they will be useful and important for lawyers, mediators, and the rest of the stakeholders working with children. As for integration of mediation into the process and ecosystem of child protection rights, we have often this misunderstanding that it's only and exclusively about legal aid, especially during the martial law, has to involve also social services, among other things. And mediation as one of the tools that helps find alternative ways to resolve a conflict gives all the necessary mechanisms for that purpose. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution tool. We know that, and it's very well used in family disputes. Let me highlight that school mediation is now very actively growing in Ukraine. We see this mediation culture being developed throughout the society across the board in all sectors. This peaceful school, for example, as a project established recently that covers over 5,000 school students. There is another positive initiative, Lessons of Peace, and it's an award-winning initiative this year. That's why we have to look at mediation through the lens of all these contexts where conflicts are relevant. Another important aspect we have to remember is interagency coordination and cooperation, where we all work as a team to serve child's interests best. We have heard a lot today about international standards. You are now looking at the list of these basic standards. And in those standards, mediation is a tool that is strongly encouraged to be used. At the same time, Ukrainian legislation is now showing how we can use these multiple roles of mediation and mediators in different sectors of life. As we can see, it could be extrajudicial dispute resolution procedure. And access to mediation is one of the state of the services that the state is guarantees for those who need it. At the moment, yesterday, we heard the statistic, if I'm not mistaken, 670 cases were settled through mediation in restorative justice with the participation of minors, of juveniles. In Ukrainian legislation, we also have this specialized law that makes it possible to use mediation as a social service for families that go through hard times. And wartime is often such that creates a lot of difficult circumstances for the families. Now we are in close cooperation with international community, and we can learn a lot of best practices from them. Let me show you a little bit information about Ukrainian experience. We have this state strategy. Right before the big war, we had this our president had signed this resolution, and last year the government of Ukraine adopted the strategy on child protection rights in justice sector until 2028. Look at both documents. They focus on the best interests of child and their opinion in all matters that have impact on their future life. And we also aim in these strategies, we aim at better representation of child's interests in justice system. While defining strategic goals in child protection, one of the key problems, as it was highlighted, was lack of appropriate legislation in the field of child inclusive mediation. One of the key objectives to achieve this goal, to protect child's rights in relevant disputes, is to assure accessibility of mediation as an extrajudicial tool. So we do see measures being taken to this end. Without exaggeration, can I say that often mediation is popularized and used, but still we see a lot of criticism through the eyes of a layman who is referred to mediation or who gets recommendation to go through mediation. What can I see? What can I see here? That's statistics in the courts, from the courts. On this screen, you can see this illustrative, these illustrative figures. Some disputes are resolved in mediation with the participation of judge, and other forms of mediation are used. You can follow this link at the top of the slide and see all the details. As for mediation, 5 families chose to discontinue the trial because they were able to settle through mediation. 5 seems quite a low figure, but let's look at the reports of the judges from the Court of Appeal. None of the cases were settled through mediation at the level of the Court of Appeal. So I would, I'm a practitioner, I'm a lawyer, and I do use mediation as a lawyer when we are dealing with the court cases with the participation of a child. What can I say about this? Mediation can often be not just an alternative to a trial, but it can complement the judicial process. Statistics. Using the quantitative indicators is not the only source of relevant information. I know the practice of today. I have seen a lot of positive cases of mediation in family disputes. I can confidently say that neither of available statistical sources can reflect the real practice. We don't get the sense and taste of what the practice looks like through these statistical data. Let me try and find explanation why it is so. Sometimes mediation is not seen in those statistical data because a party of such case says no, drops the case exactly because they were able to find settlement in mediation, or peaceful resolution is not being passed by the judge. There could also be some measures taken by the parties outside the court, which are not later being accounted for in court statistics, because they don't have procedures for collecting such data. That's why practical, an actual application of mediation is far broader than what we see in statistics. Now we are looking at cassation court judgment, the Supreme Court of Ukraine, on a case, in a family dispute case with the participation of a child. As I can see it, today's courts in Ukraine are more and more using simpler language, which is a positive development. Now, what does the Supreme Court say in this case? The need for the state to intervene into cases when there is a family dispute is based upon or stems from lack of mutual understanding between parents about best interests of their child. Very often decisions of courts do not solve a real root problem in family disputes with the participation of a child. So it has to be done step by step with factoring in the interests of and needs of a child as the core principle. One more point I'd like to make. Mediation today is becoming a more and more practical tool, not only as an ADR method, but also as a social service. Look at this ruling of the Supreme Court. They have identified problems in the actual circumstances of a family. They responded to this situation and they referred this case to the National Social Service with a highlight on passive stance of social service in cases where families go through hardship and they are not offered any tools. Yes, I can see Polina is waving at me. I'm rounding up now. Conclusions. So that's basically what I've said already. Best interest of child has to be our guiding light and main principle, no matter which method we use to resolve a dispute. Perspectives. I would like to underline that mediation as a social service is crucial for families in hardship, because in these families, children are the most vulnerable people. We have to promote and develop mediation for cases with involvement of children. And here, child-friendly justice is the key. We here speak not only about the trials and the court cases, but also other mechanisms and tools. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Larissa. It was really well structured, and we could clearly see how mediation is now being integrated in our legislation and justice sector. Very interesting, I'm sure, for both Ukrainians here and our colleagues from abroad. Now we're moving on to Q&A session. As you remember, we started a bit later, so now we are going to have a little bit, we're going to stay a little bit longer, but we still have to be reasonable with timing. Let's do it this way. Now you can raise your hand to ask a question, and we will prioritize those who raise their hands. Поліна, I'm sorry. With the raised hands, it's just slowing us down. Let's skip this. Let's use a chat box instead. We will lose so much time to mute, unmute, to raise your hand, and so on. We will not. Won't we lose time on translation of text messages or questions? No, it's going to be easier and faster. Okay, then, dear participants, we could see that questions you entered in the chat box, some of the speakers were answering to them while listening to their colleague, fellow speakers. If you still have any other questions, you can enter them into the chat box. Like I said at the very beginning, each of our today's speakers have so much to say. We can listen to each of them for days, and they have huge experience. So it's very interesting anyway.
Запитання в чат, поки пишуть. Я можу ще трішки додати стосовно саме нашого досвіду Української академії.
While people are writing the questions, I would like to speak on behalf of Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. I'm appreciating everything that was said about the mediation, and there is space for mediation and the voice of the child to hear what is important for them. I would like to share our experience when we are talking about the direct involvement of child into mediation. We usually need to explain the child with whom the child would be communicating, like who's mediator, what is their role. And we designed special books for the youngest children that explain in simple language as to what is mediation. And we also have yet another surprise. Those books were only in Ukrainian, but now they're also available in English. They are in free access. So if you need to somehow explain to the children and you get permission of parents, then this is one of the initiatives that we are doing. We ask parents to do it in advance, to read the book with children. And then when child comes to this meeting, the child already understands who's mediator, how they work. I would like to show it.
Все розміщено у вільному доступі, все розміщено.
Everything is in a free access.
Ви можете бачити,
You
це
can do it,
якраз є
download them free of charge. This is our special character, Rotai Dem. It works amazing for the youngest children up to the age of 10. It is two languages. We have audio version. In fact, there are three of them.
навчаємо медіаторів, воно все є тут. І про
What we
стратегію
teach
поведінки в
about mediation, it is all there. It is about strategy of behavior and conflict and managing emotions, tools of communication. And a child can deep dive into the world of mediation, so please do use them. We will having even school plays based on those books where children from Berdichev play these books out, and this is already translated into English. So if you want to do something well, you can just create. This book was translated by my daughter thanks to Full-Scale Invasion. She now speaks English. It just happened so.
Це працює на користь.
But it works that we can have access to such books, and our foreign colleagues could use them, and Ukrainian children who are abroad and need support, they also can use it. Because this is a tool on how to communicate, you can use it. I don't know if it is know-how or not, but this is experience of Ukrainian Academy of Mediation on how to tenderly and softly inform people about mediation. So are there any questions? So do I understand correctly that this link, it will be included in the materials of the conference? Yes, we will send also this link to the chat. Everything is available on the website of Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. We have a link for children and young adults, and it is available in two languages.
Говорити з дітьми, починати про медіацію.
And that's how we can start talking. And Larissa, I see your hand. Yes, I would like to make a small comment regarding the practice. Indeed, when there is no logistics, there is no mediator in close access, there may be additional issues with involving children. I would like to show that mediation works in various ways. I have a notary colleague who's we were accompanying the dispute between parents on agreement on how to raise a child. And we had such, at first it seemed like unacceptable and totally different views of parents and how to work with interests of the children. And mediation is oriented on child, and it includes child. So we were using hybrid model where at first we reminded parents about child. We said, how would your children take if you were speaking like that? Or how the child would live when you start implementing this agreement. You know, parents started thinking how the child would live if we were to implement this agreement. And when the parents expressed their views, we suggested. So we would suggest to take the child. The child was 12, and we discussed it, and parents were surprised that they partially took child's interest into consideration, and some wasn't, because it turned out that child has a vision that seemed acceptable for the parents, and it was a joint experience when you are a lawyer, notary, or you are in a certified profession or mediator, and you use mediation as a tool, it is like mediation works, even if it is not in the fully visualized form. We often combine the status of a lawyer and mediator. We need to remember about the roles, but in the interest of the child, we can have hybrid model. And I know a lot of examples like that. Thank you. We don't have any other questions in chat, but it was important that people do have opportunity to ask questions. So we can thank all speakers today who shared their experiences, thoughts, and visions. We can let them go. And for other participants, we are waiting today and tomorrow. Thank you everyone who joined today, even in technical support. Thank you. I see the reaction to my words. Of course, it was not thanks to, but due to. And I see that it is the fifth day of the forum, and I slept only for 2 hours today. Somebody slept only 3 hours. So I'm sorry for the phrasing that might have offended someone, because even with every situation we are in, we still need to take the best, so that we can do it for the benefit of Ukrainians and not only Ukrainians. And thank you for your hearts and your support. And I would also like to say one more thing, because I feel like Jill was very modest. I would like to say that one of another things that will be presented in the coming time, there is translation of her book in Ukrainian that will be available for everyone free of charge. It will be on the website of Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. I would like to show it and how it looks like here. The book about child inclusive mediation by Jill Goldson. She has been working for over 25 years only on her own. And when she says that she can talk for hours about mediation, this is true. Every meeting with her is 4 or 5 hours that pass just like that, because we just lose track of time. So it will be available soon, and everyone can use it.
І ще окремо хочу згадати, що всі ці питання, які підіймалися в межах цього форуму,
issues raised during this forum, they are so deep, and our task is like we are here for almost a week now, and we still don't have enough space to deep dive, but it is still a spectrum. It works, and there is international experience and national experience. And for a year to come, we will still be diving deep. And it makes it possible. And mediation is no longer something that needs to be promoted in addition. People who are specializing in the topic, they understand the value, and it becomes the standard, it becomes the normal and in the context of ensuring children's right. And I would like to thank CPESH, the European Commission on Efficiency of Justice, who keeps working on see, I can't even pronounce words anymore. Yet again, we have finalized translation of all materials designed by CPESH in all those years since the creation of this commission. So everything also be available in Ukrainian. And what was told today, you need to familiarize yourself how to train notaries, judges, lawyers. So it will be about various fields, and you can learn it in Ukrainian as well. The only request, we don't have enough time to communicate it all. So I was not in social media. If you see something, this is not me, this is Olga helping me. So I have a request for you. A lot of things are being done, and if you don't see something, it doesn't mean that it does not exist. And this is not only Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. Others are doing it too. And I hope that this forum gives you the understanding of the scale how mediation and is important in the world and in Ukraine. Thank you, Larissa, for highlighting all those strategic documents where mediation is already present. And our legislation in Ukraine, we texting in chat, even comments, and it is in open access and everyone can use it. So I ask you, dear mediators, you're doing something, you feel you create content, you just subscribe to that so that we can keep track of everything. Now you have seen what Ukrainian Academy of Mediation does. Interesting, please subscribe because we can't always communicate it to every single person. You heard something interesting from Association of Family Mediation or something else. Please subscribe and follow because it allows you to stay updated on what is going on. And I have an offer. We have finished a panel of the key panels that is dedicated to the topics of mediation. There are a lot of participants here. So I would like to ask you, we are still going to do it, so maybe you would be ready to join it. So how do you feel about doing after forum, about going to the president of Ukraine and so that he can announce an official day of mediator, because profession exists, practice exists, rulings exist, and even information is not always done. I see a lot of support, so on if you allow, I will prepare the submission and we will ask to make the 16th of November to become the day when we finally will be recognized as profession, and we would be able to finally. It is important for us to be heard as well. We were talking about the children want to be heard, but it is important for mediators to be heard as well, especially when where you were working for 30 years against resistance,
вкладаються зусилля,
when you make effort and the field is being developed,
що сьогодні ми
and
на
it
тому
is
рівні,
a
Україна на тому
pleasure that Ukraine is at the level where we can organize such large-scale forums and present our experience.
Дякую щиро
Thank you very much
за вашу підтримку.
for your
Я
support.
розумію, що ми трішки, не трішки, але ми просто
I
не
understand
нормально сидимо.
that
Просто на
we are
медіаційному знову
here
таймі,
out
бо
of
в нас
time
має бути
again,
наступна
and we
панель.
need to start
Але я дуже
the
хочу
next
показати
session.
нашу команду.
But I would like to show our team.
Будь ласка, підійміть руку.
Please
всі,
raise
хто
your
зараз
hand,
присутні.
those who are present here from the team.
Олеже, можете, будь ласка, закріпити всіх?
Oleg, please pin everyone.
І я також прошу увімкнути камери, підняти руки, так само наших перекладачів, всі, хто
Please raise your hands, those who would like to join.
Нас стільки багато, що Zoom вже такий каже
So
досить.
many people that Zoom already says stop pinning.
Але я хочу дуже сказати насправді, що
But I would like
в
to
нас,
say,
можливо, з огляду на масштаби цього форуму, наша команда очікується, що вона більше. Ні, насправді, з одного боку, нас не так багато для таких
Maybe you
масштабів,
might think
але
the
і це не всі
team
зараз на екрані. Будь ласка, це
may
не всі на
be
екрані зараз.
bigger, but
А,
these are not all team
ще,
members,
дівчата, якщо ви когось
certainly.
бачите, то Оля,
If you
я
can
бачу
see
Олю.
somebody else, just try to pin them.
Закріплюйте, якщо знаєте, а я поки буду просто говорити, Яна.
Meanwhile, I will accompany this with my input. Yana also.
Анечка. Це не всі, це далеко не вся
These are
команда,
not
окрім
all team members,
нашої
of course,
команди нам точно не вистачало рук цього разу.
and
Кожного
we
року до нас
certainly
долучаються волонтери, які нас
could
підтримують.
be happy to
Все,
get
що ви
some
бачите,
more hands
насправді
and more
відбувається
support.
поза
We are
часом.
getting the volunteers who are supporting us and
Олечко,
helping
хочу
us.
подякувати за
All
кожну
of the results of our work have been done sitting up late. Thank you to each and every one of you for your work.
Вибачте.
I apologize.
Вибачте. Це просто настільки емоційно.
Please forgive me. This is so emotional. I cannot hold it back.
І я хвилююсь, щоб когось не забути згадати. Олечка, допомагайте мені.
And I'm really worried not to miss anyone. Ola, please help me.
Та я вже сама. Все, мої дзеркальні нейрони, бачите,
Wow.
підхопили ваші.
My
Я вже
mirroring
тут,
neurons, they are reflecting you. I'm
Так, ми ще підготували
welling
відео.
up. We also have a video ready for you.
Так, ми вже підготували відео, і я думаю, що
And I
сьогодні ми
think
вам його і покажемо,
that we
власне,
will be ready
щодо тих, хто
to
долучався,
demonstrate it for you
хто
today.
взагалі зробив
This is
можливим
the video about
неможливий
everyone who
насправді. І
joined the
я ще Ірі
effort,
хочу передати слово.
everyone who made it possible. And I would like to pass the floor to Ira as well.
Я також дуже вдячна всім членам команди. Я
I'm
хочу
grateful to all of
підтримати
the team members
нашу Луїзу.
on my
Ми
side as
завжди
well. I would like to
підтримуємо.
support
Ми
Louisa.
всі разом
Louisa,
з
you
тобою.
are
Ми тут
incredible.
для того,
We
щоб
are there with
медіацію в
you. We are
Україні
here with
бачили
you
всі.
to make sure
Незважаючи
that
на те, що
everyone in Ukraine
ми втомлені
can
зараз,
see the
ми
mediation. We
розуміємо,
would like to make it
сподіваємося на
present.
розуміння
Although
всіх
we are all
присутніх.
tired, we
Бачимо
hope
в чаті про те,
everyone
що
present
модератори плачуть.
can
Насправді
understand it.
всі
And I
ми є
can see in the chat
людьми
the phrase that
і у нас
mediators never
також є
cry. But
емоції,
we are just
друзі.
people and
Тож
we have
дякуємо вам за
emotions
вашу
and we
підтримку.
experience them. Thank you very much for your support, dear friends.
Щиро дякую насправді всій команді
Thank you to all of the team
за те, що нам вдається це втілювати,
for making it happen,
робити те, у що ми віримо.
for doing what we
І
believe in.
це не тільки про команду.
It is
Ми
not only
багато
about the team.
отримували пропозицій
We
підтримки.
have
Я хочу
been
згадати
receiving
Юлію
a
Карауш,
lot of
яка теж
offers
пропонувала
to
допомогу. Ми
support
просто не
us. I would
завжди
like to mention Yulia Karaj also
її приймали, бо працюємо по
offered
ночах.
the support. Of course, we were not
І
always
тут не вся
able
команда
to
є
receive that support because
розкидані на
we
різних
were COVID
континентах
nights and
сьогодні.
there is a big team
Члени
and they are scattered all around various continents and
Вибачте за
parts of the
емоційність,
world.
але це, знаєте,
I'm
коли
so
вже
sorry for my
проведені
emotions, but you know,
основні
when
події,
the main events
здійснення таке певне
have been
напруження, чи все вдасться, чи все
completed,
відбудеться.
of course, you're
І я
always
дякую
in
за
that
те, що
tension, whether
все
it's going to
відбулося,
work,
все
whether
вдалося. І в
it's
нас,
going
до
to
речі,
succeed. And I'm
багато
so grateful to
долучалося
you for making it happen for
молоді
the successful
з
events. We
допомогою.
actually had so
Є
many
така
young
класна
people joining
організація
us to
«Юбуст»,
support.
яка
There is this great
працює з молоддю,
organization
допомагає їм
named
здобувати
U-Boost, and they're
навички.
working with young people. They help
І
them acquire the
вони
skills.
приходять періодично до
And
нас на стажування. Зараз в
they
нас були 3
sometimes
неймовірні
send
стажерки, які
us
займалися кожен своїм
and do the
напрямком.
internship. We
І
recently
Олена,
had the
наприклад,
3 incredible
розміщувала всі
trainees.
ці роботи, які
Each of
ми
them
отримували на
were
конкурс малюнка.
responsible
До
for
речі,
their
триває
track.
ще
And actually,
голосування за
Olena
графік
was
реалізації
joining that
обсервацій.
effort for the
І
drawings. The voting is still
відповідно
open,
завжди можна
by the way.
знаходити простір для
So
партнерства,
you
якщо
can
є таке
always
бажання.
find the possibility and the space
Давайте,
for
Олеже,
partnership
я вас бачу.
if
Я
you
хочу
have
закріпити Олега. Я
that
вчасно
urge.
казала
Oleg, I can
Олег.
see you. I would like to pin you
Це та людина, яка
because I often mentioned
закріпляє
him. This is
учасників,
the person
записує
who
коди.
pins the
Я не бачу
participants,
перекладачів.
sends
Я
the
хочу,
codes.
якщо
I
є
can't see
можливість,
the
увімкніть
interpreters. If
камери.
I
У нас
could
8 різних
ask you
перекладачів
to
працюють на
turn the
форумі.
cameras on because we have 8 different interpreters working in the
Будь
forum.
ласочка, іскупайте в оваціях просто всю
Please
команду, всю, і
give
за
the
те,
big
що,
round of
знаєте,
applause to the entire team,
не тільки за те, що ми робимо, а за те, що ми
not only for what
підтримуємо
we
одне
do,
одного.
but for
Ірочка,
supporting
бачу
each
і
other.
тебе.
I can see you, Ira.
Дякую.
Thank
Маємо
you very
рухатися
much.
далі, бо вже
And now
Лаура
we need to
прийшла,
continue
і в нас
because Laura
вийшов
is
такий
here with us.
емоційний момент.
We are
Дякую
having an
дуже.
emotional moment,
Медіація не просто буде,
but
вона
thank
вже
you very
є.
much. It's not that we
Видно,
should be
що
saying that
сьогодні вона вже
mediation will be happening.
частина
It is already happening.
нормального,
It is
сучасного
already a part of the
суспільства.
normal modern
І
society.
докладаємо зусиль до
And
формування
we are
цієї
investing
культури,
all of our effort to develop that
зростання нових
culture
поколінь.
of
І продовжуємо наш форум
raising
далі. В нас
new
сьогодні
generations. We are ready to
цікаві
continue our
події. Зараз
forum.
вже
We
для
have other
молоді, в тому числі,
interesting
будуть інструменти
events
миробудування.
planned,
Потім в нас
focusing on
будуть
young
заходи для
people. We are
дітей
talking
сьогодні.
about
У
the
нас
peace
буде
building
оголошення
tools.
переможців.
Then
До
we're going
речі,
to
вже
have the events for children.
пісні
We are going to announce the winners. We have the songs about mediation. We have these rhymes for children with the gymnastics elements for children, and they are available on the web resources of the Polish band. And if you wish to, you could listen and enjoy. Valentina, I'm passing the floor to you.
Якщо можна, я ще одну ремарочку
If
скажу.
I may,
Валька,
I would like to voice another remark while you are unmuting, Valentina. I need to say something. We have this little legend in the team. If Louisa didn't break into tears during the forum, then it failed. So we can take it as a sign that it all worked and succeeded. Yes, thank you. But it is emotional. It is truly emotional. Mediators are just human beings. You should not expect that mediators are emotionless or conflictless. We are just people. We are living human beings, and we are living through these emotional moments. Well, I gave away my full portion of my tears. Thank you very much for tolerating me. I'm sorry if it was too much, but it is true that organizing such an event, it's a lot of tension and responsibility. Are we ready to continue?
Дякую, колеги.
Thank you, dear colleagues.
Що ж, ми будемо продовжувати.
We are ready to
Дуже
continue.
цінно було зараз мені перебувати в цьому моменті
I really
цієї
appreciate
нашої
staying
спільної
in this
присутності на
moment of
форумі.
our
Всіх
shared
вітаю.
presence in the
Мене
forum.
звати Валентина Дука.
Welcome, everyone.
Я
My name is
членкиня
Valentina Duka.
Української
I'm a
академії
member of the
медіації,
Ukrainian
тренерка з
Mediation
неформальної
Academy,
освіти для
and I
молоді
am
та
the
молодіжна
trainer in
працівниця.
the non-formal
Сьогодні
education
я
for
маю за
young people,
честь
and I'm a
представити нашу
youth worker.
наступну спікерку.
I have the honor to introduce our next
До
speaker.
слова хочу запросити Лауру
It is
Альчевскайте,
Laura
нашу колегу
Achauskaite,
з Литви.
our colleague from
Лаура є
Lithuania.
психологинею,
Laura is a
тренеркою з роботи
psychologist,
з молоддю,
a trainer
експерткою з освіти
for
у
working with
сфері
young
прав
audiences,
людини,
and she is the
соціальної
expert in
інклюзії та
education for human
миробудування.
rights, social inclusion,
Дана
and
сесія
peace
буде
building.
присвячена
This session
інструментам
will talk about
миробудування,
the peace building
розвитку
tools,
комунікаційних
the
навичок,
development of
роботи
communication
з
skills,
конфліктами та створенню
about
культури
conflict
діалогу серед
management,
молоді.
and building the
Лауро,
dialogue-based
прошу
culture
вас до
among
слова.
young people. The floor is yours, Laura.
Thank you, Valentina. Hello, everyone. Dobry den. I tried to Google how to say it in Ukrainian, so I hope my pronunciation makes sense. It's a big pleasure to be here, and especially after this emotional moment, I'm really happy that Valentina invited me to join you today, and it's a great privilege to join such a big event and, you know, to support Ukraine with all my heart. As Valentina said, my name is Laura. I'm connected from Lithuania, from a rainy, rainy Lithuania, as always, like we're joking that it rains here. And yeah, so this workshop is about peace building tools for young people, but definitely I believe that age is just a number. So everyone who feels young at heart, I hope this workshop will be useful for you because it's not only for young people. I just tried it to make it like very practical and kind of enjoyable. It's something that you could really easily use in your daily connections, you know. So I hope you will enjoy it and you will have useful this 1 hour and a little bit. Yeah, so shall we start? And I'm very happy to see so many beautiful faces and names, you know, joining from everywhere. Valentina, is it possible for me to share the presentation?
Yes, you can do it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we see.
Okay, fantastic.
In a full screen.
Yes, so just the name tag, you know, and as Valentina said, I work in the field of human rights education, but also I'm a professional psychologist. I'm doing my PhD now. It's a bit challenging, but what I really love as a professional in the field, like working with young people, and sometimes I believe that simple things are the core things. So we're gonna talk about something that's actually sound maybe a little bit simple on the surface, but actually it's really the basic tools, you know, like to making sure that we have connections which are inclusive, supportive, and peaceful in the way, you know. I asked Valentina if I needed to do some house rules, but I think you're already very aware, you know, how to do it, because I didn't know how many people to expect, and I see that there's a lot. So you're very welcome to react or comment or ask questions at the chat. I will try to follow them. I'm sorry, my Ukrainian is limited, but I'm sure we will find a way how to connect. And at the end, we of course will have time for your questions if you have any, or comments, or whatever comes to your mind. But before we jump into the topic, I have some Menti questions. I really love Menti. I find it very interactive. So Valentina, would you be so kind to share the first question for Menti, which is what helps you
Yes,
to
just a moment.
no rush.
I write it in our chat. Dear participants, please find it in our chat. And also I would like to share Menti on our full screen. Laura, can you stop your presentation?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. 1 second, please.
Thank you, Valentina. You're a great support.
Yes, dear participants, you can see QR code here and you can join in this Mentimeter.
Oh, it will be a good time to practice my Ukrainian.
Yes, I can help you.
I understand pause is like break,
Uh-huh.
stocky. I have no idea what it means.
Like calmness.
Uh-huh. Deep breathing, emotional awareness, patience and empathy.
We can see here also
patience.
dialogue, respect, meditation,
Oh, yes.
to be alone, but in a good connotation, like solitude. You can share your screen.
Yes, I'm coming back to my screen. Okay, so thank you for contributing once again. I really love it, your ideas. And what we're gonna talk about today, I already mentioned some things, but just for those people who love structure, me personally, I also love structure and to know what's gonna follow what. We're gonna talk a little bit about what is peace and peace building, but don't worry, I'm not gonna bore you with the things you probably already know. We're gonna talk a little bit about the feelings, as we notice that emotions happen. It's like very important part of our daily lives. And we try to talk a little bit more and to expand the dictionary of the feelings or emotions. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the needs. We will do a little bit of practice in the chat. And last but not least, we will have some minutes dedicated to active listening, which some of you already mentioned. And of course, to empathy, which again was in the Menti, so you're very well prepared. And finally, we will have some time for your questions and answers or comments if you have any. So shall we go, right? So when we're talking about peace, and as Valentina said, and actually that's how we met. I was her facilitator in one event where we talked a lot about peace building in the youth for the youth in the communities, and it was a training of trainers, and we also like dedicated a lot of time to discuss conflict management, conflict transformation, peace building, inclusive dialogue. And, you know, like we had this also discussion that very often when you people, especially who are not from your field, and when you say like, okay, you work on the peace building, and then, you know, like they automatically assume that it's usually on some kind of political level. It's very international level, which is of course super important, but peace is also like part of our daily lives, you know, and I always like, and I think that's my inner psychologist talking, that peace also exists in our everyday relationships, you know, because just as we have conflicts, you know, then the conflicts can be interpersonal, international, inter-country and intergroups. We have the peace, yeah, like the opposite of the conflict, and it can happen on all levels, you know, of our daily lives. So as we have like conflicts, we can definitely have a peace, you know. And in this case, in this workshop, for me, like when I try to define peace, it defines how we understand ourselves, how we express our needs, how we listen to each other, and how we respond when the tension appears, right? All of us have had conflicts, me as well, I'm not exception. So I think like and conflicts in, you know, is, I think you're, as mediators, you're very aware of this, that conflicts, you know, actually can be very thing. It can be moving thing, and it has like good sides, especially if you reach the peace after, right? So, and in this case, you know, if the peace is like on an everyday level and international, interpersonal level, so peace building is also not only about ending violence, wars, or resolving major international conflicts, but it can also be about working on an interpersonal level. It can be like creating conditions where people can understand themselves better and others, where they have a safe space and brave space, express needs without harm, and, you know, connect across differences, which is something also I find super important, that, you know, we all are very different. We all have our own needs, emotions, backstories, and the backgrounds we're coming from. So, like, you know, it's very important to connect despite those differences, and also build relationships which are, again, on an interpersonal level, which are based on dignity, trust, and the dialogue, you know, the mutual dialogue. And again, like peace building, just like as peace, it can happen in everyday spaces. And you know, since I work with the young people mostly, or with youth workers, it can happen in youth groups, schools, communities, online conversations. It can happen in Zoom like we are, and, you know, in all the relationships we have with each other, right? So that's just the basic introduction, how we're going to talk about the peace in this upcoming hour. So it's not like only on international level, but it will be like a lot of on interpersonal level. And peace building begins when people are able to notice what they feel, understand what they need, listen to others, and respond to empathy instead of escalation. And in this workshop, what I really wanted to do, because I really wanted it to be useful for everyone, as much as I can, you know, the time is limited. that we will look at peace building through the very practical tools. And they would be like, as I said, might seem simple, but actually it's not that simple, you know, especially if you want to practice it. But I hope that will be like a little bit glimpse, you know, what we could use easily every day, and that one might help understand feelings and needs, and, you know, how we could build the empathy instead of, you know, building tension. So feelings, right? When I just joined earlier today, like I noticed there's a lot of feelings, and I find it really beautiful. As a psychologist, I always say that the feelings and emotions are like great power we all have. But sometimes, you know, even for me, like I've been a psychologist for more than 12 years, I think now, like it's ongoing. And even I sometimes need to reflect a lot, you know, and to understand my feelings. And we will try, you know, to talk how to do it, you know, more easily, and how to try to understand them better. And of course, I don't want to say that you don't, but sometimes like we really need this moment, you know, to understand what's going on inside of us, and then, you know, what's going on inside of someone else. And one of the most important things is that feelings are related to your needs, like directly. They're super, super connected. And, you know, like we will talk about the needs a little bit later, but feelings are exactly coming from the needs. And when you have certain feeling inside your body, you know, and then you recognize it, you notice that it comes because some of your needs are satisfied or they're not satisfied. And based on that, if the need is satisfied or not, you have this certain feeling. And you know, like when I work in used to work like in a practicing psychologist, many people actually confuse feelings with thoughts, opinions, or judgment, but they're not the same thing. You know, it's sometimes it's very hard to separate one from another. But you know, feelings are something else. And as I said, like it's not always very easy to name the exact. And sometimes I also think to myself that I know that I feel something in my body. Some people say like I feel something in my heart, but I cannot really like put a finger on it. I cannot understand what exactly it is, because sometimes our feelings and someone else's feelings, they can be very complex and very like many feelings into one, and then it's very like it's just a great task, you know, to name it what it is. So that's why it's very important to talk, you know, like about the words and how the feelings. And actually, we don't do that much. I don't know about Ukraine, but in Lithuania, like this emotional intelligence is not always very developed. I think they're really trying and now like putting a lot of emphasis in schools and youth centers. But when I was growing up, and I'm in my 30s, there was no space, you know, to talk how like to learn how to talk about feelings, right? So probably that's the reason I'm so interested in the topic. But yeah, like these are the feelings you probably all of you have felt and know. And then these are feelings when your needs are satisfied. So you can feel like loving, you can feel happy, you can feel cheerful, you can feel engaged, satisfied, peaceful, fascinated by something, grateful, excited, confident, encouraged, content, energized, hopeful. And actually, it was very interesting because I usually do it in Lithuanian language, and I tried to translate them. It's also easy, like to find the equivalent, you know, to certain feelings. Because, for example, excited is one of the feelings, like it's very common in English-speaking languages. But then, you know, in Lithuanian, like it really doesn't make sense, you know, like we don't have such words. But yeah, but we still know the feeling, right? Because this, I often feel excited, for example, about like new experience. I was very excited about this forum. So, you know, like, and then, you know, like, sometimes it's easier to name it in English than in Lithuanian. But yeah, these are all feelings when your needs are satisfied. And, you know, like basically those feelings are very like positive. We feel good, you know, when we are loving, we feel good when we are happy, we feel good when we are confident or encouraged or excited or energized, you know. But as the opposite, you know, like when your needs are not satisfied, what are those feelings then, you know? And then you have these feelings such as confused, nervous, tense, hurt, disengaged, apathetic, when you don't want to do anything, grieving, which is like very, how to say, huge sadness, anxious, sad, angry, impatient, ashamed, when you feel like you did something bad, tired, jealous, and then we can go on, and in the next slide, I will show that there are actually even more words to name the feelings. But yeah, these are the feelings which are probably not so pleasant to feel, right? But again, all of us have felt those, right, in certain situations. And probably it's related because your needs were not satisfied at the moment, or it's been a while since your needs were not satisfied. And this is my favorite tool. And like I actually started using it when I was working with young people. And like again, when I said like we working a lot on emotional literacy, and then you ask someone like, how are you feeling today? And you can probably guess what was the most common answer. Good. And as a psychologist, we always joke that there's no such feeling as good. Like what is good? Or when they say not good, if they're going through something. And again, it's not a feeling, so sometimes it's very hard to pick the feeling. And that's why we have this amazing tool. It's coming from nonviolent communication. I'm pretty sure many of you have heard about it. And I personally love it. And I know some people who are actually having this tool on their phones, or like even print it and hang it on the wall, just to expand their emotional literacy. Because if you see like in the very center of the circle, there are 6 basic emotions, because we have like 6 basic emotions which are common not only among humans but also among animals with, how to say, more difficultly developed brains. So we have anger, surprise, happy or satisfaction, disgust, sad, and fear. So for example, chimpanzees can feel all of those emotions as well. Dolphins too. And again, as humans, we also feel. But like if you see like, then it's anger, which can be like related with like to be more specified. It can be like mad, it can be hurt, it can be threatened, it can be distant, depending why you're angry. And how to say, it depends on what happened in the situation, or what happened in the certain context. And then even mad can be like specified even more, like enraged or furious, which are very similar, but still like there's a difference. And same with the rest 5 basic emotions. So surprise can be good surprise and not good surprise. It can be confused, you can be startled, like, which is like a very big surprise. You can be amazed, which is something like really pleasant. Usually you can be excited because you're excited what's coming on. And happiness as well. You can like have it, you can be joyful, you can be proud, which comes more from the inside. You can be optimistic, which is like mostly future-orientated emotion, and you can have peaceful, and this is one of my favorites, when you are, and that can be specified by hopeful and loving, and actually very, very beautiful emotions. So if there will be possibility, I will be happy to share it with you, if you want to use it. But you can actually just go and Google it, like Wheel of Emotions, Nonviolent Communication, and probably you will even find it in Ukrainian as well. So, like it's very good tool. Very simple, as I said, but actually even I had it on my phone for a while because I really wanted to expand my emotional literacy and to actually name what I'm feeling, because, good, not good, and sometimes like sad or happy is not enough, and I want like to find a specific word to give in, like, to understanding myself better. But then again, because we're talking about the dialogue and moving from the tension, to give more information to other people what I'm actually feeling, because that's also very important in the connections. And when we talk about the feelings, like for many people, as I said, Lithuanians probably especially, it's not very easy to talk about your feelings because we're not that much taught how to do it. So these are like kind of tips, what we do, like when we want to expand our emotional literacy, that you always need to speak from yourself and your own feelings first. So not saying you're angry, you're sad, you're something. You should start from yourself, and naming the feeling you are feeling. Are you sad? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Are you excited? Are you peaceful? Are you joyful? Are you we can even go back to the wheel of emotions. Are you ashamed? Are you like, I am disappointed, I'm feeling awful, feeling confused, you know, you pick the whatever it comes closer to the state you are, and then, you know, like starting from yourself and your own feeling. And again, as I said, like the words good, bad is not really a feeling. And why we're not doing this? Because not the words are bad. The thing is that, you know, when we talk about the feelings, we want to give the information to other person, what is going through ourselves, you know, at that very specific moment. So if you want to build a connection, you know, like you need to start talking about your feelings, especially if the connection is very meaningful for you. And then, you know, like when you say I'm feeling good, like it doesn't give much information to other person. And especially if you say I'm feeling bad, then you don't know. And I'm like, if someone would come to me and say like, I'm feeling bad, and then I have many questions in my head. Is this person hurt? Are they sad? Are they angry? Are they guilty? Are they feeling guilty? Did they do something? You know, so many ideas. And then, you know, like imagine if they're saying like me, the exact emotion they're feeling. For example, I'm ashamed of what I did to my friend. Then I already have the information that I can help and I can support that person. And another thing is that when we're building this connection, and I will talk a lot about the connections with other people, is that it's not very easy to do, but like it's better not to try to interpret other people's feelings, because sometimes it's not that obvious, you know, and we can do a lot of assumptions which are not always right. And I know it's hard, and we like kind of used to do it, right? Like, she's probably mad because I didn't reply to the message yesterday, or like she's disappointed in me, like because I forgot her birthday and so on. It's better always ask, you know, this person about something, especially if you feel that the emotion was not caused by your actions or like by your connection, instead of assuming, you know. But it doesn't have to be only based on your interactions, but also like you know, it might something going on in the person's life. So you better to ask than to assume it's the best question. And actually, I'm a big fan of normalizing question, not only asking how are you to someone, but also how are you feeling today, because that's again like it helps to build the connection. And it's the same about not only feelings but motives. And sometimes we also like to interpret this here and like, I'm doing it. I know what's going through, you know, and then you'll be guessing like they did this because of that. And sometimes it's also it can be just the false assumptions. So it's better not to make one of those, because it's not really like building the connection. Unless, you know, the person told them themselves that they're feeling like this and their motive was like that, then you know the exact information. But if they didn't, then you're just assuming. So that's why, again, it's always to ask. And when you're asking about something, or like you want to tell someone how you feel, in nonviolent communication theory and like empathy-based trainings, like they say like it's better to avoid using blaming emotions, like I'm hurt by your actions, for example, or I'm disappointed in you, or I'm I'm suspicious about you. I'm not saying that those feelings are bad. And sometimes we're definitely gonna use it, because there are situations when other people hurt us. And apparently you are allowed to say it, you know, like if it hurt. But I'm saying that, you know, if you use it like very often, it's not really building the connection, right? Like it's bringing more tension to the connection than, you know, actually building it. But again, as I said, like it's not that you shouldn't use it. There are situations when you have to, and I think it's good to say it. But for the keeping like the dialogue inclusive, it's better to find the equivalent, which would be maybe less blaming to the other person. So instead, like of anger, maybe sometimes like, because anger is very often to mixed with sadness, to say that I'm feeling like lonely, or I'm feeling bored, or I'm feeling vulnerable, you know, which is not blaming, but also giving the similar idea. But again, I'm not gonna say what you're feeling, because we have this wheel of emotions, we have all these words, and you know, like you're the experts of your own emotions and your own feelings. And yes, so that's about the feelings. Again, like better to ask, don't be ashamed to ask how the person is feeling. Don't be ashamed to speak from yourself. Don't be ashamed to talk how something made you feel. Again, not only bad things, but also good. I sometimes miss that people feel proud or happy or joyful about certain experiences, which is also very beautiful, I believe. And then we're gonna go to the needs. As I said, like emotions are directly connected with the needs. And sometimes it's also hard to name the need. And apparently, I think most of you know this. It's like, as I said, like the one of the Bibles from the psychology studies, like the Maslow hierarchy of needs. And I think like many people have heard about it. That, but for those who haven't, like very short introduction, that in Maslow's theory, like he talked a lot about the needs and how important they are in our lives. It's like a pyramid, you know, and on the bottom, there are the basic needs, which are super important for everyone, and everyone needs them. So it's like physiological needs. Then if we're going a bit up, it's also like I'm saying like all the needs are important, but like according to his theory, as long as the bottom needs are not fulfilled, you cannot go up, because imagine if your physiological needs are not fulfilled. For example, if you're angry and you want to go to the toilet, I don't think you will think about something else because that's super important. So as long as your physiological needs are fulfilled, you can go to the safety needs. And we will go in details a bit later. And then, you know, when your safety and your physiological needs are fulfilled, you can have like the social needs, which is like love and belonging. And again, if those three bottom ones are fulfilled, how to say, then you can, you know, you start having needs about this esteem. And finally, when all these four other bottom levels are fulfilled, so when you have your physiological needs, when you feel safe, when you feel loved, when you feel respected, then you can actually start caring about self-actualization. Again, we will go in details just very soon. Just wanted to say that recently this theory got criticized because even, you know, how to say, like the critics of Maslow theory said that persons, even in a very horrible conditions, like war, during time of war, during some crisis, during their personal crisis, when even the psychological needs are not really fulfilled, and of course, when they don't have safety fulfilled, they still are able to think about great things, you know, like about love, and they still have to be to think about esteem, you know, they want to keep the dignity and also of themselves and other people, and then, you know, the self-actualization sometimes even happens. And I think Frankl, I don't know if you heard about Viktor Frankl, who survived the Holocaust, and he created like a very interesting book. If you haven't read it, I totally recommend it. Like he's living in a very harsh conditions, and he still managed to think about purpose of life and what's the purpose of our journeys as the humans, you know. So that's a great example that actually, you know, sometimes needs work not only in a pyramid way, but they're very connected. So I will not really like follow the Maslow so much, but what he definitely got right, and nobody argues with that he separated the needs and how they are. And as I said, needs are directly related to your feelings. And again, if what are you feeling? It depends if your needs were fulfilled or not. And then we have this all the beautiful spectrum of emotions we just talked about. And needs are not priorities, strategy of or accusations. That's something that sometimes people forget, especially when, you know, like the basic needs come into the picture, and especially from because I work a lot with youth of fewer opportunities. And, you know, when you start talking about the dignity, for example, of children with disabilities, somehow it starts becoming like privilege, something that, you know, we could do if we have money, or like the political power will come in the hand. This is not true, you know. And also like the same for love. Like and again, I work with the LGBTQI people, and they, like in Lithuania, which is a bit shame that they have not registered the partnerships, and they're saying like, oh, but this is the privilege. No, love and belonging and having family and intimacy and like connection with other person is not privilege. It's a need, and we all have this need. So, you know, sometimes I think like it's very important, especially to the decision-making people, to bring that needs are not priorities. It's not strategy, and shouldn't be the accusation or privilege. It's something we all have, like we all humans have these needs. And if you notice that many of these needs, they're social, right? Like safety, love, esteem, it's very connected with other people. And that's why we're talking about it today, not only about emotions, but the needs that, because to fulfill many of our needs, we need connection with other. And humans are very social creatures, and we need others just survive, Okay, even if you can, how to say, to fulfill your physiological needs by yourself, but then, you will not have love and belonging if you don't have anybody. So we actually need other people to be happy and to be fulfilled. And as I said, like we will go to the main human needs, and this is not directly connected with Maslow. Of course, it kind of matches it a little bit because, as I said, like we all have the same needs, but like all of these are very, very important. So first of all, as I said, like physical well-being or the physiological needs are such like water, so we don't feel thirsty. We don't feel hungry, so we need food. We have enough sleep. We have rest. We have sex. We have shelter and safety. Like it's very connected with the safety needs, but here it's more like about the physical safety. And then, it comes to the peace, which is more like social, psychological safety. So we have calmness, we have stability in our lives, not only financial stability, but also like mental stability. We have balance, harmony, and hope. We're feeling hope that we can have like peaceful life, and especially in what's going on in the world. Like I feel like this need is super, super important. And then, we have playfulness, like we humans, we like to play. And when I play, I don't mean that you need like PlayStation 5, to play, but like we all have need for fun, and we all have needs for adventures, to change the environment. We all need to relax, to have these joyful moments, which are not only for kids, but for everyone. And of course, we have autonomy needs, where we can be self-independent, we can make decisions ourselves. We have freedom to choose, we are not forced to do something. We have self-expression, that we can express in the ways we would like to express ourselves. We have dignity, we're respected as human beings. And we have autonomy, which is very, again, related with self-independence, but we also like depend on ourselves, and in the ways we can depend on ourselves. And as I said, lots of needs are social, so we all need communication in all the ways, like not only calls or text, but also we need communication in person. We all need friends. We all want to be loved. We want to, and not only romantic love, but also love from family, love from friends, love from other people. We need acceptance, respect, care, protection, intimacy, partnerships, spending time together, quality time, attention, compassion, belonging. We all want to feel included, right? So all these things, it's important for all of us. And again, we have a need for meaning. And this is very interesting because many people say like, we don't want the challenges, or we don't want any like conflict or tension in our lives. But this is not true. Our brain needs challenges because that's how we grow. We actually need some tension in our lives, so we can find purpose and we can grow as the persons, so we all have this kind of need to grow, not not only like in the physical body, but also in the mental. And also we all need discovery. We all need new stimulation. Our brain needs new things, because probably you noticed if you're stuck for too long doing the same thing, and especially if you have something like too repetitive routine, your brain gets like numb, and then that's why it's sign that maybe your need of meaning needs to be a little bit pushed. We all need creation. We all want to have talents, and I really believe that all of us have talents, growth, participation, self-development as well. And last but not least, because they're not coming in any order of importance, and we have need for authenticity. So we want to be honest. And many people actually, I believe, and you can probably say that I'm a positive psychologist, that we want to be honest and we want to follow our principles, and we all have values, and we want to be loyal to our values as humans. And we also want to self-express. So we want to understand, but we also want to be understood, which is very, very like human need, I would say. So yeah, we have a lot of needs. All of them are important, and they all are related with the feelings. And we were discussing how to talk about the feelings, which is not very easy, apparently. Talking about your needs is also not super easy, actually. But if you practice, you can also. First thing first, you need to check with yourself first. So you need to check what are your needs, what do you need at the moment? And sometimes it's not very easy to name, to name what you need, because those needs, they're very interconnected. Sometimes you feel that you want just, like I remember this example, which I always use when I was a student, and I used to live in a student dorm, and I had this roommate who said, like, I have a need to go out to the bar. And it was like, and then I was studying like Maslow and, psychology, and I said, like, there's not such need as going to the bar. And apparently, it's not the bar being a need, it's being need of probably playfulness. It's probably need to communicate with other people, to see friends, to have some fun together, and check-ins from the other part, from the partner, because like, like it's very important and I have such need. But actually there's no such need as for text or calls. There's a need of communication, or like feeling loved and feeling that you're respected, so apparently, they coming in the form of text or calls, but actually that's not the need. The need is like being together with someone, feeling that they care and that they respect you. So, sometimes, like, as I said, like it comes in the coded language, so you need to check with yourself first. And when you talk about needs, and again, especially if you talk it with another person, because either those bar needs or the text needs, you need other people to fulfill. So, when you're trying to communicate what you need, it's better to pick the right time and right settings, not like in the middle of, how to say, not in the middle when the person is busy or doing something totally unrelated. So, find the time when you can talk and express them. Again, super important is to talk from yourself and from your experience, instead of saying what other person doing wrong. So if you want, like this person, which I used an example, if you feel that you need, your partner to text you more often, you don't say that, oh, you don't text me enough, like you start talking from yourself and you say like, look, I have this need to be in the communication with you, and I need you to check on me more often, And so it's not saying what you're wrong, but talking from yourself and saying what you need. And then you can even connect it with your feelings. So for example, I need constant assurance from you, and I want to be in communication with you. And when you forget to text me, I feel very sad and lonely. And, then it already gives a lot of information to another person. Same with you, like if you haven't seen your friend in a while and you want to go out to the bar, you don't say like, oh, but we never go out, you never have time for me. You say that, I'm feeling a bit lonely today, and I have this need to unwind and have some fun and connect with you. And you can even ask, like, would you be willing to go out with me this Saturday? We can pick another need. For example, you want some quiet time because you want to read. And, instead of blaming your kids, for example, that, oh, you're so loud and you're not, and never have rest in my house, like you say that I have this need to relax and to be like a little bit in a calm environment, because otherwise I feel anxious and angry. Or like, if you don't want to use angry emoji, emotion, you can say that I feel tired, and then, would you be willing to be quiet for some time, So it's actually very powerful, and I do it like and try to do it as much as I can. When you connect it with your need and you specify it in a very specific way and connect it with a feeling, and then, if you make it a request, it's always how to say, more chances that it will work. Because if you blame someone and you order them like, be quiet for 5 minutes, people are like rebellious by nature, they will not follow you, but if you say like, would you be willing to be quiet for some time so I can read a chapter of my book? I'm not saying that it's going to work 100% because nothing works 100% in this world, but it definitely have a more chance, to reach the effect you want, So again, understand your feelings, understand your needs, connect your needs, fulfilled or non-fulfilled, with the feeling you're having, and then ask other person, because especially if you need them to fulfill certain needs of yours, and usually people, that they asking like about the needs which are not fulfilled, but sometimes it's good also to know that the other way around, that they fulfilled your need, and then saying, like when you got this bouquet of roses, which I always wanted for my birthday. I felt really loved and I felt really appreciated, and thank you very much. Is also a super powerful message, and I think and I would like to invite you and invite myself as well to notice good things as well, not only asking requests of something that you don't get from other people, but also tell them thank you, for those things they do for you, and which makes you feel all these good and how to say pleasant emotions, right? And we were gonna do a little bit practice because I feel like I'm a bit out of voice. I prepared some things which you can all participate, and if you don't need any specific things, I will just show the slide, and I will invite you to imagine yourself in these situations and just try to name your needs and feelings in that situation, if that would be happening for you. And you can, if you're willing, like you can always like put your ideas in the chat, and I would be very happy to read it. So just for the practice purposes, and just something to be to try on. So for example, situation number 1. Imagine it's Friday night. You just finished a hell of a week. You're finally in your bed, ready to fall asleep, but your neighbors just started to have a party and are playing the party music super loud. What would be your feelings and what would be your needs, which are not fulfilled in this situation? They're not right or wrongs, because again, it's like just 3 lines of information, but I wonder what would you feel in this?
Так, у нас є можливість писати в чаті.
Dear participants, you can write on the chat. I will be monitoring.
Допомагати з чатом.
Thank you.
I will be helping.
Yes, Victoria, very good. Angry, and I need to be in a quiet place. Yes. And thank you for the comment about fitness yoga. I love the picture as well. Okay, Anna says she would feel annoyed. Very good. Don't be shy. I mean, as I said, there are no wrong emotions. All this wheel of emotions are actually correct, and there are no right or wrongs. Just like we don't have any wrong needs. Nervous. Understand that spokoj, it means like rest, probably.
It says the need for, yes, stay in rest, and I would feel irritation, frustration. The need
yes.
for rest and a silence.
Thank you, Oksana, and thank you, Skral. Tatiana, yes?
The need to respect my quiet time. I would feel irritation, disappointment, because I cannot have some rest. I would feel nervous, Ludmila is saying.
That's very good point from Ludmila, I think. That, it's also with the dignity, right? Like then you feel you're not respected when someone, on Friday night just putting music super loud, not thinking that maybe other people need their rest time. Yeah, and someone saying also like nervous. Yeah, guys, you're really helping me like to improve my Ukrainian. I'm very happy about it. So yeah, like apparently like this situation, I think many of us can relate.
then respect for my quiet time.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, again, it has to do with the respect. Amazing. Thank you very much for those who contributed. Now we have a second situation. So from Friday, let's go to Saturday. It's Saturday evening. You have agreed with your best friend to go out and have some fun. Apparently, bar need is ongoing. And when you are all ready, dressed up, your friend calls you and tells that their plans have changed and they need to call it off. What would be your feelings? And what needs wouldn't be fulfilled? We can also even like if you feel like we can, but I think somebody already shared the Maslow's pyramid in the chat. So if you have any ideas, you're very welcome to share. Disappointed because they're selfish, Tabago says. Victoria says she would be sad in social connections. Sadness. Yes.
Disappointment.
Very good. You're very good at naming feelings, actually. I'm very impressed.
Disappointment and the need to relax. Then sadness, the need to have some rest. Then Ludmila is writing, I will try to enjoy the opportunity to stay home in a quiet place.
Ludmila, I like your attitude a lot. I think sometimes it's introvert's dream, you know, like I have a friend who's introvert and she's like, I'm having a perfect Friday because my all plans just got canceled off and I can stay home, watch a movie with my cat, you know. So apparently it's also needed, you know, like for me time. Yes, thank you very much for everyone who's sharing. And sometimes, yeah, like it also depends what we need at the moment, right?
Victoria is writing, whatever happens, it's for the best.
Natalia has a plan B. Very good. I love the positivity in this group. Okay, let's move to the situation number 3. So it's your favorite holiday, whatever it is, it's a favorite holiday going on. When you're working abroad, you have work today and you're going to work tomorrow as well. You just had a call from your family saying how much they miss you here during the holiday. What are your feelings and what of your needs are not fulfilled in this situation? Again, probably many related to most of us. Valentina, I agree. But missing, is it a feeling? That's a good question. Like I like to ask provocative questions. Victoria says sad, missing. Regret, yes, Natalia. And what need is not fulfilled, or what needs are not fulfilled in illustration?
Longing, nostalgia.
Yeah, nostalgia.
Need for attention, to be together.
Yeah, to be together.
Sadness, meeting the family.
Yes, the need to connect.
The family warmth and communication, being close with the family, to see the family, the need for family communication.
Yes. Yes, family, as we said, like we all have this need of family and being together. And also apparently having fun as well, you know, instead of working today, working tomorrow, maybe we just want, you know, this playful moment, you know, to have celebration, to have fun, not only like to connect with others, but have like also relax, you know. Holidays is about relaxing and doing what you would like to do, no? Like not only like again working. So thank you so much. And Tatiana said guilt. That's interesting. But yeah, I can totally see that, especially if you're making money for your family and then, like not being there and they miss you. And yeah, thank you, Tatiana. That's very nice insight as well. See, so many emotions. My feeling. Yeah, here I can relate. Mm-hmm. And let's move to the next one. You're really good with this. So, situation number 4. Since it was for young people, then imagine like if you're finished your studies that go a little bit back, you're trying to save money for your studies, and therefore you are working in the factory. The work is very monotonous, working hours are very long. You also have to do night shifts. You do not have many opportunities to socialize with your coworkers either. You do not remember when was the last time you went out or met your friends. What are your feelings and what your needs are not fulfilled? And this is a bit like more complex situation. So let's see how it works for you. Again, no right or wrongs here, absolutely. Angry, respect, Victoria says. To be alone. Olga says acceptance. Natalia says that studies are important for her. Yes, of course. So no regrets. Yeah, Natalia says fatigue, sadness, anger. Yeah, like there's so many things, right, going on. You work, Marina. I think Ruslan says something about friends. Trying to understand. Yeah, apparently like you haven't socialized, you haven't seen your friends for a while, and apparently like there's not much stimulation for the brain, like we don't have much fun or playful moments, or like apparently probably not even rest as we do night shifts, right? So probably the need of rest is not fulfilled, and we can also feel irritated, tired, and not only lonely or excluded, but there are many, many things going on there. So thank you so much for contributing. Abdallah, I'm sorry, I cannot understand that. I think it's in Arabic. But yeah, Victoria, like I love positivity in this group. Yes, exactly. You will save for the studies, and then you can go back and see your friends and family. And oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. Encouraging for hardworking. Yeah, like there's always silver lining, right? And even in the situations like this. So yeah, apparently there can be many, many emotions and many needs. And as I said, the needs are, yes, Tatiana, exactly, the part of society to have connections. If you only do like factory work, apparently, and you don't socialize with your colleagues, apparently like socialization need is not really fulfilled. Also freedom, it's not freedom, like you need to save money, which, puts you into a situation. But as we said, like the situation is permanent, right? So let's think that we will save the money, we can study what we want, and then, we also like kind of challenge, right? Which makes us grow. So thank you so much for contributing. It's just like it was a try, to see how important it is, and not always very easy. As you see, like we had many different feelings, very different emotions, many different needs named in the chat for the same situation. So yeah, that's very important also to check within yourself, and then, and I always say, like, when you check with yourself, then you're able to understand others better. And that's why we're moving forward with the active listening. I'm pretty sure, since it's mediation forum, that you know about it, and you're very aware how important it is. So just like tiny reminders for those who are maybe not that much experienced in the topic is that active listening is listening to understand, not to reply. And actually, that's something that was very shocking for me as well. Like some years ago, when I thought how much of my times of my conversations, I'm actually listening with the thought that, oh, what I'm gonna say next after this person stops talking. And I caught myself like a lot of times that instead I'm actually like giving the person 100% of my attention, I'm thinking, aha, she's talking about her holiday. I'm gonna say that I also been to Italy like a few years ago, and you know what I did there, you know, or sometimes like when you're hearing someone saying like, okay, for the weekend we will go to visit grandma, and I was like, yeah, what I'm gonna eat, like maybe I need to pick some sandwiches. I will suggest to pick some sandwiches, right? Like I'm giving just examples, you know, but many times actually we listen just already thinking what we should reply instead of just listening. And it's actually quite a hard thing to do, you know, like to give attention. And sometimes in the trainings we have this practicing, you know, when we practice active listening to each other. It's actually not that easy as it might seem, you know, like to listen actually, not to listen to understand, not to respond. And also, you know, like active listening helps to create space for mutual dignity and recognition. It helps, you know, to build a space which is safe and built with empathy. And also, like, since it's built with empathy, it keeps the dialogue open even in the tense situations. And also, like, when you listen, you actually moving a little bit further for understanding, you know, and understanding doesn't mean agreeing, you know, you listen. It doesn't mean that you agree with the person, everything what the person says. Sometimes, you know, we listen to those people who have absolutely opposite opinion or values or experience on what we have, you know, and especially in those situations, I think we listen just to reply, you know, especially when you're arguing or like if there's tension among partners, among coworkers, whatever, you think, aha, then I'm gonna say like, so you complain about the dirty dishes. Okay, I'm gonna say like the next time when you like put your dirty socks, you know, in the middle of the floor, you know, I'm bringing something like from the real life, no, and you know, like, and then you know, like you know, when you're thinking like, okay, when I'm gonna, you know, to counterattack, it's really not building inclusive dialogue. It's building the tension among you, you know. And I think we all have been in the situations when we already like preparing, I'm gonna use this argument, right? So active listening, especially in the tense situation, it helps, you know, you to understand. And again, it doesn't mean that you agree with everything said. And it also doesn't mean that you approve. And especially like when building dialogue, and I think as mediators, you really know that it doesn't mean agreement, it doesn't mean approval, it definitely doesn't mean passivity. It just means you give dignity and respect. And we talked about respect, how important it is, just like in the chat, that, you know, to give the person enough dignity to explain what they're going through or what they're feeling or what's happening and what they think of something, you know, like you just give them space out of the respect and out of the empathy. And it's not silence without engagement, you know, like it needs to be distinguished sometimes, especially when I work with young people. They think like, okay, if I like look on my phone and then this person, I let that person talk as much as they want and not replying something, it's active listening. No, it's not active listening. Active listening is actually when you listen, you know, what the person is saying. And again, you know, like it's related with the saying, like you don't give the counter arguments or you don't giving the reply or like sharing your experience. It's like just listening, you know, just giving the attention to the other person. And I really like this quote saying that listening is not the same as agreeing. It's a way of responding more consciously, you know, because, you know, when you listen, you can know a lot of more about the person, a lot of more about other things. And I think it was Confucius who said like, again, very nice quote, which I really love, that when you talk, you repeat the information which you already know. When you listen, you might learn something new. So listening is actually beneficial, you know, because you might hear new perspectives, new things, new information, which is might be interesting, valuable, useful for you as well. And when we talk about active listening, what does it involve? So it involves, first of all, being present instead of preparing your reply in advance, as I said, or also instead of, you know, looking through the window or scrolling through our phones, you know. And And when you actively listen, you give the undivided attention to the other person, who's talking, and you listen with a purpose, so you're listening not to reply, not to argument, not to just being polite, but you try to listen just because you want to understand, you want to understand, and especially when it comes about needs and feelings, you give the attention, so you want to understand what this person is going through. And again, it really helps to avoid this assumption, when I said like it's very easy to assume what other people need or what other people are feeling, but when you give you do active listening, then you actually can understand what's going on. And like when you're active listening, you also like how to say that people give a lot of information with the way they talk, but also they give even more information with nonverbal communication, right? With the face expressions, gestures, body language, tone of voice, like with the voice cracks, the other like this information which is not verbal, which is nonverbal, and it also like when you actively listen and you focus on the person, you can see a lot of things, and you can not only see the concerns or values, but also you can feel the emotion sometimes, even behind the words, and also when you're actively listening, you had, as I said, like you get new information, and Confucius said like you probably will hear something you don't know already. That also gives like a good way to reflect after, because you can reflect back what you heard before, because you were not focusing on what you're gonna reply, but you are focusing what the person is actually telling you verbally and non-verbally. And like I just made it like for the comparison, what is reactive listening and active listening, and most of us, including myself, we do the left reactive listening more often than the active listening. So reactive listening is like, again, when I mentioned we listen to reply, we are interrupting or correcting. You probably have been there, right? When you want to share something, for example, you're very excited about the upcoming vacation, what you're gonna do, where you're gonna travel, and then someone is like, yeah, I also booked tickets to Mallorca, and I will go there and I'm gonna party like all day, all night, or like, oh, I'm gonna lay on the beach, and get tanned or something, and then it's kind of doesn't give you the respect and the time and space to share. And also focusing only on the position, like especially in the conflicts, reactive listening is like, like you focus on what is person standing, but not really trying to understand the deeper roots of what's going on. And again, assuming intention, like, you're saying this, so you want to make me jealous, you're bragging about your vacation, so you want me jealous. Okay, you're complaining about dirty dishes, so you want to show me how terrible partner I am because I don't clean myself, or you're calling me messy, so like we already assume, and then we don't listen because we are drowned in our assumptions. And active listening, as I said, like it's the opposite. We listen to understand, we check in the meaning before responding. I mean, when you're listening actively, of course you can ask questions, it's not that you listen like a robot, like ChatGPT. No, you also present, but you give the focus to that person, and you ask questions because you're curious about that and you want to learn to know the answer. And again, as I said, like you listen not only with your ears, but also with your heart. And you also staying curious. Actually, like the questions actually pop up automatically, if you really are listening and you really want to understand. At least for me, like when I really focus on the way someone is talking to me, like I have a lot of questions. So if they talk about vacation, I start really interested, where they gonna go, what they gonna do, with whom they going, if someone is telling me about if they break up and then they feel like really sad, I want to hear, what the feelings, but how they coping, what help do they need, like when we're curious, like we can get a lot of things to be curious about. So curiosity, it's very important in the human connection, I believe. And just, how in Lithuania we say špargalka, like there's, draft phrases which are useful for active listening. And again, I had some young people actually printed them. You don't have to do it, of course, but just, sometimes that it's hard to find words, like to say. And when you're listening to someone and giving them the undivided attention, you can always like, to reflect and to clarify if you're really like understanding what the person is saying. So you can use phrases like, what I hear you saying is, did I understand correctly that and then, to check in if you understood things as they are. It sounds for you like this is important because, or just clarifying and going deeper. Can you tell me a bit more about that? Can you tell me more about your vacation? Can you tell me more about the issues struggling at work? Can you tell me more about your date from Tinder? Like whatever situation you have. And I can hear that this topic feels strong for you, especially in the conflicts. And if you're arguing about dirty dishes, then probably something is behind. It's not only dishes, because dishes are not needed, maybe something maybe it's harmony that is missing and the person feels. Maybe it's just, like looking for the connection with you, and saying like, and like probably wanted to build together something, and this just comes as an excuse, or like this feeling that the work is not valid, when they always do the dishes and you don't do. Like there can be millions of reasons, and then when you talk and when you listen actively and when you ask questions, apparently you can find out which reason it is exactly. So active listening, going from feelings, needs, active listening, and of course, many of you mentioned in the first question that empathy is also very important. And then I will ask Valentina to be my great sport once again. And I will ask you, what is empathy for you? Like, again, no right or wrong answers. Just like I really want to know how you understand empathy. And I will stop.
1 second. I write our link in a chat, and also I will share my screen.
Thank you, Valentina. You're awesome.
Dear participants, you can see a question. How do you understand empathy?
Also, if it's easier, you can also just text in the chat as well. Thank you so much for writing. I will ask Valentina to help me with the translation a little bit.
First, we see here understanding, ability to share feelings, when we accept others' emotions. I try to translate співпереживання. Думаю, перекладачі мені тут підскажуть якось, бо воно в нас лідирує тут.
It's the leading one. We have the compassion, the understanding one. Compassion. Empathy, rather. Empathy.
I can see our participant writes in our chat like comparison.
Compassion. Feeling
Also, it's
another
our
person as yourself.
when person has a trouble and we understand it. But maybe our leaders is comparison, understanding. It's the biggest words here.
Yeah, and also see like beautiful words as
We see that many words are similar here.
Yeah. Fantastic. I think it's very beautiful, and you're very aware of empathy. So you're not like my young people sometimes who are not really understanding what it is. But yeah, it's also interesting that for many people, also like brings a little bit different flavors. So thank you, Valentina. Thank you, everyone who contributed to it. And I promise not that much left. So we go to talk about empathy. So, okay. So empathy, I would say, is the foundation of building inclusive, building dignified, building fulfilling relationships with the other, and especially I see it as a foundation of the inclusive dialogue. And many things you already mentioned. So first of all, it's nobody seeing the person behind the position, and especially in the conflict, you don't see it as an opponent, but you try to see it as a person first. Then you're also trying to understand, not only evaluate, again, like with active listening, you try to understand what's going on, to understand their position. Again, it doesn't mean that you need to accept it, and especially in the conflicts, sometimes, it's not possible to agree, because it's really clashes with your values, with your opinion, with your views of life. But also like empathy tries to understand why this person saying so, or why the person is behaving like this. It's like, finding the reasons, and not only evaluate good or bad, just like understanding what is happening in their life, and also like it's creating space for experience, emotion, and dignity, and actually to be like, and I will talk not only as a psychologist, but also as a youth worker, dealing with other people's emotions, especially the strong ones, and especially the ones who are coming from very unfulfilled needs. It's actually very heavy. It's a hard work, and empathy, I always say like it's a given of human, and we humans like apparently probably the only ones who can feel empathy. Sympathy, okay, some animals can do it, but empathy is like the human gift. But it also comes with the price, and it comes with the price that actually it's not so easy to be empathetic, and sometimes you need to train it even. And as I said, empathy does not mean agreement, it's like being like present and try to understand, what's going on, and what's happening in the person's life, what are they feeling, what are their needs, what made them, to do this, to say this, to think like this, so again, like it's like trying to find this human connection, even with someone who we might not completely agree. And again, like comparison, what is empathy is not, I said, it's not agreement, it's not approval. It's, especially from the colleagues, I have colleagues who work in juvenile prisons, for example, and they have clients who have done like really terrible things to other people, and they still, talked with them and tried to understand. It doesn't mean that they approve any of the crimes they have committed, but it's trying to understand why the person did things like that, and then, you can not agree with it, you can be disgusted by it, it's okay. But it doesn't mean that, you're still not giving the basic human dignity to the person, and you also give time to understand what led it to it, and empathy is not taking responsibility for someone else's feelings or experience, you're just trying to understand, but you're not being responsible, for example, if the person feels angry or sad, or especially if it's not related with your situation, like it's just trying to be there and to listen. And also, it's not meaning that you need to lose your own boundaries or your own values. It doesn't mean that you give you all and, to that person, but also, like I said, empathy comes with the price. And sometimes it's very important, to have the boundaries when you cannot, if you're going through some really heavy stuff yourself, you probably will not be able to, how to say, to be there for the person fully, because many things are happening in your life, and then your needs comes first, right? And your emotions come first. So it's like, it doesn't mean that you need to be empathetic 24/7 and 365 days per year, no, it's not possible, and nobody can do it. Like, you would be superhuman if you could, but when you can and you have energy, like, it's nice, and it's really helping to build fulfilling relations, but also it helps you grow. And empathy is, like, again, you also mentioned in the mentee, and you mentioned in the chat, it's trying to understand other person's perspective and experience, and it's also staying connected to humanity across difference. And even if that person is totally in opposite position than you, and like you're having tense conflict, you still bring in the human value first, right? That whoever you are and whatever you have done, you're still human, and try to connect it through that with you. And also, it's recognizing emotions, immediately reacting to it. And also, that's something important with not only empathy but active listening, that especially with like someone who we love and who care about, and they feel angry or they feel sad, we really have this human need to fix the sadness. Like, don't be sad, let's do something, which might not always be the case. It might work, if the person has a need of unfulfilled fun, or like need to connect, but sometimes the sadness comes from the other unfulfilled needs, and which is not really that what you're suggesting. So with empathy, you're not trying to fix it. You don't try to react to it. You're just there to listen, whatever comes, whatever emotions is coming from another person. And when you actually do empathy and when you do active listening, it makes the dialogue more possible, because you see more points of connection instead of differences. Because when we don't listen and we don't try to understand, it's very easy to dismiss the position. It's very easy to dismiss the person in general. But when when we try to be empathetic and to, again, not to approve what they done on what they think, but just to see why, what might be the reasons behind this, and what might be the feelings behind this, we still have some connecting moments, even the little ones. And sometimes the little ones are the most important, I would say. And when we talk about peace building, again, in the interpersonal relationships, why I find it like beautiful, because it reduces us versus them. And as I said, like, I work a lot with youth with fewer opportunities, and I had some trainings, for example, with youth with intellectual disabilities. And like, I don't know how it's in Ukraine, but in Lithuania, there's still like quite discriminated and excluded group, and it's not always welcome in all the open activities, and then, but then, when they understand, when you talk and you spend time together and you build the empathy of each other, you still find, okay, they're not so different, and we all have the same needs. We all like want to have fun as young people. We want to connect, want to have friends. We want to feel safe, and we all want to be respected. And then this us and them, it starts to melt a little bit. The same with LGBTQI community. Like, when we had this how to say, events, sometimes, like, it's really like I don't want to say it's violent, it's not, but like, it's really like with caution and so on. And then when you like try to be create empathetic atmosphere, and you try to create safe space for all, then like, the connection starts happening. I'm not saying that they become best friends in a day, no, but it helps you to see what's going on and what's happening, in those persons' shoes. Also, like, empathy helps us move beyond initial stereotypes. And all of us have stereotypes. I also have stereotypes, about something. And it's not only like country stereotypes or something related about blonde hair, it's like stereotypes about certain groups, of society. And then when you have empathy, like, the stereotypes start, to disappear, because as you see, like, the more empathy you put, the more you see that actually we're so similar. We all have been through similar experiences. Like, and the cases, like all these four I shared with you, and when you try to name the feeling and you try to name the need, I think many of you can relate to this some point, because many of you like wrote the things exactly what it would be, so you could understand what's going on, and that's the power of empathy. And of course, it supports mutual dignity and recognition. It creates the safe space for dialogue, even in the conflictual situations. And also it helps people to feel heard before they become more defensive. And again, it's very important in the conflicts, or especially when you work with the groups who are like really not that friendly towards each other, but when you give the space and respect, and empathy is the part of it, like you can hear many things that might surprise you. And question worth of million euros is how to practice empathy, and then I was thinking like what helps to build the empathy in a very like daily lives, like very simple ways. So I tried to put some kind of tips, of course you just take from these what makes sense for you, because we're all similar but also different, and different things work for us. I think some of you mentioned meditation, when it comes to peace building, and others mentioned, like rest and pauses. So, take whatever resonates for your situations. So what I would suggest, to practice empathy would, first of all, would be pause before judging. We all have this judgment, I said we all have stereotypes and we all have judgment. It's part of human nature, we need to evaluate everything. And it came like from many, many years, of judging the environment, and environment comes with other people. And it's automatic, and it happens, and you shouldn't feel guilty about it, if you ask me. But also, if you want to build empathy, like don't jump into conclusions, and empathy often starts in the small space when you hear something and react to it, especially if that something's against your values. Just pause a little bit, let the person do the talking, and then you can judge after, and sometimes, it happens, at least to me, that after I hear it, like this initial judgment, it's not even there, because that's something I assume that's not really happening. Second, what I would suggest is to separate the person from the position. I think I already mentioned before, but we are more than our opinions, we're more than our actions, and we're more than our behavior. I always say we're humans, but like, yes, behavior speaks for ourselves, but it's not the only language we can speak, right? And like, even if you something that you, as I said, like you don't agree, you not approve, it goes against your values, still try not to put it in the picture that much, but just give the space, for the person to share, what they're going through. Third is like, again, which I mentioned for the active listening, is that look for the feeling underneath, and sometimes angry comments, sarcasm, defensiveness, or apathy or withdrawal may hide other emotions. And under the surface, there might be fear, shame, or hurt. And I think one example could be like, we used to have this very angry neighbor who was always complaining about tiny things like the autumn leaves, who are like, falling into the garden, that the others are like, the kids are shouting too loud, and then too many cars. And, like everything seemed like to be annoyed the person, and to make him angry. But actually we just, find out that actually after his wife died, he became really sad, and then he was really missing the human connection. He was missing just to be heard by other people, and getting the recognition and attention. And that person said it themselves at the funeral of one of our other neighbor, who was like old lady. And he said like, I got really angry after my wife passed away, and because I think like it's grief, so it's not assumption, it just came out, and then we understood why he was like always so mad. So sometimes, like all these strong emotions might hide hurts, griefs, and fear and shame, and you will not find out until you practice empathy. And yeah, another suggestion would be listen to what matters. Again, behind strong words, there might be feelings, there might be experience, there might be some tough lessons the person had to go through. So give it time, give it space to give it. And also, like, you know, when we talk about needs, the neighbor situation was also that sometimes it's the need, you know, to being heard. That's why you complain that you have this, you know, dignity to fulfill in, not maybe in a very inclusive ways, but you still get your need fulfilled in some ways. So maybe, you know, that what the behavior of is saying of other person that there's something more underneath, you know, and maybe that's some need that's also not fulfilled, and they probably are struggling with the need themselves. And last but not least is like try to fit yourself in the shoes. I really like this proverb of Native Americans. They say like, before you judge me, walk 3 moons with my shoes. So it's with my moccasins, the name of the shoes. I don't know how it's in English. So, you know, like try to understand, you know, the background, the experience, the story, the narrative of the person before you're judging. And it's always good, you know, to ask yourself, what experiences might have shaped this view, you know? Why the neighbor is so angry about the leaves, you know? Why he's so angry about the kids? Or like any other situation. And for example, what part of the story am I not seeing? Because there's many cases that, you know, like you don't see this, you see only surface, but you don't see the deep ocean under the surface, you know? So there might be the whole ocean of emotions, all ocean of the unfulfilled needs, you know, the person is going through. And also some tough experiences, you know, they shape that way, you know, she or he or they are behaving. So, you know, like it's always good to ask and to try. Imagine, I think many of you mentioned the Menti as well. And very simple, choose curiosity before correction. And when we correct them, you know, like saying, but you think wrong, you know, it's not true. It's very easy to build the tension, you know, like you go into the conflict. But curiosity slows things down, you know, when you ask, instead of saying, but it's the wrong way to think of you, it's better to ask, what makes you see it that way? Can you say more about what you mean by saying that, you know, like give questions, you know, and maybe the answer will come to you. Again, it doesn't mean that you have to approve or to agree, but just like gives the better understanding. Check your assumptions, very similar with judgments, you know, not to assume, to ask is always the better way. And listen to the stories and not only opinions. As I said, like opinions are shaped by life, you know, like we all our opinions are shaped because of our life stories and what we went through and what we heard, where we were raised. Like it can be millions of reasons, you know. So sometimes I would say it's very useful to listen to the story of the person instead of only the opinion, you know, and then it also helps to avoid the stereotypes, you know, about certain, especially if the opinion is not of the certain person, but like from the third party, for example, or something you read in the media. So it's always, you know, to connect with a human first, and not only the words, not the opinions, or not media narratives, for example. And practices, very simple ones, and we're going close to the end, how to build empathy. And there are some suggestions. Again, you're welcome to take whatever you resonates with you. So first of all, I would suggest a constant reflection. Reflection is actually like sounds very boring, I know, especially for young people. Like, I'm like, what I'm gonna do? Like sit and think. But actually, it's very useful. I like to reflect a lot. I learned how to do it, and especially after every experience, I try to go back a little bit to see, to go through, and to understand what I heard, what I said, you know, what happened, you know, and all these kind of things, which is somehow becomes a habit, you know. So I think like it also helps to build your emotional intelligence a lot. And journaling, like writing down, is actually super powerful tool. And there are lots of studies, you know, saying that the people who are practicing journaling, like they have a higher emotional intelligence and more empathy because they really reflect on their thoughts. It's like the way of reflection, and reflect on the experiences, you know, and that builds empathy and understanding. Another way to practice your empathy is like repairing after conflict. It can be very simple ways, like apologies when you feel that you did wrong. For example, if you were like too angry, or you shouted, or you hurt someone, and also taking the responsibility for your action. It's actually it's powerful, you know, like many people say, like, I will not apologize because I'm not weak. Actually, apology is a strength, you know, and like when you're taking responsibility, for something you've done, you know, and if it's made other person hurt, sad, lonely, or angry, don't be afraid to take responsibility. Actually, being vulnerable with these kind of things is like really the power in the relationship. It doesn't mean that you need to apologize for everything, you know, and what you're not having to do. So, but you know, when you feel that you actually were in the wrong, don't be afraid to apologize. It helps to build the connection, but it also helps to build the empathy, because then you put yourself in the other person's shoes. Another thing is like listening to lived experiences, especially when it comes to judgments and stereotypes. So, you know, I would say like there are lots of good podcasts, documentaries on YouTube, you know, all these kind of things, like to trying to understand. Another thing, and I know that we have also amazing volunteers, you know, here in the forum. Volunteering actually is one of the ways to build empathy, because you're giving your time, your energy, your part of your life, you know, to contribute to the well-being of other people, which is actually, again, a really powerful thing. And it actually, you know, helps to build a connection. And it's not only fulfills your needs, probably for dignity, connection, friendships, and so on, but it also, you know, gives the self-actualization, which is the top of the Maslow. So I would say, you know, like if you have an opportunity volunteer, even a little bit, you know, like it's really, really good tool. Stepping outside your bubble, which means like get out of your comfort zone sometimes, and especially when it comes to social interactions, talk to people you would never talked before. Talk to people who are really you have stereotypes about, you know, try to learn them, try to listen to them, practice active listening, you know, you can hear many amazing things. Funny, but not so funny, that reading stories and fiction even also helps to build empathy. And reading is a very powerful tool, because when we read the book, we really jump into the world of someone else, and we put literally we put themselves in ourselves in their shoes, so we know what they're going through. It's actually a great tool for building empathy. Again, what I said, like learning about stereotypes and bias, and reflect on it, reflect on your inner bias, because we all have bias. It's also like can help you to become more empathetic. Meaningful conversations, even with those with you don't agree, and especially with the ones you don't agree, you know, can really help you to see things more clearly, and like to build the empathy towards other people. And it's not only debates or conflicts, but also like just human to human conversation. Practicing emotional literacy, well, you already have the tool of the wheels of emotions. There are lots of others, you know, like practicing. There are even exercises, you know, something like we did. So, you know, like if you really like want to, like, I think Google is the good source of that. And again, what you mentioned, it's like mindfulness and grounding practices such as meditation. Mindfulness, I think it's very trendy, and you know what it is, you know, like practicing these simple exercises, you know, to be constant aware of your mind, you know, what's going on in your head and in your heart and in your body. It's also a great tool, you know, to understand yourself better. And I always say, like, when you understand yourself better, when you reflect on your needs, when you reflect on your feelings, and when you reflect on your life story and opinions, it really helps you to understand other people's needs, feelings, stories, opinions, and whatever is happening. So you're very welcome to do it. And yeah, I think that's it for today. I hope you didn't fall asleep. And if you have any questions, I don't know how much time we have. I try to finish on time. If there's any burning questions or comments, you're very welcome. Also, I can leave my email. You're very welcome, you know, like to ask if there's something burning to you. I'm pretty sure the organizers will share the presentation with you. So, you know, you can go through it again and again if you want. And yeah, it was really a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. And yeah, thank you so much. And thanks to Valentina for inviting me here.
Лауро, щиро дякуємо вам за такий натхненний виступ для молоді.
Thank you very much for such inspirational talk. Thank you for covering such important issues regarding the emotional intelligence, work with needs, knowing your emotions. And what is very important is to develop empathy and to be empathetic towards one another. Dear participants, we have question and answers. So please use this opportunity to write in chat and let's try to answer them.
And thank you everyone for the thank yous in the chat. It's my pleasure, to be here.
Так, бачу, учасники діляться подякою за ваш виступ. Дякую вам, що включалися
Thank
активно.
you for your presentation. Thank you for answering the questions.
Так, поки що бачу подяки.
So far, I see only thank yous.
Oh, you're very sweet. Thank you for listening and thank you for joining. And I saw the comment, now I'm trying to find who said it. I think it's Victoria saying that it's easy to say do something. It's actually, yes, very easy to say. And I agree that, and as I said, like empathy is and active listening is hard. So, like it's not really like, oh, I will become empathetic. I think Valentina can agree. You will not become empathetic in one night, but even the tiny steps, even the very tiny steps, might, move you forward. So I would say doing a little bit, very a little bit is better than doing nothing. So, Victoria, you don't need to go like big steps, small step at a time. Whenever you feel, you want to do it, you're very welcome. So
Повністю погоджуюся з вами. Це не будується за один
Yes, I
день.
fully agree. You're not building it in
Це
one
точно про
day.
практику.
This is about practice every day.
Ольга у нас просить слайд з електронною
Olga
адресою. Так,
asks
зараз
the
відправлю.
slide with email.
okay, I can also put my email in the chat.
Ага, добре. Дякуємо, Лаура, бачимо в чаті.
Thank you. We see it in the chat.
Так. Давайте тоді ще поставимо реакцій.
So let's give some emojis to sum up our meeting.
Лауро, ще раз вам дякую.
Laura, thank you very much.
За ваш вклад.
Thank you for your contribution to this forum, to this event. For me, it is very valuable. And that you're speaking to us.
Ірина запитує щодо LinkedIn.
Irina asks if you have LinkedIn.
Yes, I do. Give me a second. As you see, like I have long nails. It's sometimes hard to be very efficient with the keyboard.
Так. Схоже, наша зустріч сьогодні починає будувати нові
It
контакти.
seems we are building new contacts, and it is very valuable and it's inspiring.
Дякую, шановні учасники.
Thank you, dear participants, for your active participation. And I'm giving the floor to Luisa.
Thank you, Valentina. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely weekend. And I wish you a lot of peace, not only in the worldwide, but also like in your personal lives. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо вам. Шановні учасники, у нас з вами щойно завершилася
Dear
сесія.
participants, we have finished the session dedicated to the peace building, and now we will have break.
І сьогодні на вас ще
And
очікують
today you still
наступні
have
сесії.
a couple of sessions,
Зокрема, сесія
including the session
суперсил.
on five superpowers, where we invite youth and children. This is a session for them. It will start at 16 o'clock Kyiv time.
Також сьогодні
Today we
сесія для
also
медіаторів.
have a session
Будемо
for
говорити
mediators,
про створення
where we will
особистого
be
бренду
talking
медіатора.
about the personal brand of a mediator,
Як говорити
And as Louisa said, we still have to hear the results of competition for children. The voting is still ongoing. And audience award and who gets the most votes. And today we would also have session that is dedicated to support of our mental health. And we would be talking about the power of pause. And this session would also take place today. That's it. This is our plan.
І повертаємося на наступну сесію о 16:00 за Києвом.
I'm the member of the Ukrainian Academy of Mediation, and today I'm honored to moderate this discussion panel, the superpower that will save the ocean, how to learn to hear what's important. I'm happy to see the audience. I guess that the topic is relevant for those who have been practicing this path of life for a long time, and for those who are newcomers. I would like to invite our participants. First of all, I would like to introduce the speakers and panelists, the head of the Department of Intellectual Property of the Ukrainian Office of Intellectual Property, Olga Kulinich and Maria Byczkowska. So the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mariana. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be able to take the floor and on behalf of the Association of Intellectual Property, I feel honored to be the co-organizers and to do my modest contribution into the forum. Maria Byczkowska will accompany me during this presentation. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the audience for the thoroughly prepared forum with regard of the agenda and their activities. Just I would like to extend my recognition and stress that it's a unique platform for us to be able to be present, to participate, to listen to people here. And I would also like to say thank you to our young participants, I mean children who are attending today's session, because the topics we are discussing are important for children, of course. And besides Maria, we have got special guests, Jan and Zlata. Welcome our younger generation representatives, and due to them, this session will be able to present something completely different. And the topic of today's discussion is these 5 superpowers that will save the ocean. How to hear what truly matters about these superpowers, and Yana Zlata will help us in this discuss. First of all, I would like to ask you to express what you are feeling right now. How are you feeling?
Я вже від себе закрила, сподіваюся, що ми побачимо ще більше. О, я бачу дуже приємні смайли. Дякую,
Yes.
Софія, Мар'яна, Валентина.
Pleasant smiles.
Дякую, дякую. Поки що настрій у всіх дуже добрий. Ми
Um,
сподіваємося,
Yeah, at the moment the spirit is quite actually inspiring. So I guess that it will maybe you've got your favorite emoji signs. Feel free to share your emotions, your feelings. We'll be happy to know how you feel. Maybe it's about our ocean inhabitants. Thank you for sharing how you feel. And I do hope that at the end of our presentation and discussion, you will improve your mood. Thank you for sharing your emotions. I hope that during the session we'll be able to share something of our experience. First of all, I would like to ask you, what do you know about the ocean? What is ocean for you? What do you associate ocean with? We have got a Mentimeter. For those who are using telephones, please click the link that is added, or just use the QR code and enter Mentimeter what ocean means for you. It can be absolutely different types of associations. Just write what you perceive ocean might mean to you.
технічну допомогу, будь ласка, щоб ви перекинули нас на
And I would also like our technical staff help us with sharing the Mentimeter results.
Ольга, якщо ти можеш звернути
Olga, if you can please
підтримка включила нам
give the possibility for our organizers share the screen.
Зараз будуть.
Добре, я бачу
The words are yet to come.
Відпочинок чудово.
Just a moment.
Сподіваюся, що сьогодні п'ятниця і всі відпочинуть після нашої сесії.
Yeah.
Дивіться, скільки слів нас вже є.
Indefiniteness, ecosystem, world, universe, sense, life, power, depth,
До нашої сьогоднішньої сесії. Невідомість, це дійсно, бо океан
waves,
залишається одним
freedom.
з найнедослідженіших частин.
And actually, you're sure saying that the ocean is still under-researched.
Дякую вам дуже.
Thank you so much. And we have come across the words such as ecosystem. It's exactly what we're going to speak about today. Sense as well. What else I haven't enumerated? Yes, waves.
У нас сьогодні на
Yes,
задньому фоні дуже багато Дякую дуже за те, що поділилися
at the background, you can see many waves. Thank you for sharing your emotions, what actually ocean means for you. I do hope that at the end of today's session, you will discover something valuable for you. Let's get back to the presentation.
Дякую.
Так,
Thank you.
можете запускати презентацію.
Дякую, що
Yes,
поділилися.
you can start demonstrating the presentation. Thank you for sharing your impressions. As the study demonstrates, ocean is one natural phenomenon, but how much meanings it might convey. Take into consideration the specific topic we are discussing today, and while getting ready for today's session, we have prepared some interesting facts we would like to share with you. Actually, 71% of Earth is covered water, and I guess that there is some nothing new to you, but did you know that ocean produces 50%? First and foremost, I thought about forests, wood, and trees, but actually, you can judge how important ocean is, being a producer of the oxygen. And you know that currently ocean is literally suffering from the harmful substances and a lot of plastic that is actually polluting the water resources. And there is a hypothesis that even one person, an individual can influence it. Why are we talking about the ocean, since we don't have ocean in Ukraine? By illustrating this case, we would like to highlight that with our water resources, our rivers are usually headed to the ocean, and every small step you do on everyday basis usually result in some serious and important consequences. I have previously paid attention to the fact in order just to play a game or to deter you. I just would like to ask you to revise what provides or produces 15% oxygen on the planet.
Ну, поки що ніхто навіть не хоче неправильно відповідати.
I see that nobody wants to provide an incorrect answer. Yes, of course, it's about the oceans.
Так, дякую вам дуже.
Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Я думаю, що це буде новий цікавий факт, який ми всі
I feel it's going to be a new interesting fact that you will consider. Now, I just would like to shift to the superpowers. We intended to talk first, super force. that actually is common to each of you, and I do hope you use it on an everyday basis. Our main super force is to see, seeing. What do you see here? Please write your perceptions in the chat. Maria, could you please help me with responses? Somebody says rubbish, somebody says catastrophe. Yes, I get that catastrophe, yes, is precisely the picture you're describing here. Yes. So, absolutely right. And take a look, what do you see now?
Так, ага, дельфін, скульптура, кит,
Yes, we can see the dolphin, a plastic box, and probably it's very close to the topic. Yes, it's the art element. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your views, for seeing absolutely different form and nature of the objects. What has changed on this second slide? That actually the rubbish remained rubbish itself. It has not disappeared anywhere, but it has been transformed, it has changed its shape and application. In the first, when you see the rubbish in the ocean, and here in the second, on the second slide, you can see the transformation. So that's metaphorically explained. Maybe it's about change. People that usually work with problems on an everyday basis might, of course, be taken away by the complications, but the most essential here is to be able to see the good or the benefit of those problematic things we have come across on everyday basis. So you can just imagine that it's a kind of this culture that has been formed out of 5 tons of rubbish. And by doing so, the authors of this culture site have decided to pay attention to the burning issues, ecological issues, and social issues that we usually encounter on an everyday basis in our modern way of living. And it's about the impact, what impact we can make on people. Actually, that's about the force, it's about the power to be able to comprehend and to understand. So, while speaking about the different approaches, do you only see the problems, troubles, fears, or do you see the solutions? And by changing the aspect, the angle you are evaluating the problem will probably help you to work out rational solutions. And this environmental situation, as I previously mentioned, is compared to the real life settings. The second superpower is the superpower or the ability to hear. And we have got icebergs in the oceans, and we mentioned the plastic bottles that are floating on the surface. Of course, these plastic can be metaphorically described as our habits, our routine, chores, some habit that we do on everyday basis. And of course, these plastic used on everyday basis will of course affect the environment. And when you see the iceberg, so what is the percentage of the surface you see? Of course, you see this smaller part of the iceberg surface. It means that the real problems are hidden behind somewhere at the bottom. Yeah, that's why I would like to signal that probably the ability to hear and listen is not only about be able to understand the words, but while speaking, the ability to look for the solutions. So the best, of course, advice is to dig deeper and to look for the solutions. what hides beneath the conflicts? Please help us. Let us demonstrate the survey. It's offense, it's boredom, a necessity to be heard, and of course, the wish to win. Thank you for summarizing. 90% have chosen the ability to be heard. Yes, this is actually the right answer. Yes, as in the community, a human is supposed and desires to be heard, not only listening. That's exactly what the role of mediators is. When we are listening more attentively during providing counseling sessions, actually that's the way to work out corresponding solutions. What we would like to do now, we would like to invite Anna and Zlata and tell you a story. And these children usually did a lot of environmentally oriented activities. And Zlata will share her experience of fighting for the environmentally friendly surroundings. The first thing that it was, she has come across certain difficulties on that road. So let's listen to Zlata's story. What has happened? I have been collecting, but on I needed them for my picture, and you um, took them and used for completely another project. I thought that these are the plastic covers just for a project. Just would like it to help the stand be more attractive, but nobody told me that I cannot touch them. But you even haven't asked. But you haven't explained anything.
Отже, дякую. Яна, Злата, стоп.
Yes.
Давайте
Yana, Zlata, stop.
ваші
Let
ситуації.
us
Спробуємо
let us
подивитися уважніше.
go deeper
Злати
into
була
the
творча
situation.
ідея, власне,
Zlata had
як це
a
допомогти
creative
класу бути
idea,
корисним,
and Jan
як
wanted to
вони
help
могли допомогти один
the
одному
class
і в
to
разі
be
існування
useful
будь-чого для кого
for the
важливо.
community.
Це
So
було
actually,
зрозуміло
they
для
haven't
Злати,
settled
це було
what
зрозуміло для Яни.
what was
Отже,
of prime importance to both of them.
як ви думаєте, да? Напишіть, що
What do you think?
важливо для Яни
What
і
do you think
взагалі
is
це
important
ваша
for
галузева
Jan and
організація?
Zlata? Would you please share your thoughts
Можливо,
on this topic?
варіанти.
Каже, є одна відповідь, що Злата хоче
Yes.
визнання поваги до її ідеї.
Zlata
У нас є
demands
також
recognition
чудові
of her
коментарі
idea.
наших зірочок. Дякую вам. Бути почутим.
She wishes to be heard.
Чекаємо ще на відповіді.
Було видно.
Да, дякуємо Яні Златі, Яну Златі.
Thank you, Jan and Zlata.
Насправді, якраз
Actually,
і головне для них
the most essential for them is to be heard and understood. And that's exactly what mediation comes from. It's about the try or taking an effort to understand that another part and to be able to work out a proper solution. Yes, we hear the conflict, but if we use these two superpowers we have previously mentioned, this strategy will help us to understand that it's not about bottle caps, it's about the approach that Zlata demands her activity to be recognized. And Jan actually didn't agree to the fact that he was accused because he also meant well for his community. So there are a couple of options for this scenario. We're supposed to apologize, the girl or the boy, or maybe do you suppose, or could be those who will work upon the like mutual project, mutually agreed during the bottle caps collection? Yes, we have got a couple of variants. For now, the recommendation, yes, there was an option to collaborate while writing the project. Somebody means that each partner is supposed to apologize. The majority think that it should be forgotten and start from the very start. I get that there is no sense to start from scratch. It's about who is supposed to apologize. Let's discuss.
Another option is to write down the rules of the project. When conflicts can persist, it makes total sense to build the code of conduct together. With these rules or code, one can prevent future conflicts. That could be organized also in parallel to these boxes for bottle caps for different colors, let's say, or a box for the general project. It should be organized in a freely accessible spot for either the whole project, school, or the class. So the correct answer here is to develop the rules for the project. That would also facilitate hearing each other well and preventing conflicts. Thank you very much for the participation in this survey. This conflict could be resolved and would help Yana and Zlata when they grow up and become adults. They would be further capable of respectful treatment of other people and finding solutions in difficult situations. I'm sure that these superpowers would be of use for anyone involved. Jan, Zlata, what do you say? Maybe you would consider developing these rules so that your creative project would benefit from them. Would you use these rules at the school? While Jan and Zlata are thinking about it, I would like to express my gratitude to Olha, their leader, because thanks to our teachers or trainers who engage people into major projects like this, we can see the promotion of this culture. This is how we shape the society of tomorrow that is using the superpowers and preventing conflicts. Thank you, Olha. Thank you too. Let's move on and focus on what's important. Thank you very much again. Thank you, Olha. Now let me give the floor to Maria. We haven't discussed all the superpowers yet, so let's move on. Maria. Thank you. We have covered two main superpowers so far, but just hearing and seeing is not enough. Just like we have seen now, hearing is good, seeing is good, but there is still a chance of conflict to recur. That's why it's so important to discuss things thoroughly. Any action of yours can have implications in the future. We are still talking about this umbrella topic of ocean. But let's try and see, take a deeper and more specific perspective. On this slide, you can see three interesting cases which illustrate how people were shaping the situation. For example, Hanna Herbst, aged 15, she built this energy probe for ocean currents, and it cost only $12. She also patented this invention. That's all about creativity and the right to protect your intellectual property. This idea belongs to you, and no one can steal it from you if you do the right patent. You remember the conflict with Zlata and Jan? If Zlata had known that intellectual property can be protected, that conflict could have looked completely in a different way. Another good example of how people can use their resources is a case of Ryan Hickman. He has been acting for 3 years only. He's a small child from the US. And now Ryan has his own waste processing company. Our natural resources belong to us all, and we have to act together to protect those. Another example or another case, Yana and Andriy from Ukraine, who started planting trees. It's not about ocean per se, but it's a good example for us all. Complaining about things that go wrong is not enough. We are all active owners of things that we do or don't do, and we can act and use our superpowers. So once again, an idea, ability to hear each other can make difference. Yana and Andrei had this idea. They heard their community about the need to have more trees planted to make their environment better, and it resulted in a wonderful project. Moving on to our next slide. After everything we've just discussed, it's not too much information, but we would want you to be inventors and be creative. Now let's launch this Mentimeter. You will find the link in the chat box, or you can use this QR code to follow the link. Please come up with an idea to save the ocean. It can be something really small, a small activity. Any small act can add up with others and yield a significant result. To make it happen, we will have to be able to hear each other. Now Mentimeter is active, and I hope we will soon see some ideas on the screen. That can be something really small. I will not, for example, I will not dispose of my waste chaotically, or anything you can come up with to save the ocean. Learn how to not pollute. Thank you for the first idea we have. Maybe you can come up with a certain invention similar to those cases we have looked at with you. Planting trees, probing technology. Look at this, how interesting. Platform for waste sorting and processing. I hope we will see more of this in the future. I stumbled upon my sentence because I could see how many more ideas we started getting. I will not get rid of my waste. No, no, you should get rid of your waste, but in a proper way, in an appropriate way. I will set this role model for others to prevent pollution of the ocean. Do not throw garbage on the shore of the sea, bank of the river, to engage others in some cleaning and tidying activities. Come up with inventions for waste management, to not buy what's not necessary, to avoid unnecessary purchases. Yeah, that's a very good one. We often buy things that we don't really need. That's why it's a great idea. I think for our young participants, it can be a good idea to dispose of your old clothes through the appropriate channel. Now we have more and more of these places in Ukraine where we can get rid of our clothes that would be processed. To have enough garbage bins at the seashore. I hope we will get that, to use multiple use products instead of disposable products, to organize projects to protect the ocean, to stop polluting and to prevent others from polluting. We do have activists who are doing exactly that. That's a good idea. To develop this waste management culture. Olga was talking about similar things today. Maybe we will see one day these projects where people build beautiful sculptures from waste. Waste can become art, to use multiple use utensils instead of disposable utensils. Yes, now in summer we often organize picnics and people tend to use disposable things instead of multiple use things. That's good. Thank you for all of that. To say no to plastic bags. To be honest, we have amazing ideas here on this Mentimeter board. I'm sure it's quite inspiring for us all. Let's move back to our presentation. We could discuss a little bit more the superpower of being active. Well, give me a second. Let me show you the presentation. It was amazing to see all your ideas. Thank you for that. I have noticed that all the ideas that you have come up with, which I have read, they are all about being active. But activity can vary greatly. Even the tiniest activity will have some impact, and any positive activity would cause more positive effects. On this slide, you can see that we start from ourselves. That's the first thing that we can do. What can we do? Let's say no to plastic materials and products, sort our waste, dispose of less waste, have less waste. So we have to think what I, as a human being, can do to minimize the amount of waste. But then the next step would be me and my friends, me and others. We can do something together with our friends. These joint activities can have a bigger impact. The more people are involved, the bigger the effect of an activity. So please pass on the knowledge. You can organize waste collection activities. You can collect these bottle caps, you can mediation classes. It can be something not necessarily about the environment, it can be something about resolving conflicts. To do something together is always more interesting than to do something alone. It would also reinforce your connections. The third part of the slide is me and the rest of the world. It's the biggest scale, so to say. Now we are talking about some activities that might have even global impact. Don't forget to protect your own ideas. You can use patents to protect your intellectual property. You can certify your products. Why do we do that? In order to keep being useful to the society. So we have done this exercise already in Mentimeter. But let me ask you once again to open Mentimeter and say what kind of action you could do, either you alone or you with your friends or you on a bigger scale, you and other people in the world. It's not for me or Olga, it's for you. You can use it as your resolution for the future of this forum. Now let's look at the screen on a Mentimeter website.
Сортування.
Oh, I can see waste sorting. I can see people are using chat. That's wonderful. Some people are saying that they are going to start today. It's very good, but please, let's be realistic and let's avoid being harsh to ourselves. I'm waiting for your resolutions on Mentimeter, something that you can start doing now or tomorrow to dispose of your waste in a sustainable way where they process the waste. Waste processing is very good idea, especially to protect the environment and also ocean. Still waiting for some more resolutions. Find projects, building new products from waste, plastic waste. Bring your garbage with you and then dispose of it in an appropriate way. I think it's quite an easy thing to do, but sometimes you feel especially lazy to do that. I can see this comment. To act is the most difficult part. Sometimes you have this idea, but to start acting is the hardest thing that can scare you. To buy less plastic products, to choose eco-friendly packaging. You can really look at the packaging and see more information about the materials. It's important. Thank you very much. These are great activities that are quite easy to do. And I hope that we can come back to our presentation. We are moving towards the end of it. Like I said, our main mission today was to give you some inspiration.
І розуміти, що кожен із вас – це маленька частина цього великого всесвіту. І я передам слово зараз Ольгі для того, щоб вона підвела фінал нашої сьогоднішньої зустрічі.
I'm giving the floor to Olga to finalize today's meeting. Yeah, thank you, Maria. I was reading the comments during the presentation discussion. I just would like to extend my gratitude to our panelists who participated in the discussion and those who expressed different points. And I think that I agree with your suggestions because start from scratch means start with the world with mediation, where there is possibility to hear, to see, and this is the start of the NEU relations after getting familiarized with mediation techniques will definitely improve the quality of their relations and their relations in which understanding and empathy and appreciation and acceptance play the pivotal role. If they apologize and confess to being not open in some at some points, maybe probably Jan wasn't as attentive as probably he should be. I think that after such discussion and reaching mutual understanding, they will experience a new stage of their cooperation, and I get that we'll be able to create a new stage of history for their class. I would like to thank you for their comments, and I think that this topic, if it's interesting for children, it has been raised a couple of times during even our last year sessions. We have spoken about the topic of the discovery, how to come up with discovery elements or ideas that will help to improve our world, to make our world a better place to live. Maybe if you take time to visit our site homepage, you can see a lot of valuable information that you can come across and use for the possibility to learn to speak, learn communicate, learn improve your viewpoints. And once more, I would like to say thank you to our participants, to our children who have demonstrated this situation that might come up. And I'm also grateful to the moderator actually I would like to be to extend my thanks to the Ukrainian Academic Mediation with regard to the scope and most efficient and diversity aspects. The most essential is the aspect no other academy deals with these issues as efficient as the academy does. That's why even I confess that it was a challenge for us to take the floor to explain, to connect all these legal and human dimensions and provide a showcase to demonstrate how the conflicts can be avoided or how the consensus can be reached. Thank you.
Також щиро дякую за модерацію. Дякуємо вам, Ольга, Марія, дякуємо Яну, Зелаті за
Thank you, our participants, our panelists, presenters, for your illustrations. Thank you that in providing such simple illustrative case at the ocean, you have managed to demonstrate the superpowers that teach us, listen others. On my part, I would like to express my gratitude. It was interesting. I do hope it was useful. We saw people react. I think it's a good illustration of some unusual, something that didn't come up before, some aspect that probably the mediator has not been involved in yet. So it means that there is a lot of space to travel through, and it's a kind of the unity or combination of different aspects with working out such aspects that help to bring up the younger generation in respect to the nature environment and appreciating humans, individuals who are around us, and to be able to listen, to comprehend, and to participate. I just would like to mention that we have been collaborating with numerous IPO offices with the mediation center as well. Previously, we organized it in collaboration with the center, and today we are demonstrating that such practices can also be discussed and organized by means of the academy itself. So all these undertakings and endeavors usually result in some, I would say, most fruitful and inspiring and being able to achieve the level when we will have this freedom to efficiently communicate, to provide support, and even support by the presence, the ability to hear and listen.
Щиро дякую, пані Луїзо, за такі гарні слова. Ми дійсно
Lisa, thank you for this positive feedback. We'll do our best to implement other projects with you. Ola hasn't mentioned that we have cooperated in other directions, work with children who are in hospitals, and the hospitals actually also undergo serious damages in the result of constant shelling, and unfortunately it is destroyed. But what is essential that we can restore it, and everyone at its place is able to do a lot. You can start from you. You can think of your neighbors. You can think of the people who surround you, and probably you can think of some good intentions that will help to make this world a better place to live. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking to agenda and timing. And we have got it's my pleasure to to introduce another participant. I can say that I know this girl from her childhood, and now it's the coordinator of the Youth Academy of Mediations that we are currently working upon, since we have been closely working with children and with the young generation and young adolescents. So this is the voice of the youth. And first and foremost, I would like to give the floor to Anya. And the first, of course, thing I would like to invite Anya to introduce herself. And the second aspect, I would be happy to hear about the activities that the Youth Mediation Division is doing. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I graduated from the Taras Shevchenko National University, and last year I received the mediator, and last year, and besides, I started teaching people English. And when I was asked to be head of the Youth Council of Mediation, I agreed. due to the experiences, I mean, we have underwent the COVID times, and under work conditions, the youth space is something is going to become some kind of space that we will be able to build healthy relationships, to be able to express our ideas, and these are the skills we need on everyday basis. And recently, the resources of will demonstrate our first and foremost interesting events, and I encourage everyone to take a look at the homepage of our academy and help us become the better version of yourself. Thank you,
Насправді ми з
Anna.
Анною вели разом, і Анна вже тоді чула
I
про
remember that
Mediation,
we have been
про
with
ось
Anna,
які навички, коли ви
and
проходили
even then,
навчання в
during this
програмі «Адвокат
training
майбутнього».
courses,
І
she
Анна
came
була
across
просто
these basic
дівчинкою, яка
principles.
періодично
She
супроводжувала
was
батька
actually the student
на
that
зустрічах, бо батько був
just accompanied
ментором в цій
her father,
програмі, і
since her father
обох
was a
не
mentor,
майбутніх,
and he supported
адвокатів, які хотіли
lawyers to
стати
be
адвокатами майбутнього, скажімо так.
who actually wanted to
Це пан
be
Дмитро
lawyers in
якщо
future. So
хтось не
it's
знає, ось
Dmytro
такі
Huknyuk.
чарівні діти
And
є в спільноті
these
медіаторів
are the
Європейської
children
і не тільки
from the
медіаторів,
mediators
науковців.
community,
І знову ж таки це про
researchers,
те, що
activists.
рухати
It's about that,
якості
that
медіацію,
like bringing the mission of mediation
з
at every
дружніми
possible level,
спільниками, я не знаю,
regardless of the
жінками,
size of the scale,
чоловіками. Кожен в своїй сфері
among
ми знову ж
different
таки можемо
spheres
це
and
робити
paths of
кожного
life.
дня.
It's
І тут
possible,
хочемо
and you
попросити
can do
кожного
it
з вас, насправді
on
кожного дня
everyday basis, in some even natural settings.
на все це після
Just I would like to encourage
повторюємось,
you
скажемо про них в
to
цифрах,
follow this
але
path.
кожного дня ми
Of course, I think that
понад 1000 унікальних
every
учасників,
day,
які
almost
приєднуються.
1,000
І якщо кожен з тих,
individual
хто
participants.
приєднується
If
до Zoom,
everyone
просто
out of those who
поділиться
just
інформацією
joins
про
the Zoom sessions
з кимось,
will
хто
share the
поруч,
information
то
on
ви
mediation,
можу
and
зрозуміти
will
добре
discuss it
справу,
with somebody, and
що ви живете,
besides
можливо,
will come
сусідка якась, можливо,
will
дитина
think
якась,
over
можливо, тваринка.
what
І
good
ще, як це можна
cause can I
масштабувати,
do
скільки
to
одразу
the
піде
person who is sitting next door, who is living next door, or to my closest
і
one, or
хвилі
just to
добра
people
і
I know,
світла,
and
те,
I
чого
feel
нам
that
зараз
they need
так
my
бракує,
help
і те,
and
що нам
assistance.
потрібно, і
So
те, що
it's a
відрізняє
good
насправді
cause to do
українців в
something
новому
good
світі.
for
Бо
the
на
society, for the
попри всі
people
ці
you're living
виклики,
among.
попри
And
відсутність світла,
I would
сьогодні
like to
Лаура
stress,
говорила так
despite
про базові потреби.
the
Це
lack of
неймовірно, але
resources
в
like
умовах війни
electricity
ми
and constant
знаходимо
blackouts,
ресурс, бажання
and you can just
навчатися,
imagine that
розвиватися, пошукати нові
during war
професії.
conditions
Це
we
просто
are
неймовірно,
able
попри
to
те, що дійсно в нас за допомогою базові потреби
demonstrate resilient
далі
skills.
потреби
Besides, there
безпека,
are some basic needs that
тепло,
are
ну
not
такі
satisfied,
базові речі, ми
security.
все одно думаємо про майбутнє. Ми
We
думаємо про
still think
саморозвиток,
of
ми думаємо
the
про те, що
future.
можемо привнести,
We are
що ми
thinking
можемо
about
бути
the future.
корисними.
We're thinking
І
about
це
our
нас
future
відрізняє дуже
possible
сильно і
mission,
дає нам силу йти
and it
вперед.
makes us
Я
different.
надзвичайно вдячна, що є
I'm grateful
ми є
to
одне в
such
одному, що є такі люди.
endeavors.
Якщо хтось ще не розпочав творити
If
добро, саме час сьогодні
somebody
замислитися.
hasn't
Сподіваюсь,
started doing
такий
good
день
to
у нас
people,
сьогодні, щоб подумати,
probably
добре,
it's
а
a
що
good
я, з чого
motivation
я можу
to
почати,
start
якщо ще я
doing
не
today,
почав, або
right
якщо
now.
я цього ще не
Maybe
робив.
there are some questions you might ask
Дякую.
yourself.
В нас
What?
є 5
Maybe
хвилин
I
до
should try
наступної
doing it. Why not? So we've got
сесії,
5 minutes
і
till the
вона
next
вже
session,
буде зовсім іншого
and it's going to
спрямування.
be completely
Ми
different
будемо
type, direction.
міркувати в
We will
напрямку того,
reflect
що ж таке особистий бренд медіатора,
upon the personal mediator's brand
як його створити, і
and
друге
how it
взагалі
can be
питання,
created, built
хто
up.
я, як на нього відповісти.
And
Да,
another question,
думаю,
what am
ми
I?
будемо говорити
What
круті експерти,
am
але не
I?
зразу за 5 хвилин.
What am I going to bring the society? So I will introduce these people in a couple of minutes.
here, and that means we can move on. So I have a lot to say about our speakers now, but the most important thing for us at this forum is that your agency has been the one developing the visuals for the forum. Last year it was outer space, before that music, now it's ocean, and it's so valuable. We need this wonderful visualization for the topic of the forum this year, ocean, and now we have this wonderful, in my view, wonderful visuals that very well reflects the values of mediation. And I am grateful to you for the fact that our yearly forum has recognizable identity. And we have started our cooperation with the Full Press Agency. Should I say how long it is? Yes, why not? For over 20 years, we have been working together. Back then, we met as a law company, an information company, and we were looking for someone who would be developing our brand identities. And I'm extremely happy to have met for press agency. We started with this and that, and then we moved on to negotiation and mediation. I don't know where to draw the line. We are just friends who share the same values, who are on the same wavelength, and I hope that we align with your level of professionalism. Thank you so much for being with us. We always are happy to have you by our side. That was an emotional part of the introduction. We don't have the entire team here. The way we work with you is usually we meet in team format, but I have to add the official introductions as well. Katerina is the CEO and founder of this Green Duck agency. She's working with customer education, customer experience and design. And Andriy Solomatov, we have been working with Andriy for many years. And not only him and his wonderful spouse, Olena. Andriy is a co-owner of Full Press creative agency and Green Duck business scouting, and he is a psychotherapist and a business trainer. Now I'm giving the floor to you so that you can share your perspective on what we can do with our brand. Thank you so much for the kind words. We have enjoyed our long-term partnership with you, and special thanks for an opportunity to take the first step this year, especially. We have a lot of tools, and I'm so grateful for what you're doing. Among all the design tools that we have is something that we use to mitigate stress. What you are doing is so valuable for every one of us, and the way you do it in mediation is very special. I just don't know anything similar in today's world. mediation is the best. That's my introductory words. And then let's move on to personal brand, where Andrea and I will be talking about exactly that. Now, our presentation is titled Who Am I? And we are going to talk about personal brand. Our agency has over 25 years of experience, so we do know a thing or two about brand, personal brand and business. First of all, let me introduce my partner, Andriy. He is here with us today. He will talk more because Andriy has more relevant information on things related to personal brand. And he himself has this very powerful personal brand as a therapist, as a consultant, and that helps us a lot in our work. Andriy is my partner, co-owner. He has background in economical analysis, and he has another degree in psychology. We both are trainers with EBRD, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. We specialize in marketing, design, and first of all, in the field of research. That's what I have to say about my partner. Okay, then I want to introduce my partner, Katerina. We are co-founders and co-owners of the agency. Katerina is our creative director. She's responsible for all the internal processes in the company. I am a development director, so I mostly deal with the clients. I do business analytics, and then I hand it over to Katerina, where she is processing things internally, starting with research, market research, exploring our competition. Then she's responsible for building business strategy and promotion. Katerina has a big grind in design. She's teaching design. I'm not only talking about graphic design. Yes, we mostly do graphic design, but we use it as a methodology to solve your problems. Whatever you see around yourself now is designed by someone. Buildings, clothes, furniture, you name it. So designers and designer approaches are very useful in business. So Katerina is marrying business tasks with the design thinking and methodology. We use a lot of analytical tools. So that's where we sit, and that's what we are going to talk about. First of all, let me show you this picture so that you understand what your clients see, or whatever we see when we look at a brand is always less of 30% of what any brand constitutes. What's beneath the surface of what we can see? There is a lot of work behind the visible part, a lot of tools and solutions and activities, some planning, some creative things, a lot. That's about business, but let's talk about the tools that are relevant for your personal brand. What's the outline of our presentation? We start with talking about brand and how it helps us solve our services, and then we will talk about the mental aspects, how we understand our self-worth. That will help us build the brand in the optimal way. And after that, we will share some constructive and effective methods to build your personal brand. At the end, we will try to overcome the limitations that are quite common for anyone trying to build your own personal brand. It's always especially difficult to build your own brand than to do it for others. Where do we start? When we speak about a brand, we have to understand that everyone around us, our potential customers, are not taking rational decisions. Any branding we do, whatever kind of brand it is, works not only through information, it works through emotions and other things that are not that rational. One of the key stressors for us all is uncertainty. So a brand can tackle this issue. And it also there is also some emotional triggers that a brand can factor in, as well as cognitive bias, which are typical for everyone, every human being. That's why brands that factor in these three things win. That's what we have to understand whenever you're building your personal brand. How does it work? Let's listen to Andriy. He, as a therapist, knows much more about this and can speak clearly about this.
Таке бізнесове маркетингове розуміння бренду.
We have to join the marketing understanding and rational understanding of how a brand can be built. That will help you understand the foundation or the basics. At the same time, at the end of this presentation, we will give you the simple, powerful tool that will help you build your personal brand effectively, that is based on mostly communication. When we speak about a personal brand, we have to think about what do I say, what do I tell others about myself, what's my unique USP, and so on. Personal brand is a specific type of brand. There is certain specificity of it, but it has general principles. Psychologists know very well that most of the decisions are taken by us subconsciously. And then we justify the decision that has been made this way. The same is true for advisors or consultants that we choose. You probably have heard about David Kahneman. He is a behaviorist, and he said that there is two systems in our brain. This explicit system where we use logics, where we use words, and it's really slow because it's working in our prefrontal cortex, and it's the youngest part of our brain. And there is autopilot system. This system is really quick and fast. This system doesn't require any conscious effort. These decisions are made emotionally, based on emotions, based on previous experiences, reflection, memories, and so on. Most important part about this system is that it's unconscious. So with these two systems working in parallel to each other, means that we do not notice whichever things we decide through autopilot. We do not analyze those decisions. And with brands, it works perfectly well. Usually, whenever we speak about personal brand, we start talking about experience in the industry, we speak about some statistics, guarantees. This all is very good and well, but it works only at the first stage. But when you want to move it a level up, you have to use other things. And that's exactly what I said at the beginning. We first process information unconsciously through emotion, and then we move on. Autopilot is a kind of filter. after we are past this filter, only then do we start using our rational criteria. We start thinking about price or experience or time frame or some rational things.
Для того, щоб враховуватися фахівцем. Ось ця історія, коли ми працюємо з емоційною
Whenever we
складовою,
work with this
вона
emotional system,
насправді не тільки якби стимулює людину
it's
нас
not
обирати
only
швидше, і ми інколи можемо
stimulating
оминати навіть
someone to choose
систему
us
раціональну,
quickly.
цього пілота, да, який роздумує.
So
Людина інколи приймає рішення суто емоційно
sometimes
на автопілоті,
people
як то кажуть. І
choose
це
and
можна
make
перевірити, навіть
choices
можна
based on
порахувати
autopilot, not the pilot system.
достатньо чітко в деяких
We
випадках,
can clearly
що ті
see
суми,
these
яку людина
cases
переплачує.
based on
Я
how
нещодавно
much
дивився
money
цікаве
people
відео, я
are
так одне з
overpaying
моїх
for
направлень інтересів
certain
це
services.
індустрія
One of my
спорту.
interests
І
is
я дивився
sports.
аналітику по
I was
брендам
looking
спортивного
at
взуття та кросовок.
analytics
І така цікава
in
історія,
sales
що
of sports shoes.
кросівки Nike, вони, наприклад, в середньому можуть коштувати там $150.
Nike trainers can
Кросівки інших брендів
cost
можуть
around
коштувати десь в 2 рази
$150.
дешевше, при тому,
Other
що
brands
виробляються вони з
set
одних тих самих матеріалів і на одній тій
prices that
самій
are
фабриці, і тими самими людьми.
2 times cheaper,
І ось ця
and
різниця
that's
$80-70 це і є вартість бренду.
with the
І в
consideration
цьому
of
всьому
that
можемо
the
якби
materials
зрозуміти, що
and
Nike
the
інвестує в бренд
production
складову
facilities
більше.
are the
Це
same.
це
So
стратегія, це
it
інструмент.
means that
Тобто бренд
half
це
of
не
the
єдиний
price of
спосіб
Nike trainers
розумітися,
is
але це
the
вид
price
інвестування.
of
І
brand.
людина дійсно приймає рішення
And
за
people take
співвідношенням. Тобто, окей,
decisions
яке я від того
based
буду мати
on
задоволення, добре, що ви мене страждання позбавите,
proportion
вирішите мій
of
спір, там якось
pleasure
домовитися з
or
моїм партнером, або
solving my
якось ми
problem,
розійдемося мирно там з
like
якихось
let's say settling,
зустрічей і так далі. Але ще треба мати справу певне
resolving a
задоволення.
conflict or
Задоволення
something.
це про емоції.
Resolving a
Наскільки ви
conflict
можете
or
передати певну емоційну складову
improving
людині
the
за
pain
рахунок
is
цього,
good, but
це
then there is
дійсно
another
має
component,
значення.
namely
І Nike,
pleasure.
наприклад, робить великий акцент. Ось
Nike
можна беремо, як
is
це робить
really
Nike.
smart in their
Давайте
brand
підемо далі.
with highlighting this. We'll
Це
see how
робиться
it
за
works.
допомогою певних
They do
асоціацій.
it
Да?
through
Тобто
associations.
поступово ви напрацьовуєте.
Gradually,
Це
you
не робиться
are
за тиждень, за два, за місяць. Це робота, яка робиться роками. Тобто ми в бренд
working
інвестуємо, так само, як ми
day by day,
інвестуємо в власний розвиток,
year by year.
власну
We
компанію,
invest into
власне
a
навчання.
brand.
Інвестиції в бренд, вони не рахуються
Investment in
операційними
brand
втратами на Заході. Це тільки в нас така практика, ну, на
are
пострадянському просторі.
calculated through
Будь-які
operational
вкладення,
costs.
вони повинні відбитися там майже одразу, бажано в
The,
той же день. Ну, але в
we
гіршому випадку
have
на
this
наступний місяць.
short-term horizon,
Насправді інвестиції
and
в
that's
маркетинг,
not
інвестиції в бренд – це
constructive.
капітальні інвестиції. Це інвестиції як
Brand
будівництво.
investment in
Хто
brand is like
будівництвом
capital
займається, той
investment.
знає,
It's
що
like
це не
you're
окуповується
building
5-7 років, це дуже круто.
an office
Насправді
building.
там
It's not
10-15
gonna
в неї такий термін.
pay
В
back
брендингу те ж
very
саме.
soon. The
Тобто
same
це
is true for
довгострокова
any
історія.
brand. It's a
Ось, і ми повинні
long-term process,
нарощувати
and we have
навіть ту
to
саму цінність, яку людина буде
build this
у вас бачити,
value that
те
others
саме
see
задоволення,
in
яке вона буде
you,
отримувати,
and that we have to
і
build
позбавлення
the
певних страждань.
pleasure
І ми поговоримо потім
they
про
can
те, як
have
розуміти,
when dealing with
яке
you,
задоволення
working with
доставляти,
you.
і які
And we have
страждання
to be
людину
very
не
clear
покоїть.
about what
Для
kind
того,
of
щоб
pain
вкластися в
we are going
вашого бренду, так, ви
to
повинні спочатку
solve
зрозуміти
for them and what kind of pleasure
проблеми
we can
людини,
offer.
емоційні,
That means
бажано,
that we have to
раціонально все
understand
полегше
these
зробити,
pains and
а ось з
pleasures
емоціями
very
треба
well.
мати певні
We
техніки,
have
певні
to
інструменти.
use
Ми про
certain
них
techniques
поговоримо
and tools to do that.
трохи далі.
We will talk about that a bit later.
Так, далі. Для того є певні, ну, звісно, інструменти. Тобто бренд – це не єдина історія. Тут дуже важливо, ну, дизайн, да, графічна складова, як мінімум регулярно її оновлювати, мати там різноманіття, тобто не кожного року
The
там
graphic
однаково
element is also essential here.
певна філософія в тому, яка є, як це доноситься
There is a
комунікація,
specific
як це
philosophy
комуніковано.
of
Все
delivering the
це
message to the
носить
community,
емоційну складову.
and all these
Ось,
bring
і
that
навіть те, що про вас
emotional
взагалі
component,
знають, як про
and
людину,
what actually
тому
the
що
world
бренд,
knows about you,
ну, скажімо,
how
особистий,
how
він
well
полягає
informed the
тому,
society
про
is
що ви взагалі
about you,
говорили,
what
де
you
ви
are
були
doing,
помічені,
where you have
навіть далі.
contributed,
Ось.
what project you have participated in.
Тут,
And it's the
власне,
case
ну, думка
where
клієнтів про
this client's opinion is essential. Katerina, what did you mean by this? This slide is about the approach. If somebody launched or helped you launching the campaign or invested in the services you provide, is give the client, the potential customer, possibility to understand that he's going the right way. So, for example, when it happened that probably this company or this type of counseling does not fulfill the customer satisfaction or probably needs that is satisfy, probably it's always a good option to stop collaboration because if you invest your time and your contribution into communication, it's not only about like selling your services and given possibility to open up. You should take into consideration that even the person has invested into these type of sessions, probably the person, the consumer, is supposed to continue using the services. That is a kind of the component that deals with the continuity of the service. And by the way, the trust is being built continuously. I even have got example that there were some groups of our followers. They have been like monitoring our activity for a couple of years, and they knocked the door of our office and invited to collaborate with them. So I mean that the brand is impossible to create within a month. So it's the matter of serious investment. And so for a person, for the potential client, is always easier to understand when you can line or describe precisely your personality, not only about what you do, what you can do. We will speak about it at the later stage of today's presentation. We had a couple sets of contrasts, that dozens of contrasts that go into advertising, and even we had such even quite interesting contrasts that found us or tracked us by those human-oriented promotional campaign. So that is for us trust in business like ours, like B2B business, is essential. It's essential for a potential client to know that you will handle, you will manage it. All the rest is the poetry. So this can be done by specific buying and selling tools, but it's about your branding or that helps you to shape your personality and to be able to make you competitive. And here, I would like to speak about the same category. Have a look at the slide. Yes, sometimes people compare. They think that they approach it in a rational way. Yes, really, as brands, we will be compared. But there are some nuances, some categories. When we speak about innovations, some kind of startups or some nuances that have never been implemented, for example, so far. And so it's difficult to speak about any kind of comparison, you know. Even from the standpoint of the strategy that I used. So, for example, when psychotherapist or the lawyer is invited, it's okay. But when we are choosing mediator, not every first, but a considerable portion of customers do not know what actually it is about. when we advise our clients to reach for the mediator. It's a kind of paradoxical thought, but it's a kind of tendency when the person does not what it is, and he discovers that it's going to be a trend. He or she demonstrates such kind of the trend that for these new things, people are ready to pay, despite of the price, how high it might be. So this kind of psychological trick, let's put it, it's about new knowledge, something that has never been before. And if we understand how people perceive brand, if we had to sum up, in majority, people perceive information subconsciously, unconsciously even. That's like when we have got two systems, extrinsic and influence, and what affects us. Everything what affects us is done unconsciously. And was speaking about this tangible qualities such as like price list, your of your strategies, that is the constructing of your brand, how the person perceives the information is more important than forming your expert advantages or perks. And there are even some situations emotionally charged or less stressful. It works more efficient than all the proofs that you're supposed to boost your services. So then we should understand what segment of population we are dealing with. For us as mediators who are who intend to build the brand, we are supposed to understand who these people are. Frequently we come across this. It's a kind of the brand that it's about everybody, and the availability of dealing with the positions that anybody can find themselves. So probably it's also good to introduce these techniques as segmentation. They have motivating of the way how they are going to speak about it and how they perceive our personal approach. Yes, it's the simplest. It's in market, and they work for their brand. They are most simple and understandable. You will understand it while analyzing those who will be using this instrument. It's very generalized. According to the VALS system, for constructing a brand, it is essential, and it is created on the psychological peculiarities in the way to make decisions. And another, when we are using the kind of segmentation, I think it will be more convenient to use some criteria according to the behavior. What is the behavior and how this category behaves themselves? You should be observing the behavior, how the person behaves as like businessman-like or some kind of anxious or very stressed person. I mean that this behavioral segmentation demands understanding how the person covers these paths. In order to provide segmentations, we should be aware to understand that there is no need to provide these pretty detailed segmentation. Just follow the criteria and try to stick to them. So the criteria can be described in dimensional prototypes. We are going to create a super niche experts who works with the group of people, specialists from a difficult situation. So intellectuals who share common intellectual issues, intellectual property issues. So it's a kind of the narration, and this is the model we can build up on. And if you work with this wider segment, we of course we should be aware of the fact that due to the number of the representatives of the segment, we will work in this more competitive market. We should understand that these population segment can be easily reached out. I mean, come across on me during sessions, events, we can reach by email or write a message or write email. So it means that the size of regular segment participants, it's not about like one-time communities. It's about temporality. It's about something stable or regular. We are interested in creating this continuing communities. So the most essential is that groups of people with whom we are working will be will be gathered or will be selected according to certain principles. For example, it's working mothers, for example, who look for some ways of professional improvement. Of course, the segment of mothers will definitely be different from those of the mothers who are not employed and who are housewives. So this is kind of the difference. It should be traced, felt, understood, and make the people create the groups according to their preferences or some features, let's put it. And of course, you should remember your mission, your goals. Everybody has some issues that are more interested, and you are more expert-like, and you will probably see, for example, the mission of supporting Ukrainian business and to make it less painful. Somebody is focused on children protection. Somebody can speak about the ethics in communities. So this is the story that can direct you to develop some kind of preferred segment, and of course it's about to you. And it does not mean that you are not supposed to work with other people, but
Ну, як ми вже сказали, як я сказала, поведінкова сегментація, якої ми дотримуємось найчастіше, і яка буде краще всього працювати в
let's support these fundamentals, and of course it will prove fruitful.
обґрунтуванням для того, щоб поділити людей на певні групи. Очікувані вигоди,
what criteria can be used for behavioral segmentation? Of course, expected outcomes, I mean revenues, financial revenues, frequency of application, and the final eventual application for who is this recipient of the service. It's like business-like, personal, for self-development, for professional use, etc. Where's loyalty and dedication? How, to what extent the segment group can be loyal to this branch? For us, it's completely new, and not every consumer is okay with it. And of course, attitude toward the product is a kind of the media, and of course, the level of preparedness of the how well the person understands the value and whether the person is ready to invest money in it. It's a kind of this story that actually makes a person want to invest in. And these are the segments, and our potential clients or supporters of branding can be divided into the scenarios how they reach us. There is a model jobs to be done, which is popularized in marketing. You can also familiarize yourself with it. It might prove useful. It's about segmentation, and it means the approach that every businessman is not like a personal brand or an expert. He or she is hired to do the task, and we should understand that what type of work is going to be expected to be delivered by our potential client. If we are able to respond to these questions, it means that we're in the right way. And of course, next aspect is the context. In what contexts a certain need comes up? It can be the basis for segmentation. When we split everyone in groups, or still in this process of segmentation, such questions can help us. At what point the person is thinking about the utilizing our services? Why is will he being invested in using our services? What hurdles are on this path? And how does he or she receive information? What are the principles of the choosing? How they get into the business relations with us, and what actually do they do with it? What has happened when the person has already bought our service? The ideal situation for us, and he understand our client to that extent that we understand the effect where actually it's happening, online, offline. And the most essential is what do we feel? What are possibilities of influencing other people's lives? If you think of this business, there is a bit another aspect of the person who is like the active participant. It's natural that the person who is seeking the mediation help, he will be looking for the ways to get in contact. You should take into consideration the size of the company, location, frequency, aim, and purchase policy, and delegating authorities, if any.
It might be an HR manager. Maybe there is some bidding procedure for mediators. You have to be aware of the structure of this mechanism, who is buying, how the relationship can be built. Maybe it's a closer relationship with the decision makers, or are they just bureaucratic and superficial? That's a set of criteria which we can use for segmentation. It could be 2 groups or 3 groups. For bigger companies, it could be very serious bureaucracy that could be tender, very formal tender procedure. There could be other companies, smaller or average size, that make their decisions in a simple way, where the CEO or the owner, the founder is taking the decision, and they are doing it on their own. And then they could recommend you further to their friends and colleagues. It can be organized in a different way, and we have to know what we are dealing with. Not all these questions will be we will be able to find answers to. Why? Because we don't know our potential customer 100% of the cases. That's an axiom. Here we can use our intuition, or we can use information that we have managed together. And in order for us to know our customer really well, we recommend that you use this tool that can also help you with segmentation of your audience. This tool is called in-depth interviews. Let me share with you this case, a practical case from a consultant in New York. When he moved, he's a tech consultant working in IT. So he says, by the way, we had an in-depth interview with him for one of our customers. And one of the hypotheses that we had is that we need to be more specific with segmentation. We have to choose segments with more precision. So in this in-depth interview, he talked about his demographic segmentation, how he managed to achieve success in New York. He said, I went to the local synagogue. I met several people there. I had an assignment from one of them, and then it was just hearsay. This person referred me to one of his friends. It can be one of your marketing tactics that would enable you to cut marketing costs. If your choice of segment is precise, it's really, really good. One of the books that I can recommend here is called Pumpkin Method. And they use a pumpkin as a model. There is a businessman and he has a hobby. He grows pumpkins, big ones. And so he says you can segment your customers' population to focus on the champion clients only. So I really, really recommend this book. It's really an easy read. Another book is called Ask Your Mom. It's about in-depth interviews. I remember I spent only one day to read this book. It's around 120 pages. Very easy to read. If you really want to understand segmentation, you need to understand certain methodologies. In order to segment your audience based on their needs or their motivation, doesn't matter which criteria you really use, you have to talk to these people. You have to develop a hypothesis. And let's say I want to specialize in corporate clients, and my contact points would be HR managers. Let's look at what pains they have. What is the specificity of an in-depth interview? It's a method when you have kind of free conversation and your vis-a-vis is not aware why you are talking to them. You are not saying that it's for your brand. When I worked with this Stanford methodology, they talk about it. It's kind of next level. It's usually better to have a legend why you need to talk to this person so that they don't have some extra reservations. There is a number of reasons why it's better to have a legend. If you are conducting this in-depth interview, say it's for purposes of conference at your business school, you are thinking about conflict resolution. Make it plausible. And then you talk to them about their experience. If you're a mediator, you are interested in conflict resolution. You, first of all, prepare a list of topics about what kind of conflicts they experienced, and you follow the route of this conflict, starting from the first steps when the conflict just emerges, what scenarios took place, what kind of behavioral patterns happened and took place. There is a number of issues. You make a list, but there is certain errors when you conduct your first in-depth interviews. It's gonna be important. You don't need too many of those interviews. They will all be very similar. 10, maybe 15 is enough, and you will see repetitions. I really recommend this book, Ask Your Mom, and it could be only one in-depth interview. It's a free conversation, not a script. You just follow the person you're talking to. You mostly listen to them. You show them your interest, and you have to softly guide them sometimes into the topics that are more important for you to know. There is a certain number of mistakes that you have to try and avoid, but the more you accumulate experience, the less mistakes you will make. The first most common mistake is these guiding questions, giving options. No, 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 don't do that. Just follow them. Don't tell them it's about your business, because then they will start doing self-censoring. Don't use closed question, like yes, no questions. Don't give too many questions in one go. Any beginner does this. When you ask several questions at once, they will usually pick one and ignore the rest. Avoid terminology. We are all specialists, and that's what we do as a mistake very often. So that's why legend is important. We recently had this course in research practices. So what we did was we conducted a live in-depth interview with an athlete. And this student, she is representing company producing clothes for athletes. At some point, she started using this very specified terminology, something that is only known to insiders. So it was really clearly seen how her interviewee started lagging, so to say, when he heard these specialized terms. Even if something smart is said, don't take it, don't swallow this, and don't start using the same terms. Use simple language. Don't guide them. Maybe you would be interested in their latest experience of conflicts. You wouldn't be so much interested in older experiences half a year ago. No, something's fresh, 2-3 months old. Make it as specific as possible. Don't use overly generalized formula. What did you do? Specify. These general terms have to be narrowed down to something more specific. When did it happen? How did it happen? And so The same is true about generalization. When someone says often, always, never, you have to specify how often, always. Do you mean it really always or really never? If you don't know what to ask, there is a very simple formula when you interview your potential customer. Sometimes you just run out of questions. There is this very useful formula: what, where, when, who, and how. 3 plus 2, 3 first questions and plus 2 additional.
Наводжу, як це в реальному інтерв'ю відбувається. В мене закінчилося питання.
Um,
Людина вже майже все розказала, я не знаю, що спитати.
when my questions are all asked, but still there is something to ask, and I don't know what. I can formulate on the go. It's a very well-known technique. You can, in these Soviet films, they started lighting a cigarette when they didn't know what to say. You can do something. You can do something along those lines. You can say, "Yeah, let me think." I really like this tool. It helped me a lot several times. Now, this is the list of things to remember. What do you actually study? You study human experience in conflict resolution. There is 2 vectors. One of them is shaping needs, the other is satisfying the need. We have the push factors. What happened which made you think that this conflict has to be resolved? It could be some internal changes. Someone heard about mediation and they got tired of being in a conflict, or they saw some perfect company that has no conflict. So we are really interested in what happened inside or outside that pushed them towards this service. We have a project now with a company that managed to X7 their revenue, and they have so many more conflicts. These changes, positive changes, right? They drove the conflicts. So we can ask them about exactly this. You are looking for a context that drove this, pushed this. Apart from push factors, there could be some pull factors. For example, someone has seen how others settled their conflict in a good way, or they are inclined to trendy things. Someone really likes to learn new things. They like psychotherapy. Maybe they have a psychological safety program at their job. They learn something new and they really want to move on this path. That would pull them towards your product. This is some foundation for your question. And repelling factors, anxieties and habits. Let's say they could have some consultations, and you can ask them, why did you decide about it now? Why? So you're trying to find out their habits and anxiety. So you are figuring out their context and background. So you have to understand about their decision making and making choices. If your brand gives them a certain cues, ideas, which would push them or repel them, you can formulate it like this. And that would put you on their short list. And then they will have certain criteria, experience, some reasonable, rational, psychological. We have very little time left. let's quickly cover positioning because this is a very rational tool. What's important about it to finish it with the valuable tools? If you are building your personal brand and you do positioning, you have to formulate in great detail what you promise as a brand, what your basic value is as a specialist, what's the main benefit of working with you, what rational benefits they will have, what emotional benefits you offer, what rational benefits you offer. Maybe you are a beautiful woman, maybe you are reliable. It can be anything. Maybe you have a great experience. You can share some experience with them. And then your communication style. Archetypes is something that is quite relevant here. Over to you, Andrea. That's a very simple but powerful methodology if you want to make your life easier and understand what's the best communication style. I'm sure everybody has heard about Jung, but I know that there is some psychotherapists who managed to not have heard Jung. At some point in his career, Carl Jung found these archetypes, and this concept has been adopted by marketing, and there is certain methodology of archetyping brands. There is 12 of them. What's the point? Every company has to deliver, has to communicate their value. There is only 4 of them. Four key values structuring the world, heaven as a value to have impact on the world, and belonging to the greater world. You can use 3 ideas for each of these 4 values. Let's look at how you can use this in brands. Let's take BMW as a famous brand. Their archetype is good boy, a good guy, and they build a very powerful community. Their cars that are this mini cars, you can see at their social media communication, there you will find a close-up of this car, and there is in the background there is always a lot of people who are very familiar. Ford cars is similar. If we look at Audi, their brand, they are perfectionists and progress. They are striving for perfection, and they have this sage. That's their archetype. Certain psychological aspects. In Audi, they use respective visuals and symbols.
Вони про глибоке там якесь занурення в деталі, в нюанси, про таке розуміння глибоке.
Yes, it's about a deeper understanding, philosophical understanding of the stuff. And now we see how the content influences the way we perceive information, what and how we are supposed to communicate our ideas, and what we are supposed to demonstrate. Well, speaking about the personal brand, you can work with ChatGPT, you can Google the methodology, it's not top secret. It's even, I would say, simple to grasp. You can always go for it. You can read the archetype and see how these companies work, what messages they communicate to the world, and of course you can up with the ideas. You can even go for this mixed type, some philosophical aspect and some kind of at the same time speaking about philosophical options with some kind of joke manner. Even was speaking about some difficult difficult phenomena. I approach it from this, I would say, funny way of life, and probably people easier perceive such type of information.
Відноситися до свого життя, до свого бренду, як до сторітелінгу. Нещодавно
And accept your ideas as a storytelling. There was kind of the Elon Musk, the road or the pathway of the hero. It's not only about method, because actually the average result is similar. If we speak about psychoanalysis, yes, it does not matter. I mean, how old you are, and one of the things that does matter, probably is the most essential thing, is the therapist has previously been in the situation the client has been, and if you're in the same situation, you can solve this issue with a similar complaint. And when people, for example, reach you with similar issues, it's a kind of psychotherapy. You know, people who have been working in this field, and translate these personal brand, you're supposed to do from your own history. And you are different, not because you're a mediator, but you have got completely different experience. And building up this personal brand, if you want to use this methodology, Joseph Campbell, I guess, one of the variants of analysis of the mythological archetypes, and there are different aspects, but it works cool. If you, for example, haven't read anything, if you do not, probably the hero lives somewhere, and it's kind of the person who is living in the Southern Mask. It's about, for example, some kind of African country, something's going on, and it's got adventure, call for adventure, call for adventure. It's a Hagrid. He has invited. Something is going on. Something happens. And in Musk, it was immigration. Then the refusal phrase comes. So it's only me. I'm not. I do not work miracles. You know. There were some contexts in your life when it is some challenges. You answered. So I will not manage it. I cannot. If it's a fairy tale, but it is based on true facts, on true life probable prototypes.
Ну, в Маска це були його там партнери, співзасновники і так далі. Потім перші перепони, якісь перші випробування в кожного.
Then some obstacles. First hurdles, first obstacles in life.
Ну, в Маска це була історія з PayPal, якщо ви там знайомі з його біографією, тобто перші складнощі. Потім
First difficulties. First challenges, allies, enemies, and its search for search or even thrust for battling. And Harry Potter in every series is a kind of artifact receiver, and he came back with some kind of achievement. If you use this methodology, you can even come up with the ready-made plan with something that happened before you started being a mediator, and maybe from today's perspective, how you evaluate something you have been doing in the past, what steps you have taken, how you communicated with your parents when you were growing up. So what unusual events happened in your life, and why you decided to become a mediator? What made you commence or consider having adventures? Who helped you? Who is your role model? So it's a ready-made strategy content plan for actually even ready segmentation. Because we're speaking about the people like who have a similar experience, and even being the even psychiatrists and psychological assistants, people usually use it, but probably they haven't had similar experience like you. And this methodology, the way of the way or the road of heroes or hero's path, is a kind of the reflection on your life. It gives us possibility not to invent something, but simply tell your story openly, uh, with confidence, without any made up artificial things, without any images you want to show off. So it's the way we can look from the retrospective, and let's sum up this archetype. In order to be able to position yourself and fulfill, you will be able to use. Next aspect is understanding your target audience. How will we approach communicate by using these principles? If, for example, our potential clients, be it business or individual, we can divide them into the groups, particularly if you understand their client behavior or strategy. You should communicate these ideas with them, and you should also remember that there is some kind of conscious unconscious plane of our nature, and some of them behave in completely unpredictable ways. So try to build up your image, and we do hope it will be successful.
Слайд з інфо про вас. Маєте на увазі
Yes,
повернутися
and
до
remember,
нас?
you can also relate to the site info and homepage about us. I guess that you will have presentation and you will be able to reach out. There is also a Telegram channel, Zelena Kachka, and you can find out a lot of useful information. Zelena Kachka means green duck. Yes, if there are any questions, so please feel free to reach us. We will willingly provide answers. Yes, and what do we? Yes, we recommend how professional the team work, and in all directions they undertake. Thank you so much.
Ну що, ми тепер знаємо,
Wow.
начебто,
Now we
все
know
про
almost
медіацію
everything,
і як
and
просувати, розвивати
how to
особистий
promote your brand, how to develop it,
з
how
молоддю, де
work
можна
with children,
застосовувати
with young
додатково
generation, what strategies can be
інвестиційні
implemented in
збори,
these
багато
specific
різних
cases.
напрямків, де
Yes, the
є
different
місце для
aspects
медіації.
where the mediation
І тепер
has
просто
got the
хочеться
place.
перейти
And
до
now I would
такого,
like
знаєте,
to
до
shift to
простору приємності, добра, трішечки
some
переключити
pleasant
вашу увагу.
and stressful things,
Зараз в нас
to switch your
запланована
attention.
довгоочікувана подія, підведені результати
Now we
конкурсу
approaching
дитячого малюнка. І тут я хочу передати слово
the third
пані
part. It's
Ірі.
announcement of the winners of the children's drawing contest, Ocean of Understanding and Kindness. The floor is yours, Irina.
Ірік, Іруля, Ірочка. І, в общем, ми всі знаємо, начебто всі Ірини, але всі такі різні.
Actually, there are three of us, Irina, by name Irina, but each of us is an essential component of this team. Thank you, Irina, for being with us for almost 20 years. We appreciate your support, assistance, and activity. And the floor is yours, Irina. Please announce the winners. Thank you, Lisa. I feel proud that within the 10 or 11 years since Ukrainian mediation exists.
7 липня буде 12.
Я вже збилася. Так. Ми пліч-опліч з Луїзою, з командою несемо знання про
We also bring information about the academy, about the ways of dispute resolution. We spoke about conflict, dialogue, the ways of decision, and what the best communication practices. All these topics have are related to the way how adults perceive their conflicts in life. Yes, we understand that the conflict and a considerable part of our life are children who are like involved in this conflict, who witness these conflicts. Take into consideration this situation, we as Ukrainian Academy of Mediation, we announced the specific like contest for children, our understanding of the ocean, understanding of good things. And the aim of this contest was to understand how younger generation children understand these basic notions such as understanding, acceptance through the pictures. Children were able to deliver their message to the world, let's put it. And the contest lasted almost 2 months. We were moved by this quite wide audience. We received almost 350 drawings, and you can understand that while analyzing these drawings, we were more than happy because we were amazed at how many children have dedicated their time, invested their time into providing the drawings. Yes, we understand that each work is not just a unit, because behind each drawing there is a consistent preparation work and responsibility for assessment of such drawings. It's not that simple, dear friends. And our results were distributed to the jury, and we are grateful to the jury for what they have done, this contribution into the development of our future. Before we shift to announcement of the results, I would like to present our jury members. Our jury members constitute specialists of different strands of life. First of all, Vladimir Kravchuk, it's the lawyer of the Supreme Court, and he is also the coordinator of the Ukrainian Association of Justice. He has been working upon providing youth with basic notions, fundamentals of reaching understanding, and he facilitates young adolescents and children about the ways of dispute resolution. Next is Anastasia Dudko.
The main inspector of the Service for Education Security of the National Police of Ukraine, as well as a teacher at the National Academy of Internal Affairs. In her professional activities, she every day works at creating a safe education space for our kids. The next jury member is Ms. Natalia Monika. She is the head of the administration of the Southern Regional Tax Service Inspector. It's very valuable that so many lovely and so different, versatile agency representatives join the committee to evaluate children's drawings. Also, Ms. Katarina Vershynina, who you have already heard, how to engage clients and how to create your personal brand. She's also participating. She's the person who has been professionally collaborating with those who are learning. So she learns with information, as you must have already mentioned. Also, another jury member is a modern Ukrainian painter Serhiy Brushko. He has a studio, a Shri drawing painting studio. So he has a professional kind of view, helping to evaluate the contribution of our kids, artistic contribution. Also, Ms. Olena Fomina, art director of the creative agency for press. Olena's experience combines creativity, design, education, and modern communication. Another member is Ms. Ksenia Fursova, co-founder of 3D Puzzle Kartonik brand. She knows well how creative ideas could unite people and transform into interesting, exciting projects. So, thank you so much, dear members of our jury, of our committee, for your contribution. I'd like to pass the floor to the head of the committee, Ms. Olena Fomina. Ms. Olena, I'd like to hear a few words from you about your experience in conducting evaluation of these works. You have seen a lot of works. Could you briefly say a few words about it? What did you feel when you were reviewing these works? And overall, your perspective on this competition. The floor is yours. And dear members of the jury, if you would like to say a few words after Ms. Elena, please let us know so that the tech support could do it properly. Greetings, everybody. Can you hear me well? Greetings, good day. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a big honor for me. I'm so overjoyed to be part of this competition as well as evaluator. So many talented, creative people took part in this competition. Thank you so much to every member who have sent their work. Over 350 works, and each and every one is special in its own way. It was extremely complicated to choose because, as I say, every kid has their own fantasies, their own imagination, wishes, and dreams. I'd like to thank the organizers of competition, first of all, for this wonderful initiative, as well as all the members of the jury for your complicated, attentive work, very responsible work. To be completely honest, selecting just the three winners out of such a big amount of representatives was extremely difficult. So we were evaluating in three different age categories: 10, 12, 8, 9, and 6, 7. 8 to 9-year-olds were the largest category. So we decided to come up with two first, two seconds, and two third places. I want to thank huge thanks to everybody, because it's a lot of creativity, and I wish you a lot of inspiration to continue to move forward and to believe in yourself, in your own talent. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elena. Yes, believing in oneself is very important. Our kids have to be believing in themselves, because that would mean that our future is in secure hands. Ms. Anastasia, greeting to your representatives and members of the forum. First, I'd like to thank you to the organizers, because any opportunity for the children to dream, to get inspired, to do something from their heart in these difficult times, it's incredible. And I'd like to reflect on the summary of the competition. We are wrapping up and reviewing the works. We witnessed not only drawings, we saw the world through the kids' eyes. Yes, we are adults, we talk about different challenges, conflicts, whatever, whatnot. Kids often remind us about the most important thing, that kindness, good, starts with a very simple human act. We saw members of the family, ocean, pets, hugs in these drawings, and their dreams about peace, safety, place without hatred and fear, without indifference, the world where people help each other and become people regardless of circumstances. As I say, it was very touching to realize that many of those children, they grow up in a very difficult time for Ukraine. But despite that, they continue believing in good, and this is what reflected in the drawings. And it inspires us adults not to lose hope, to do every day something to make world a better place. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you to every kid. And from the entire National Police of Ukraine, we want to thank parents, educators, mentors, because every children's painting, well, behind that, there's a lot of care and love of those who want to grow up the generation for whom love and respect are real true values. So we are going to come up with the winners and their names, but each and everyone who opted to share their vision is a winner. In fact, everybody who contributed the part of their soul. So to those who reminded that there's always place for good in this vibrant, harsh ocean of life. I wish you to be inspired to move on, to continue moving on and dreaming on and achieving your dreams. And I wish all the best in your life so that you would be happy and cheerful. And thank you so much to the organizers, to everybody related to this competition. Thank you, everybody. As Anastasia, thank you so much. Thank you for everything you're doing as education safety service, and thank you for your participation. Ms. Natalia, the floor is yours. As a person who in their daily activities faces taxes, legal norms, what did you feel while reviewing this work? Greetings to everybody. Thank you for having me here, dear guests, and our finalists. Of course, for me, it has been a big honor to be part of this competition committee, my ocean of understanding and kindness. When I was I was offered to become participant, I expected to see beautiful drawings, but in fact, what I've seen, it exceeded my expectations. It's a completely pure outburst of joy, deep understanding, and children's wisdom. To be frank, it's been a huge work. It's been extremely complicated because assessing art is difficult, but assessing kids' sincerity is something unbelievable. And every kid's work I seen, I watched, I saw this yearning for peace, for wisdom, for friendship. It's not about drawing, just technical scribbles on a piece of paper or colors. It's a separate history, separate world. I was deeply touched how, in a very subtle way, children felt through this subject matter. Somebody was fighting with storm, with colors, and some came up with an idea of drawing a peaceful ocean of love. Children managed to visualize something that adults are lacking oftentimes. This unconditional understanding. Every work deserves to be the best. So everybody who has not managed to win, I would like to say first to you, art is not a sports competition. You're already the best because you gave your talent, you gave this world something that made it a better place. And this is the main victory for you. Please create on, do not stop creating. And I wish you that your ocean of kindness never ceases to be overflowing. Thank you, dear organizers. All the best to us and our children.
Дякуємо, пані Наталя, дякуємо за теплі
Thank
слова
you
про
for your
всіх
kind
наших
words
дітей. Хочу
to our
додати,
children.
що
I'd like
те,
to
як
add that
візуалізували наші
the
діти
visualization of the world through the children's eyes is it's in our hands, it's in our power to create this world, to make it a reality. So we can be guided by these ideas, and through communication dialogue, we can do it. And now I'd like to pass to the announcement. We have a Padlet presentation prepared, as Ms. Olana already mentioned. We have 3 age categories of winners. Each category has winners. I'd like to show my screen to you. So our board should be visible to you. Okay, so 6-7 years category. The first part is Alisa, 7-year-old. Greetings, Alisa. The second place is Damir, 6-year-old, and the third place is by Maria, 6-year-old. The next age category is 8 to 9. As our members of the committee mentioned, the highest number of kids participated, so we managed to come up with a few. Artem, 9-year-old, and Mariana, 10-year-old. As you can see, to the left, first place, Teresa, 8-year-old, and Alexander, 9-year-old, came second, and the third place by Stefania, 8-year-old, and Karina, 9-year-old. The next age category, 10 to 12. The first place is by Nicole, 11-year-old. Then the second place is Milana, 10-year-old. And the third place comes to Justina, 10-year-old. Greetings. Well done, very well done. This marvelous news, and wishing you to all your dreams that you have reflected on paper to come true, to be part of your life. And another categories of winners, so to say, I'd like to announce to Miss Louisa. Miss Louisa, the floor is yours, so that you could elaborate more about gifts to our winners. Thank you. Now I'm going to elaborate more about additional awards, and everybody who managed to see those awards would like to maybe add a few words, please raise your hands. But now some additional awards I'd like to show you. We have here with our partners, our wonderful partners, special awards from Miss Lori Layden. She's going to be the next to shake us up a bit after that. She chose this word. Maybe some loading issues.
Також в нас є робота, спеціальна відзнака обрана. Ні, я не сказала, що пані Лорі обрала Софійку 8 років. Юридичне бюро Сергієвих обрали Поліна 8 років. В нас є також обрана робота, креативна робота обрана креативною агенцією Фопрес Злата 11 років. Є також робота Софії 8 років від студії, вона буде спеціально відзначена студія малюнку та живопису «Штрих». Далі в нас є також Національна асоціація арбітражних керуючих, які обрали роботу Софії 8 років. Є Львівський центр медіації, який обрали роботу Марка 8 років. Ви бачите, як багато в нас робіт призерів
You
саме
see how many winners are aged around 7, 8, 9 years. So the majority of drawings we received from children of this age. We have also we have also identified some specific drawings with regard of the understanding of the Anastasia. We have got Katerina's drawing that was selected by the Legal Volunteering Center, Attorney Center for Volunteering, and Ukrainian National Office for Intellectual Property and Innovations, IP Academy. Here I would like to give the floor to Natalia, who presents Tonic.
Висловляться всі ті, хто зміг
Let's give them the floor and explain why this special drawings were specially distinguished. Yes. First of all, I would like to say that I'm deeply moved for the gratitude of the possibility to witness the selection board. Since I represent two organizations and I had the right to vote for two, and I even didn't try to choose one. While looking through these 350 works, I would like to take them with me and continuously analyzing it, taking a look and thinking deeper, because I get that on every drawing the child has presented their worldview, and I think that analyzing these drawings, so we adults are supposed to take a pause, to stop, to evaluate, to analyze, since I think that actually their drawings are the most sincere ones, and we should learn from children, you know. I'm very grateful to the organizers, and I would like to wish all children not to stop and do good things.
Дякую, Олена. Юлія. Юлію я вже сьогодні згадувала.
Юля,
Це саме
I have
такі
mentioned
наші
it.
друзі, партнери, які надають підтримку, і які насправді активно рухають
You know
в
how
своїй
much
сфері, в
this
сфері
movement is
банкрутства,
supported,
розвиток медіації,
this media
комітет, який цим займається. І от
mediation
тільки
development.
нещодавно, в травні, відбувалася така
And
масштабна
only in
подія,
May,
де
it was a kind of the large-scale event, one of the leading topics of which was mediation. Louisa, thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, I represent National Association of Arbitrary. We are specialists who deal with the bankruptcy and financial debts, and probably it's kind of this fear that is this fear of the conflict of interests, and I am very grateful to the organizers of this forum for this possibility to gather, to collect, to get these vibes. It was essential for us to get inspiration
спеціалістів з інших країн.
from the experts from other countries. I liked the idea that the forum has got this motive with the statement of forming culture of mediation. And this is actually the motto that was practiced throughout each day of the forum. And even the fact that the children drawing contest is organized, it's exactly what lays fundamentals to the culture. It's about the culture in this society. And I guess that this contest that is called the Ocean of Understanding and Kindness, it does inspire. And we, together with the committee members, we're like discussing the drawings, and of course some associations pop up in our mind, such creative words were by different types and different backgrounds, and we got I would say such kind of emotional satisfaction of we were simply inspired. We understand that these are the elements the modern adult society lacks. We have chosen the Sophia's drawing, and we were choosing the drawing that is related to our profession. It symbolizes the revival. It's not always liquidation and some canceling, and it's kind of revival. And this drawing demonstrates the strategy of renewal, restoration, such a caring hand on this drawing. It does not decide on some sidewalks. It solves the issues inside. To come up with the solutions in the result of the mediation that they have never seen before. That's the idea that hides behind our argumentation. Thank you, Luisa, for engaging us to participate as evaluators in this contest. And I have come across the notion of mediation recently, quite recently, and even I have come across this notion even in the circumstance that previously I couldn't even give it a title. And I mean this culture of mediation among children means that mediation has future, that actually is extensively developing. Thank you everyone for this unique opportunity, and I do hope we will meet more often at any possible events, and it's going to be a good tradition. Thank you so much.
Юлія, дякую всьому комітету,
Thank you,
який
Yulia.
майже вночі
Thank you, the
обирав
committee
роботу, яку
members,
хотілося відзначити.
those who
Дякую. І
wanted to
насправді тепер до
distinguish it.
приємного, тепер до призів. І тут я хочу сказати, що ось те,
And I
що
would like to
означало,
say
що
that
всі роботи неймовірніші,
while discussing the quality of drawings, they are magnificent.
Оля, я надаю
Yes,
слово, в нас ще
Ola,
приз глядацьких
sorry.
симпатій.
And
Дякую, що підняли руку.
there is also another nomination.
Олечка, не бачимо вас, тільки бачимо руку.
Давайте зробимо наступним чином. Я спробую підключити
Let's do it
демонстрацію
differently.
зараз. Ну, власне,
It's
щоб
the
показати
audience
вам, що
award.
відбувалося
Audience
там
award.
голосування і що ми вам в чаті постійно скидали.
What we have been asking you to
І,
support.
власне кажучи, в режимі реального часу продемонструємо переможця.
And we will announce the winner.
Я просто камеру не включаю для того, щоб у мене нічого не підвисло.
Олечка, а я взагалі зараз дивилась на логотип амбасадор
Actually,
медіації. Це канал в Телеграмі.
I was looking at the logo. It's channel of mediation, like AM, ambassador. So I see A and M. So all the initials are included. Yes. No, I haven't noticed. Yes, there is something that unites, you know. Great. We work. What creativity might reach? We create miracles, and we are able to give the understanding of something we have never traced before.
Ага, ну от, власне, давайте я до кінця докручу.
Let me scroll to the very end. And Veronica, 8 years old, maximum.
Ну, власне, да, виглядає, що так. Давайте я спробую натиснути, чи видно зараз малюнок.
Так, видно.
Can you see the drawing?
Ага.
Yeah.
Ну, от,
Yeah, we
власне,
can.
це в нас Вероніка,
Exactly about
яка
Veronica.
перемогла в конкурсі глядацьких симпатій.
She has received the Audience Prize
Нагадую, що
Award.
у нас голосування відбувалося на Фейсбуці, і от станом
And
на цей момент
Facebook on our page launched
Вероніка,
the
вітаю.
poll. And Veronica, our sincerest greetings.
До призів.
Yes, let's get to the
І
prizes.
тут я маю засвідчити слова поважних членів журі про те, що всі роботи неймовірні, що неможливо обрати,
It's
жодної роботи
understand that
було дуже
difficult,
складно, і ми насправді від Української академії
and
медіації
actually
вважаємо, що
we
кожна дитина, яка
think
доклала
that every
зусиль для того,
child
щоб
that has
поміркувати
put an effort
свого
to
особистого океану
reflect
порозуміння та добра,
upon their
вона
approach
заслуговує
to
на визнання,
ocean of
заслуговує
understanding
на щось таке приємне,
deserves
знаєте,
recognition,
на згадку про
something
цей конкурс,
pleasant.
про форум медіації права, про День Європи, в межах якогось запроваджувався цей конкурс.
And
Тому я
some
одразу
regulations.
кажу,
And
що
immediately I just would
абсолютно
like to say,
кожна дитина отримає приз. Далі я скажу, що саме, але до цього я все ж таки
it's going to be a
слово
prize.
пані
Before
Наталії Скартонікс, яка, якщо
I
можна
will
увімкнути, показати
give the floor
паралелі
to Natalia from
розкрутити.
Cartonics.
Зараз я не бачу. Пані Наталія. І відео, і
Natalia,
щоб
please.
пані Наталію було видно, і відео, щоб було
Could you
видно.
please?
Так, ось відео, і де пані Наталія.
Всіх вітаю. Перш за
Hello,
все,
everyone.
дякую кожній дитині,
First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for every child for the ability and willingness to share the emotions, feelings, and serious change come from small steps. For many people, cartonic is just jigsaw puzzles that are collected layer after layer, and a solid sculpture, solid figure is being produced. And from the most precious thing is it's not about the format itself, it's about the magic it can lead to, because together we can achieve more. While getting to get located in this difficult world without the constant reach of messages and focus on something pleasant. And we believe that the moment appear like this when family members get together and spend time not with the laptops and telephones, when the family members can set their mobiles aside and fully immerse into the family things. And every model is a 10 steps during which you're supposed to observe, listen, and create. We like to repeat, create what has got the meaning. For somebody, it's family time. For somebody, it's a new hobby, and for somebody, it's opportunity to reveal their creative potential. And for somebody, it's to reveal to say I have done it myself. That is why every children's drawing is a part of their soul, of their worldview, in the unanimous wish to make this world better place to live. That is why we decided to join this initiative, and we also hope that these inspirations will form a inspiring basis for our upcoming developments within the project. I'm grateful to every child who decided to share the way of it. Thank you so much. And here I would like to say that it was actually crucial for us to find the Ukrainian producer who produces from the natural materials, something that will be safe for children.
І насправді я від себе особисто вдячна за те, що ви відгукнулися, бо це приклад, знаєте, такого чергового написати, а потім тобі перезвонили, а потім тобі, от мені пані Наталя написала в Телеграмі, потім і ось так відбулася ця магія між нами, в тому числі, партнерська така магія для того, щоб діти отримали приємності за результатами своєї творчої такої активності. Дякую дуже. Ну і зараз я хочу показати,
Wonderful present. Thank you so much.
отримує абсолютно кожна дитина. Ну, по-перше, кожна дитина тепер має ось цей онлайн-просторі, має виставку, де можна зайти, роздивитися роботи.
There is an
цієї
exhibition
дитини.
where you can have a
Далі,
look
що
of
ще?
this
Я зараз
child.
вимкну демонстрацію. Так. Також кожна дитина отримує ось таку розмальовку.
Every
Це
child
така інклюзивна
is going to
розмальовка.
receive this
Така класна
colored
закладка, який
book. It's a very
були
inclusive drawing color
люб'язно
book.
надані для того, щоб дітям всім можна було
It's very
надіслати.
kindly
Це наші
provided to
партнери
us so that every child could be sent this. The 10th of April,
це розуміння,
organization of a
прав,
partner organization
обов'язків,
who are
звісно,
supporting
розуміння того, наскільки важливим, щоб
this understanding
був
and
світ без
social
бар'єрів, наскільки діти всі
inclusion
різні. І крім цього, ще один
matter.
подарунок – це Конституція для всіх, яку спеціально наклад цієї Конституції зараз надрукований
And another
вже
present.
для кожного учасника. Я бачу, що Іра, можливо, вже навіть отримала повідомлення з типографії, що Конституції
I think
США спочатку до Української академії медіації, а потім вже далі до дітей. Тут хочеться звернути увагу, що дійсно діти мають бути обізнаними про свої права. І пан Володимир Кравчук створив таку конституцію у віршах, яка
The
дозволяє
Constitution for everybody in a poem form
дізнатися про
helps
права.
every.
І ми цього року святкуємо вже в червні 30-річчя з моменту прийняття Конституції України, і тому це буде таким, мені здається, гарним подарунком, щоб одночасно і привернути увагу до цієї важливої для України дати, і в тому числі допомогти нашим дітям краще орієнтуватися
So
в тому,
the Constitution Day of Ukraine is on June 28th, and dedicated to this day, there is a printing coming so that we could all celebrate it. This is a very beautifully illustrated book.
Вона не дуже там приєднується кудись публічно
There is also
виступати, але
Miss Irina
саме
Shabonyan. She is
натхненницею
trying to be low key and not
візуалізації
keen on joining online, but she's behind the development of this designed and wonderful project. So every child who joined this competition is going to receive such a constitution book. That's about it. I hope I didn't forget anything. So I greet everyone who took part. And well, everybody, in fact, it's a good occasion to celebrate that we have these wonderful children. They are so incredible. If sometimes you find yourself in a difficult patch of your life, it's a good thing to to keep your spirits up. This is one of these spaces where you can see the world through a different perspective whenever we have a huge shelling, you know. These are so wonderful and so delightful. So thank you very much to everybody who joined to make the competition happen, to help children to receive their gifts. And of course, thank you so very much to our committee who did a heavy lifting part. We had some technical issues with the table, and they had a lot of difficult choices to make. So smoothly we are moving forward. I think everybody has been inspired by our wonderful children. And I think it's high time for us to move to another subject. So we are looking forward to the Day of Mediator in Ukraine to be established. And there is an idea to create a competition dedicated to mediation. And on the 16th of November, I think we'll be able to draw some conclusions. I do hope that this day is going to be recognized as the official Day of Mediator. If you could kindly help me with demonstration, Ms. Irina. Please bear with me just a moment. The demonstration is going to be opened. We're going to say a few words about the competition, and later on we pass the floor to somebody else who is willing to say a few words. So this is the all-Ukrainian creative competition entitled as Mediation through the Language of Creativity. We have been reassured so many times how many creative people are out there, including in the sphere of mediation. And we have proved this by our many graduates. Not sure if we can launch this on screen now, this inspirational space. This has been filled with so many creative solutions from our graduates. So the main conditions for the competition participation are on screen. As you can see, everybody can participate regardless your participation, regardless your age. So let's continue this wonderful wave of communication mediation, and through art let's promote mediation. And with creative and correct business approaches, it's going to work so much better. And creativity provides a huge boost. This helps to raise awareness about mediation in an out-of-the-box, non-standard way. Let's try, because creativity inspires us, empowers us, and keeps us united. So this is the competition. Until October, this is going to work. Please come forward. Please let us know what you'd like to do. So many wonderful opportunities out there. And we'll be able to come on and continue different nominations. These are the stages of the competitions. You can submit the competition works by October 1. Then we'll have roughly a month, maybe 2, for the evaluation, because we have no idea how many of them are we going to receive. And then there will be some summaries after that.
Все, можна зупиняти. Всі
So
посилання ми надішлемо.
we are going to send you all the links, all the info after that,
Знову ж таки, в чат, в матеріалах
in the chat section, as well as the materials of the forum, and we will publish these links so that everybody could access them.
Тобто у вас є
And
декілька
there's
можливостей
there are a few
надихнутися
opportunities to
темами
get inspired
розуміння,
by
темами медіації,
subject
темами
of
добра.
understanding, mediation, kindness.
Хочеться
And
продемонструвати
here I'd like
такий
to show you this
простір
wonderful
творчого натхнення від
space of
випускників Української
artistic
академії медіації.
inspiration from graduate
Під
of
час
the Ukrainian
навчання в нас
Academy of
постійно
Mediations.
якийсь шедевр
During
створюють наші випускники.
the
Це лише
training
маленька
periods, this
частина.
is just a
Ось деякі
share of
вони
what our
народжуються
graduates
в
have
тому
been
числі і
creating.
по ходу.
Because see, you
І
know,
це те,
the
що ви
ideas
встигли
come
собі
to them
завантажити,
in the
є
process.
і
So this is
вірші,
just
і
a
малюнки.
few, just a very
Дивіться,
small share of
вивчайте
what you
тему
managed to
медіації,
upload. This is all dedicated to the subject of
надихайтеся,
mediation.
створюйте власні
So
шедеври,
please do get
будемо їх
inspired
читати
and
з
come up
нетерпінням.
with your
Далі
own
будемо їх
masterpieces. We are
поширювати.
so much looking
І
forward to
тепер
them.
вже,
We're
знаєте,
going
ось ви
to share
показали
them.
простір для натхнення, а
So
тепер
we showed you the
запрошуємо
space
людей
for
для того, щоб
creativity.
надихнутися.
And now we have
Серж, я дуже
people
попрошу вас
get
підняти руку,
inspired
щоб
from.
могли вам
Mr.
надати
Serge, if you
слово.
could kindly
Я не
raise your
знаю, чи
hand so that we
хтось
could
вже
pass the floor
мав
to you.
нагоду
Not
прослухати
sure if somebody
ті
had a wonderful
спікерки,
opportunity
створив
to
Серж.
listen to Serge's songs, beautiful songs.
Так, все бачимо.
I can see you, Mr. Serge, very well.
Вмикайте мікрофон. Чудово.
Please put your
Доброго
mic
дня.
on.
І я
Good
просто
day.
скажу, що
I'd like
з
to
вашої
say that
ініціативи, коли ви
it's from
побачили
your
анонс форуму,
initiative when
ви
you
сконтактували з нами,
heard
ви
about the forum
сконтактували
being
з
announced, you
учасниками. Я
contacted
бачила,
us,
що ви
you
мені
came up with the
сьогодні ще
idea
надіслали. Я ще
of
просто не встигла
creating a
туди
song.
навіть зайти,
I saw you
подивитися.
sent me something
Але
else,
те,
but I
що ще
haven't
я
had
почула, це
the
два класних
opportunity to see
повний
it
підхід,
in
на
more
мій
details.
погляд. Але
This is a very
надзвичайно
non-standard,
класно.
out of
Серж,
the book
дякую.
way.
Передаю слово.
Thank you
Поділіться,
so much.
поділіться. Як
The floor is yours.
так
Please
сталося,
share.
що тепер ви
Please do
автор
share
форуму про медіацію?
how does it work that now you're now an author and songwriter. Miss Louisa, thank you so much for having me. Greeting to everybody with this 10th forum. I'll be honest with you. At the moment of addressing organizers, I knew nothing about mediation. But throughout the forum, it dawned on me that beside my parents, I was brought up by my grandmother, who used to say a lot of times that everything can be settled through peaceful negotiation, through peace. So I think mediation as such was something I was brought up with from my early days. But I think I'm going to deviate from this point a bit. For the previous subject matter, I raised the hands. I also represent the Indian school Reiki here on the forum, and we have beautiful thing called Meditations for Children, co-developed with child psychologists. It's an entire course of meditative music and meditative practices for kids from 3 to 17, 18 year old. And I already communicated with the Indian school, and I can certify that every child who sent their works, as far as I heard, there were over 350 of them. Every child can receive, be it electronic format, I mean the access to this meditation, or offline, if it's the territory of Ukraine, we can send it through New Post, so that our children could somehow, decompress, because mediation is great, but we have our children have a very complicated childhood now. Because of this war, so a lot of situations they keep inside them.
Намагалися з початком повномасштабного вторгнення, ми намагалися розробити такий інструмент, щоб дитина сама, сама для себе могла розвантажитися, змогла кудись
The child would be
трансформувати
able to unload the energy and transform all those worries and concern. And I think it would be rational for our children and children who participated in the forum would have an opportunity to get this tool. So, Luisa, I don't know how it is going to happen from technical perspective, but we would decide to meet outside of the forum. But I can testify that Indian Rika School always welcoming children in our offices. We are not scary bunch because not only us, people also take mediation in various ways, and we are always perceived in various ways. So, going back to the song. After having communicated to Olga and then talking to Luisa, and during the forum, I settled, in my opinion, why everything happened and it worked out. Because the whole Academy of Mediation is a whole body that works like a Swiss clock. Because you don't have extra people, you don't have excess, you don't have surplus, you don't have something lacking, so everyone has a function. And you do it 100% and do it from the bottom of my heart. And I would like to thank you. If it were not for our cooperation with you and Olga, then I don't know if we would be able, even if I had read it 350,000 articles on mediation and listened to gazillion of reviews from pretty much everyone, but I would not feel it like, and also the song, I would not feel this grain, this deep sense, which you have given me this understanding, and I would like to share. And when I was creating this song, I asked Luisa, what would you like to hear it? So maybe let's write a song about mediation. Maybe write a separate verse about you as a president. But you said maybe we could just do it about mediation. We are not psychologists. We are not this. We are not that. And I was like, oh, come on. But maybe we don't need all these pesos because there is enough pesos even without it. On the contrary, we need to simplify stuff. So both of our songs were dedicated to showing that mediators also cry, and they also have the internal feelings. They are not robots. And they're not superhumans or superhumans. They're just people like us. I'm an IT guy. I don't know anything about mediation. But once I arrived at this forum, I found people with whom I'm on the same page. I don't know how it is happening, but no matter at whom I look, with everyone I am on the same page, and I can find the same common ground with everyone. And it is amazing. You are amazing people, and you have done an amazing thing. And I testify that me and my colleagues are always ready to support you. We will go to you through water and fire to the other end of the world. We are always with you, and you can always count on us. So this song, this is about showing that mediation is not something amazing. It is not something magical. It is something that is not. You don't need to be mediator to use mediation. You only need to reach an understanding. You need to want not to conflict. And all those things that mediation is practicing, those are inside every person. But the world is so scary right now and so violent right now that people have forgotten how it is to be just a person, just normal people. And yes, indeed, there are people. I don't want to go too deep into it, but there are things that cannot be forgiven in this society. But I still think that Ukrainian community and Ukrainian children we have right now in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, but they're still Ukrainians, they still represent Ukraine, and I believe in victory of Ukraine. Will win indeed, and everything will be amazing, and everything will be Ukraine. And I hope that all the guys at the front lines, they're doing impossible things to make sure that 11th online forum will be online and offline, and it will be in Ukraine. Lisa, thank you for such a forum, thank you for such opportunity. And I would say more. Yesterday we were sitting with my team in the evening, we were sorting our issues, and we got an idea. We would like to dedicate the whole album to the songs on mediation and to show mediation from all sides. There will be this album, and it will be released together with the Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. We are already writing another 3 songs. They would definitely happen. They are aimed at various age groups, various stages of life. But we would like to show that mediation is everywhere. When you communicate with neighbors and when you communicate with countries. So, Luisa, you don't even fully understand how much energy you raised in us by just showing up in our band. Our guys wanted to come, but one of our band persons is going through surgery, so they are in a place where they needed more. But I would like to say hi to you on their behalf.
такий поштовх і розглянути нашу
And I would like to consider it as a push and to look at our creative activities.
Наслідувала таку ідею. Чим ми можемо допомогти?
And the topic of the album was like, what can we do for Ukraine, for the front, how we can draw attention, and how to draw more attention to Ukraine, how can we shout that there are people there alive and they would like to keep living, and they want to be Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I sent Luisa links to our songs about family, and this is a powerful rock song. And when we compare, we are also writing about mediation, which is in an absolutely different style and in absolutely different focuses. And when we are talking about the exercise for children, this was super amazing, because before you, we were not even thinking about something like that. But with your energy and our energy, it just happened. And it turned out well.
Дякую, Серж.
Thank you, Serge. Thank you for those heartwarming words, because this is an amazing idea to make the whole album on mediation in various fields, and it is amazing that forum inspired you. It means that we managed to show how limitless is mediation and how partnership could be forged, how it could be unpredictable. One month ago, we didn't even think about each other existing, and now we are already planning a joint album, and you started working in a different field, and we finally have a song about mediation. And Luisa, we didn't start working in different direction. We expanded our direction. Yeah, you are amazing people. And about Ukrainian Academy of Mediation, we can tell everywhere where our people are. I'm also a volunteer who works with inclusive children and inclusive people, people with autism, people with all types of disorders. So everywhere, I don't know, even without knowing about mediation, I was telling everyone that we need to reach agreement because we have enough wars in lives. Don't go to war, just agree. It doesn't matter who is older, who is smarter, who is stronger. Just go reach agreement, sit down and agree, and you would be happy. Thank you. After all those words, it is finally time to switch on the song. Please switch on the Ukrainian version. Serge, this is the first public hearing in your presence. This is premiere of the song, so let's just listen to it. And then I will ask for your reactions so that Serge could feel how this song resonated or did not resonate with you, but I don't believe that it would not resonate. I'm dying to hear.
кімнаті затише, але в головах справжня війна. Кожен говорить, та ніхто не почує. Між нами глуха і висока стіна. Ви хочете суд, де є правий і винний, де рішення винесе третя рука. Але є шлях інший, прямий, родинний, де доля майбутнього взагалі не гірка. Медіація – це не магія, не диво. Це простір, де кожен почутий нарешті. Ми будуємо міст над прірвою сміливо, щоб вузли розв'язати, а не розрізати. Це свобода обрати свій власний фінал. Це не програш, а вихід на новий причал. Давайте одразу розставимо крапки. Медіатор не лікар, не психолог, не сповідь, не кат. Медіатор не суддя у чорній мантії. Він не каже, хто виграв, а хто програв. Це не безкоштовні поради сусіда і не просто зачинені двері, в кімнаті затише, але в головах справжня війна. Кожен говорить, та ніхто не почує. Між нами глуха і висока стіна. Ви хочете суд, де є правий і винний, де рішення винесе третя рука. Але є шлях інший, прямий, родинний, де доля майбутнього взагалі не гірка. Медіація – це не магія, не диво. Це простір, де кожен почутий нарешті. Ми будуємо міст над прірвою сміливо, щоб вузли розв'язати, а не розрізати. Це свобода обрати свій власний фінал. Це не програш, а вихід на новий причал. Давайте одразу розставимо крапки. Медіатор не лікар, не психолог, не сповідь, не кат. Медіатор не суддя у чорній мантії. Він не каже, хто виграв, а хто програв. Це не безкоштовні поради сусіда і не просто посидіти й попити чай. Це праця над спільним, де гасне образа. Тут кожен керує, тож сам обирай. Пам'ятайте, медіатор нейтральний, як швейцарський годинник. Він не тягне за вуха жоден ваш погляд. Він просто тримає для вас дзеркало правди, щоб ви не в судах, а в житті домовлятись могли. Медіація – це не магія, не диво. Це простір, де кожен почутий нарешті. Ми будуємо міст над прірвою сміливо, щоб вузли розв'язати, а не розрізати. Це свобода обрати свій власний фінал. Це не програш, а вихід на новий причал. Домовляйтесь, слухайте, живіть. Світ починається з розмови.
Ось така пісня, і я хочу сказати, що вона і англійською мовою
This is a wonderful song. And in English, it's just perfect in English as well. We have an English language. I sent it to Miss Lori. I think she could also listen to it. That was my plan. Lisa, I'd like to add, there was some commentary in the chat section that every event could be with this intro song. I just didn't memorize who exactly asked the question, but yes, for the sake of diversity, not just for the Ukrainian Academy Mediation, but also for everybody, you could do it for every domain of activity regardless. This is why we create this disc. We would like mediation to be emphasized and promoted from every corner that we can contribute to. If it's not an anthem, but it's a decent part, I believe. So I think this is something you might use as much as you like. I just want to add that you were inspired by our activity, but I personally, as an author, as a songwriter, I was inspired by your reaction to this song. When Miss Louisa said, at the end of the day, everybody's so exhausted, you know, just a song and a dance, a bit of everything, and we can continue working. This is the biggest thing for me. This is such a big deal. For me, it's, you know, top of recognition as a creative person, as an author, that when you understand that your song is not something people just listen to and just forget, but they actually enjoy it. It's just wonderful when it empowers somebody, when it's inspiring. I remember somebody saying, I don't remember who exactly it was, that's the main idea of a creativity. It's not to leave anybody indifferent. So I'm really happy that my song, because I'm a songwriter and a music author, and this song, just a little secret, I had a lot of rework to do with music part. I think the next maybe 150-second shot of this song was the best. It was something I was satisfied with. I'm really happy to see smiles on people, of mediator, people who are so competent in this regard and who understand what is this about, what mediation is, and when I can see that it
struck home. It's incredible. So thank you for your feedback. Thank you for writing to my Telegram channel. I will definitely send you my songs, each and every one of you who wrote to me. You can download them. Tonight they're going to be accessible at my website, Polski Band. I probably must have overlooked this a bit, but yes, they definitely will be accessible for everybody. On our Polski Band website, there is a link in the chat section, or maybe in Telegram, or wait till evening. We will share this and be happy for it to be shared wherever you want them to be heard. And thank you. From our part, we are definitely going to make it sound, well, it's definitely going to sound at our events, but I'm sure that it's something so aptly delivered, so wonderfully opening and decomposing the concept mediation. They have no reason whatsoever not to use it at any platform where we are talking about mediation. I suggest we shift to another song, a completely different song. This is the first idea that dawned on me. I thought maybe why not do something for kids? So Serge created this, and he was a bit, caught off guard, and children were so happy. So let's listen to it. It's again something everybody can use. The idea was to make it livable, vibrant, so people could move a bit, do some exercise in a fun way. So it could be useful and informative about mediation, and could, be.
Два вушка мають діти, щоб уважно слухати. Давайте спробуємо прикласти долоньки до вушок, а серце, щоб відчути, що на серці у друга. Давайте складемо долоньки сердечком біля грудей. Спокійно кажем слово, без крику і образи. Давайте зробимо плавну хвильку рукою і знайдемо рішення разом, бо ми хоч і маленькі, але медіація є всюди. Давайте спробуємо щепити пальці в замок. Ми слухаємо так, 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 ми спільно розмовляємо так, 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 місточок єднання будуємо ми, бо з медіацією почути один одного змогли. Медіація! Це круто! Питання запитаєм, як ти відчуваєш? Давайте спробуємо, зробимо питання головою. Про те, що нам важливо, ти теж тепер знаєш. Давайте спробуємо прикласти руку до грудей. Скажемо один одному дякую тобі, що поруч зі мною. Давайте зробимо уклін головою, рука біля серця. Ми коло підтримки створили з тобою. Давайте спробуємо креслити руками велике коло перед собою. Ми слухаємо так, 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 ми спільно розмовляємо так, 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 місточок єднання будуємо ми, бо з медіацією почути один одного змогли. Медіація! Це круто! Дякую! 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 Давайте спробуємо зробити 3 легких плескання в долоньки.
Much, Serge. It has been incredible. Thank you for this opportunity. I think it's the start of our cooperation. And as I said, we are for long here.
And my creative brain is always with you, remains with you. We support every possible combination of our brains in any capacity. Thank you. So we are with you. Our heart goes to you. My soul goes to Ukrainian Academy of Mediation. Our heart is with you as well. I have another idea already. I have a creative collective in Odessa, children's collective. They could do some dance for this song, and maybe we could do a sort of a flash mob where children could join. I'd like to disclose some little secret. Today, when we play this exercise song, Anya Trincher took it to make a video. So soon, very soon, we are going to have a video with children. It's going to be recorded with a participation. I believe we together managed to reach at least some minimal level as we probably strive for. So thank you, dear Queen Academy of Mediation, for this wonderful opportunity to join forces. All your ideas are incredible. And I really hope we can make them all happen. Any case, we are going to do whatever we can.
Супер, дякую,
Thank
дякую.
you. Thank you so much. This is how partnership are born. We have already content. This morning it was not there, but today we have something we can think about mediation, not only talk, but we can sing on different platforms and promote it and raise awareness as well. Thank you, dear Serge. Thank you so very much. So now we have another session with Miss Lori. Are you with us, Miss Lori? Could you please let us know if you can hear us? Maybe someone could help.
I'm here.
Fascinating. Fascinating. We can hear you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I hope I'm not mispronouncing. I know I'm going to mispronounce Sep's name, but to the music creator, he's just done my work for me. I think we're done now. And I say that because music is the universal connector, right? And even though I've heard the song in English, and even though I didn't hear it in English just now, you can just tell, you can feel it in the music. The music is connecting our hearts and the flow of it. And this is a beautiful way to help us take a pause, which is the topic of my conversation today. But I'm going to pause here because Louisa might want to say something before I launch into my topic.
Я маю представити Лорі.
I have to introduce you, dear Lori.
I got so
I was
excited.
just checking if you're present.
Я знаю, наскільки ви
I know how inspired you are with everything what's going on. And with this song, with children's drawings, I'm really so grateful for your participation because you are the person we wanted to share this emotion so much with. And I wanted to say about Miss Lori, we have a wonderful relationship. For the last few years, it all started due to Susan, Edward's Mediation Academy. That's how we met. And since then, we have been in touch. And it's not the first time that Miss Lori has been participating in events to to support Ukrainian mediators so that we could have more opportunities to take care of ourselves and to slow down. We have materials, Miss Lori, created so that we could use some techniques, tapping, breathing techniques. From time to time, Mommy Lori asks you, why are you not sleeping? So she's keeping and in touch. She's checking if I managed to eat. Thank you so much for this caring attitude. This really helps so much and makes so much difference. I want to say that during the preparation, Sandy was working there, of course, and with all team, we did tapping techniques with all our team. We had responsible person to remind us about this. So all of us all together, we did that because it really helps. Even if you just need just a minute, you know, to have rest, to decompress and to focus. So thank you, really, really huge thank you from my bottom of our heart for sharing this. And for the specific course of for creating mediators online. This was so-called safe island where we could meet and take some care about ourselves. So thank you for this opportunity, for letting us slow down a bit. And this is Friday night, you know, it's a high time we all took care of ourselves. So the floor is yours, Miss Lottie. I'm ready to rest my case, so to say.
And I hear the familiar voice of a translator that helped us, I believe, in the fall as well. And I would love just a moment of a gallery view to see some of the familiar faces that I've come to love so much through our time and our work together. I know some of you need to keep your videos off, but I just love seeing your beautiful faces and how much you have inspired me through our work together. And it's just an honor to be here. This could not have been a more perfect setup for what we are going to hopefully experience in the next hour together. And also hopefully a reminder to those of you who know some of my techniques to remember them and to remember to use them. And before we go any further, I also want to acknowledge how sorry I am about the conditions for which so many of you are living under right now. Whether you're in the Ukraine or anywhere in the world, the chaos in the world has become extraordinary, really. And in that place of war and conflict and loss and displacement, the work of being mediators and peace builders becomes ever more important, but ever more stressful. And so to begin with the inspiration of children's artwork, right? How quickly can we return to what I call gratitude, love, joy, and wonder than when we remember the innocence of children and when we allow children to inspire us in that moment. And then to have music on top of that. And when you just even look at the pictures, and I had the privilege of seeing all of these beautiful children's pictures to be inspired by them, it just allows you to take a breath and remember that innocence for just a moment in the midst of the overwhelm, in the midst of the compassion fatigue, in the midst of all that you're carrying as a mediator. Your sessions are not just about whatever this particular conflict is. It's about everything that everyone in that room is carrying into the session. It's their inner world, it's their relationships, their family, our communities, the conflicts, the state of the world, which can often leave us feeling helpless and hopeless. And here, your job as mediators and peace builders is to be resilient through all of that. And it's not an easy task. And so given that, the personal challenges that we carry, it's so important that we turn our attention to ourselves. And I do realize that it's Friday night, and you have had a very long week. You've been absorbing lots of information about your profession and about how to be better and do better. And this is an opportunity for you to just focus on yourself right now, and to remember the reason why you became mediators. How many of you still remember that under all of the pressure that you're under? But in that pressure, we can lose touch with ourselves. We can lose touch with our center. We can lose touch with that sense of inner safety that carries us through these uncertain times. And so it's really about putting ourselves first. And in order to do that, I want to bring us into the present moment a bit, as if we're not already there with artwork and music. But let's just take a moment to pause. And I would ask you to put your hand on your heart and just allow yourself to feel your butt in the chair and your feet on the floor. And just taking a moment to take that full breath in and exhaling that breath. And just noticing what you notice. Imagine that you can erase the blackboard of your mind and that you are breathing through your heart. So imagine inhaling through your heart, pausing and exhaling through your heart. Inhaling again through your heart, pausing, exhaling through your heart. And perhaps taking a moment to set an intention to bring yourself fully present in this moment. Touching into one thing that you may have to be grateful for. Perhaps even thinking about one thing to be grateful for that you never thought of before. And thinking about that children's art and music. And feeling what's possible for love to arise when we're feeling gratitude. And in that presence of love and gratitude, noticing in this pause whether it's possible for a spark of joy to emerge. And if joy is elusive, tuning into that beautiful music. And noticing how in the presence of gratitude and love and joy, we can open up into the energy of wonder. The wonder of you and all you've passed through. The wonder of possibility. The wonder of this shared connection we have in committing to healing ourselves, our children, and our world. And most importantly, the wonder that whatever you choose to heal in yourself sets up a resonance field for that healing to unfold in our world, so that truly your greatest service work in the world is being in service to your own healing first. And just taking a moment to breathe into that. Noticing how it's possible to breathe through your heart into a deeper sense of stillness. Imagining an infinity circuit that connects your heart to each of the hearts on this call, each of the hearts who will be looking at the recording, and connecting our hearts to the divine. From this place, taking a moment to listen for some words from your heart. What is it that your heart wants you to know in this moment? And just listening for whatever arises. It might be in the form of a word or a phrase, a body sensation, or simply a sense of knowing. And taking another full inhale through your heart and exhaling through your heart. And with just a few more breaths now, when you're ready, just gently opening your eyes. And I know with our language barrier, and I so wish I could speak Ukrainian, just a show of hands, how many of you take time throughout the day to pause, to do something like this, to shift your energy? Anybody? Show of hands. Okay, I don't see many hands up here. Okay, we have 1, 2. Okay. Well, I hope that you'll be inspired to do more of this in the days ahead, and you can put your hands down now. So one of the things we want to address today is to explore that hidden cost of caring. You know, that power of this simple pause, what I call an energy shifter, to shift our minds from whatever worry or concern or anything that we may be stirring about, to come back to the present moment. And in that place of the present moment, we can begin to foster a sense of inner safety. Now, look, it doesn't happen in 3 minutes. It happens with practice and practice and practice. But we have been so indoctrinated into doing more, being more, running faster, taking on more responsibility. And we have not really been indoctrinated in taking time for the pause. And I call it the pause because I'm taking that phrase from a beautiful young mediator I have been working with for a few months, who coined that phrase, the pause, and I've been using it ever since. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about her later. But that pause allows us the opportunity to return to ourselves, to return to that inner safety in the midst of uncertainty. And so, you know, you all have these very valuable skills as mediators, right? You've learned how to actively listen. You've learned communication skills. You've learned problem-solving skills. You've learned patience and perseverance. You've learned how to be culturally sensitive. You've learned to be neutral and compassionate. And yet, there are times when those skills are elusive. I will say that's the truth for me, and possibly the truth for you as well. So when you think about, have you ever left a mediation session or a hard conversation or a difficult day and thought, I wasn't at my best today. I wasn't thinking my best. I wasn't really connected with the skills that I have learned and that I've become gifted and talented in. Anybody have one of those days ever? You can just raise your physical hand. And so in those times, I'm here to tell you that you didn't lose access to that. I mean, you didn't lose the skill. You lost access to the skill. And I'm going to explain more of that in a bit. But it wasn't because you lacked experience. It's not because you didn't care. It's because you're carrying too much. Because your heart and your brain and your body are in overwhelm or in compassion fatigue. In those times, we don't even feel safe in our own bodies. And just a note to acknowledge that I know there are other people from other areas on the call, but for you as Ukrainians, you are all dealing with traumatic stress. And these practices become even more difficult when we have been attuned to that trauma for so long, when our bodies have been in overdrive and hypervigilance. But these techniques that we're talking about today can give you a gentle reprieve. We can train our bodies that it is safe in the present moment and that we can take this precious time out to feed our bodies and our minds and our hearts with safety and a sense of that access to who we know ourselves to be. But unfortunately, over the years, I've worked with genocide survivors. I've worked in Rwanda. I've worked with mediators in Rwanda. I've worked in post-school shooting environments here in the United States. I've worked in Australia with Aboriginal and refugee communities, and of course, these last few years with many of you on the call. And what happens when pressure rises, our perception narrows. We don't think as clearly. We become less discerning. We become less aware of the possibilities. And we lose access to our greatest human talents and gifts, including that creative problem solving, a sense of inner wisdom, a sense of compassion and connectedness. Somehow, our brains are full of worry and anxiety, trying to find certainty, right? And in that search for certainty, we begin to be even more anxious and more unable to access that inner safety, right? And so oftentimes, at least this is how I grew up and certainly in my professional life and what I know of the professional life that I of my clients and the leaders that I serve, we have been taught, we've been praised for how much we carry. More responsibility, the better. The more complicated situations, the better. The more we carry someone's pain somehow, we're taught that helps us be good enough and deserving. But that's under that kind of pressure, we lose that access to what is true about us, that we have these skills. And you know, in those times when I've lost access to myself and my skills and my gifts and talents, I mean, those have been some of the most educational experiences, some of the best teachers for me. And I say that a little facetiously because it's not always comfortable. And you've heard that phrase, we teach what we most need to learn. And I just hate when that happens. I hate when I have to remember all those things that I'm supposed to be teaching. But it happens because we're human. And so this is something I really want to make clear today, that you do already possess extraordinary skills, and you know how to listen, you know how to stay curious, you know how to hold more than one perspective at a time. And the real issue is not capacity, it's not learning another skill. It's the challenge is really being able to access the skills you already have. And so when you think about it for a moment, when you're overwhelmed, which of those capacities are the hardest to reach for you? Which of those capacities that you value the most that are hardest to reach? Is it your communication? Is it your ability to be compassionate? Is it your ability to problem solve? Is it your ability to be patient? And just notice the difference between when a mediation session is going really well, or a conversation with a partner and a loved one, versus when it's not going well. What is lost there for you? And just to say that I do have a guidebook that goes along with this presentation. And so hopefully you will have downloaded that. You don't need it right now, but you can also refer to it later to remind you of some of these questions that I'm asking. And so what we lose access to are the qualities that allow us to be intelligent and to depend on our training and our competence. But we're not thinking in that moment that we're losing access to intelligence or competence. We're thinking about those specific skills. And then we begin to judge ourselves for having a human moment where we're overwhelmed or fatigued. So this is all about restoring access. And I'm going to talk about the physiological aspects of restoring access. But first, I want to tell you a story. Some of you have heard this story before, but I think it's important. It's certainly a big turning point in my life. It was an experience I had with a Rwandan woman the first time I went to Rwanda, and I had prepared myself by looking deeply in my heart. Could I sit with someone who had murdered 100 people? Could I work with someone who was living with AIDS and whose family had been destroyed in front of her? Could I sit with orphan head of households who were caring for young children? And in that preparation, I was really preparing to see my anything in me that would contract under these very extreme circumstances. And so there came a time in the first week that I was there that I went to a church service in which there were 300 Rwandans and me, the white chick, standing at the back of the room, and people being curious about what I was doing there. And there was no translator, so I could not offer any words. And it was a 3-hour church service, which was very intense, and people were catharting their pain and their grief and their trauma. And afterwards, this group of about a dozen older women who were clearly living with the ravages of war and all that had happened, the scars of war, HIV, and they were looking at me very skeptically. And I understood, you know, I was a foreign person. What am I doing here? What do I have to offer? And as those dozen women surrounded me, one woman stepped forward and she took down her blouse to show me her mutilated chest. And in that moment, had I not prepared myself as I did to heal my own wounds and trauma, my ego could have exploded and completely taken me out of that present moment. And all I remember is taking a breath into this place of safety inside of me. And I instinctively put my hand to her chest, and she put her hand to mine. And we looked deeply into each other's eyes with no words. And there was this sense of connection and presence that I had never experienced before to that depth. And when the moment was over, we stepped back, we smiled, and I noticed that all the other women were smiling too. In that moment, not having words, but simply being present to each other was enough. And I think you can appreciate how important it is to be able to stay fully present no matter what you are listening to, no matter what you are being asked to negotiate. And that experience really taught me the power of this internal regulation, this power of working on my own self first, and the power of presence that allowed me to trust myself in that moment when there was no rule book. There was nothing in my training on page 147 that told me how to do or navigate this situation. And so, you know, the techniques we're talking about today, again, require practice, 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 and they're not necessarily the deeper work that I'm talking about, but they are a lead-in, they're access to that deeper work. And so, you know, let me just talk about a little bit about the physiology of our heart-brain-body connection. And I know you've studied a lot of this in your own efforts to heal your traumas and to stay steady and resilient in the face of what you're dealing with. But under stress, so the heart is the main organ in the body, believe it or not, and the heart has its own brain. And when the heart is in higher states of gratitude, love, joy, and wonder, it communicates with our prefrontal cortex, that part of our brain where those gifts and talents reside, that problem solving, the creativity, sense of inner wisdom, sense of connectedness and compassion, that sense of inner trust and safety. But when we're stressed or traumatized, the heart is sending signals to that survival portion of our brain where we're simply in contraction mode and our focus really narrows to survival only, and we lose access to those higher brain functions. And so the work that we're talking about in the pause is taking a moment to optimize that heart-brain-body connection so that we physically can feel that sense of inner safety and trust ourselves more. And if you've ever woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning, worrying about something or contemplating or trying to figure out how you can find the certainty in something, you already know this sense of how your mind can get flooded. And 3 o'clock in the morning is not necessarily the best time to be finding answers. In fact, the worry cycle can kick in very easily. And what I call stirring, you just go over and over the same thing with no resolution. And the possibilities shrink at that moment. And so I have made a personal rule never to make big decisions at 3 in the morning or on an empty stomach, which is why I'm constantly asking Louisa if she's eating and she's breathing and taking care of herself. And that's just the experience of when we get contracted. Now, what really fascinates me after 22 years in the field doing this work in the most traumatized communities is that, how different the same life can look when we're a little more settled, when we feel a little safer in ourselves. Same circumstances, same people, but a completely different experience when we're coming from that place of trust. One day everything is falling apart, and the next day when we get a good night's sleep and we're doing this self-care and we're finding time to take the pause where we need to. And I think we should pause every hour for just a minute or two. In fact, I start every session with a little bit of tap and breathe, which I'm going to share with you in a moment. I share that opening pause that we did so that people come fully present to our work together. And when it's very simple, when our hearts and our brains and our bodies are in a state of what neuroscience calls coherence, that means all our systems are operating optimally, then our focus expands. We have access to clarity, to perspective, to that creativity we need in the moment, to making wise decisions and to holding space for other people to make wise decisions. And so that's the good news. We don't really have to wait for life to become perfect to regain access to those skills. We don't have to force the wisdom or force the clarity. We don't even need certainty to access in those skills. In fact, certainty is never promised, and it's never delivered, no matter what circumstance you're thinking about. But somehow the brain goes into overdrive. So when you're able to experience trusting yourself and feeling safe in your body, even in the midst of uncertainty, imagine how much more powerful you are in those moments, not just for yourself, but for your clients and your family and your community. So let me tell you a little bit about this inspirational woman who inspired me to call this work The Pause. Back in February, I met this woman whose husband had been missing for 3 months already in the war. And unfortunately, that is still true today. And in that moment when I met her, she didn't know if he was alive. She didn't know if he was gone. She didn't know if she would ever have an answer. And like so many of you living through this war, she was carrying and is carrying, continues to carry that unbearable weight of not knowing. Not for hours, not for days, not for months. And while what stayed with me really wasn't only the uncertainty, it was everything she was carrying inside of this. Still working, still supporting others, still showing up for her family, even volunteering and attending support groups, which can often be triggering in themselves. She was still trying to live her life while a huge part of her heart was grieving and waiting for news. And at some point in our first session, as we did some of these somatic release tools, she felt that the most intense part of her grief and trauma in that moment was this sense of that she was helpless to help him. Of course she was. And I remember thinking, what answer could anyone give to that? There was no answer to be given in those circumstances. There was no certainty to give her. The fear is real, the helplessness is real. So we didn't try to solve uncertainty. Instead, I used these techniques to help her settle just enough that she wasn't completely consumed by it. And as we slowed down, as we breathed, as we did this tapping work, she just had some moments, for just some moments, where she could feel a little more settled, a little more safe, and a little more in the present moment. And in that moment, something shifted. The conditions were still the same. Her husband was still missing. The uncertainty was still there. Questions were still there. But in that moment, what shifted was her relationship to all of that uncertainty. She could be more connected with herself and more present to what was actually in front of her. And as she grew quiet, I noticed a small smile cross her face. And she said, I can hear him telling me to breathe. And there was just even a little laugh, the way he always told me to breathe when I was stressed. And as many of you know, I'm a crier, but I cry from just the inspiration that these tools could bring that moment to someone in this power of the pause. And in that moment, she had that connection back. And of course, it's not going to, life is going to happen again. But every time she practices that pause, she goes a little bit more deeply into trusting herself. Now, it's not perfect, right? We're not living in a perfect world, but that's the power of what I call the return to ourselves and what we know to be true, even in the most dire of circumstances. So life keeps teaching me that the bravest people I've ever met move forward despite there being any certainty. And that they have this resilience. And by resilience, I don't mean pushing through, working harder, faster, stronger, doing more, carrying more. The resilience to be able to turn inside and take care of ourselves. That ability to return to this place where our hearts and our brains and our bodies are in coherence that allows us to access those skills and talents we already possess. And so, being human means we do lose ourselves from time to time. And the question is never that we will lose ourselves, but the question is, how quickly will we choose to come back to center and to that groundedness and safety in our bodies? And so that returning to self doesn't wait for better circumstances. It doesn't wait for certainty. It's about trusting that there is a place inside of ourselves that is always there, that we can always access. But, a word about trauma, again, this requires a great deal of practice. And so it's not that it's the cure-all, but it's a start. And so let's do a little tap and breathe experience. I know some of you know what this is, but this is a good refresher. Mama Lori wants to know if you're still practicing tap and breathe. And if you're not, we have a chance to do it now. But let me just ask, because I forgot how much time do we have left? I forgot what time we started. I was so excited by the children's pictures and the music. Can someone tell me?
Ми маємо за програмою, ми мали би
According to the
завершити
program, we had to finish at 8:30,
кожного дня трішки
but every day we're a bit behind the schedule.
Yes, but I don't want you all to interfere with your sleep, so I will do my best. Okay, so This is a very simple exercise. You just have to follow along with me. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about EFT tapping. We have 300 research studies that prove that tapping on certain acupressure points allows us to send signals to the brain that it's safe in the middle of uncertainty and stress. And you can look on my website to see all the science because we don't have time to go into that now. But if you bring yourselves, for those who haven't experienced this before, bring yourself to this exercise as if you are a child experiencing this for the first time. So I'd like you to take a moment to put your hand on your heart, and I just want you to tune into your breathing on a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being that there's no contraction in your breathing. You can breathe fully and expansively. And 10 being you can hardly breathe. You're so contracted, you can hardly breathe. And just measure on that scale of 0 to 10 where your breathing is now, and just make a note of how expanded or contracted your breathing is. And you can open your eyes. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to do tapping with what I call straw breathing. And so we're going to make a sound on the inhale and a sound on the exhale. And it seems silly, but this allows you to figure out whether you're actually breathing or not. Because many of us who are so stressed, we're not even aware that we're not inhaling and exhaling. And this is going to look a little silly, but we're going to start at the top of the head, and we're simply going to tap here and just follow along with me. And as you tap on the side of at the top of your head, you're going to take that full inhale, pause, full exhale. Here at the beginning of the eyebrow, inhale, pause, exhale. Side of the eye, inhale, pause, exhale. Under the eye, inhale, pause, exhale. Under the nose, inhale, pause, exhale. Under the lips, inhale, pause, exhale. Here on the chest, inhale, pause, exhale. Under the arm, inhale, pause, exhale. Top of the hand between the fourth and the fifth finger, inhale, pause, exhale. And now I'd like you to close your eyes, put your hand on your heart, tune into your breathing, 0 to 10, and noticing if there's been any shift in your breathing. Simply noticing if it's a little easier to breathe in this moment. And you can open your eyes. Now, normally we would do another 1 or 2 rounds of this to really settle in. And the directions for this are also in your guidebook, so you can return to this, but keep in mind 2 or 3 rounds of this tap and breathe several times throughout the day will help you return to yourself. And I know I did not transform your lives in that 3 minutes. However, it's a start. And so from this place, After this tap and breathe, I want to share with you what I call the presence mantra. A mantra is simply a meditation. It's like a focus point of meditation. And I'm going to repeat the words for you first and the meaning behind them, and I'm going to then ask you to repeat them along with me. And so the words are, I breathe, I remember, I surrender, I return to the present moment. And so when I say I breathe, it's my signal to myself that I'm about to be in the pause. And that means just taking a little space to breathe and choose to reconnect. When I say I remember, for me, that means I remember the truth of who I really am, a loving, compassionate, talented, caring person. To reconnect and remember my wisdom and my skills and my steadiness that become so hard to reach. And when I say I surrender, for me, that means not giving up, but letting go of the struggle that is taking me out of the present moment and to control what I can control in this moment, which is simply to breathe into the moment. And when I say I return to the present moment, that means coming back to this moment where I have the most access to what is true about me and my gifts and my talents. So let's practice this slowly together. And again, I would ask you to place your hands on your heart. And this heart point is the meridian acupressure point that helps soothe your stress and your anxiety and your worry. So even through the day, if you don't have time to tap on the top of your head where other people are looking, you can simply place your hand on your heart and take a few breaths. But for now, let's close our eyes and do this mantra together. And you can repeat this silently to yourself or out loud. I breathe and take a breath. I remember and take a breath. I surrender and take a breath. I return to presence and take a breath. I breathe. I remember. I surrender. I return to presence. And now taking a moment to imagine that infinity circuit that connects your heart to yourself and your heart to the others on the call and to the divine. And listen to some wisdom from your heart once again. What is it that your heart wants you to know in this moment? And again, just gently, when you feel ready, opening your eyes. And just imagine that it's possible, if you practice this enough through your day, that your body will begin to remember this quiet space. Your body will become attuned to finding that place in the pause where you can feel a little safer and a little more trusting in yourself. You know, again, to emphasize that the courage is not about taking action in certainty. I don't know if you've heard that. Is it a Ukrainian phrase that the only certain thing is death and taxes? And while I love certain things, I don't like death and taxes. But I don't have to worry about that when I'm in a place of trusting myself. And when I can rely on that trust enough that I could be present to that Rwandan woman, that I could be present to this beautiful young Ukrainian mediator who inspired me. And as mediators, you don't create certainty. What you create are the conditions under which positive negotiation can emerge, in which really miracles and possibilities can emerge. And so I would love to have at least, I wish we had more time. There was a place for questions and answers. But before I leave you with a blessing that I have prepared for you, just wondering if we have just a couple of questions or comments. Everybody's tired. You're like, I've been here for 5 days listening to this. It's 8:30 at night. I'm thinking about what I'm having for dinner. And if you're not thinking about what you are having for dinner, you should be. And you should be thinking about how you're going to erase the blackboard of your mind so you can sleep well tonight. And in the middle of the night, if you do wake up, remember the power of the pause. And remember that Mama Lori is whispering in your ear, take care of yourself first. So let me leave you with this blessing. May you remember that you do not have to carry everything alone. May you keep developing the capacity to return to yourself, to the present moment, no matter what is going on around you. May you trust your ability to reconnect with your clarity, your steadiness, your compassion, your love for yourself and your wisdom. May you trust that support inside of yourself. May you trust your own well-being, and may you bring that well-being in the energy of all the lives that you touch. And may you remember the power of the pause. I'm so deeply, deeply grateful for this opportunity to be with you. Know that I and my huge tribe of people are praying for you every day and looking forward to what happens during the reconciliation and healing time, which you as mediators in this beautiful academy are so committed to. I'm going to give you my Zoom hug. And I do hope that that you will practice some of these things and you will learn to trust that inner safety.
Лорі, щиро дякую за цю практику.
Gloria, really, thank you very much for this practice, for this pause that we found. In our chat, we have one question.
What to do if someone has become emotionally numb?
Honestly, if you tap and breathe with them, I promise you, you are going to see a difference. But you must be able to learn this tap and breathe for yourself first. And the again, in your there are guidelines in your guidebook. This power of tap and breathe is enormous, and you may have to tap and breathe for 10 or 15 minutes with that person. But it's more important not solving the problem, not jumping in and getting dysregulated with them. But as you tap and breathe with them, you both can get into that more regulated space. And that is the most powerful tool you can have in the moment. Now, obviously, that begs the question of trauma, the right trauma healing techniques and everything, but that Tap and breathe will regulate you so that you can hold space for your client. And if you think the tapping on the different points looks silly, just tap on your heart point. And watch what happens. Practice with your colleagues before you practice it with clients or loved ones. Practice it with kids. Kids love this.
Дякую, Лорі.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Точно
We will
намагаємося використовувати
definitely
це частіше,
be using
але
it
якщо
more
нам
often.
потрібна підтримка,
But
і
if we
ми
do need
усвідомлюємо, що
support
ми
and we
дихаємо, а
understand
це
that we
зараз
do
дуже
not
часто
breathe, and
трапляється,
it
коли
happens
таке дуже
often
поверхневе
when
дихання,
the breathing is
ми
superficial,
зупиняємося,
we
робимо
stop,
паузу
we
і
pause,
намагаємося
and
подбати про
we
себе
try
на
to take
декілька
care
секунд.
of
Тому
ourselves, at
тут
least
для
in
нас
such
завжди
a
є
way
спосіб.
that is
То
already
єдине
available.
питання,
The only
воно
question is,
допомагає, воно точно
it
допомагає,
helps, it
воно
definitely helps.
допомагає тиск
And
нормалізувати,
it
воно
helps
допомагає робити
normalize
це
pressure
регулярно.
if you do it regularly.
Питання в тому,
But the question is,
має бути ця регулярність
we
постійна,
need to do
вона
it
недостатня для того,
regularly
щоб
and have
знаходити час
self-discipline to
піклуватися про
find
себе.
time to take care of yourself.
Thank you, Louisa.
Дякую.
And thank you to each of you for being so attentive at this late hour.
Я пропоную, давайте зробимо
I
фото.
suggest to take a picture together so that we can record this moment.
Якщо хтось може зробити
If somebody can take a screenshot, those who can switch on the camera, please do so. I will launch
магічне фото.
the magical picture.
Це самий приємний момент, коли вмикається
This is the
камера,
most pleasant moment when everyone switch on cameras and it feels like the room gets full. And it is very pleasant to have all of you together. This is already the fifth day and it is Friday evening. And Lori, I don't know what could be better to end such an active week. So I would like to invite you right away to the 11th forum on the Friday evening. We already booked your time for this.
Так, запускаємо фото.
So I'm launching the photo.
We have dogs, we have children, we have beautiful smiling faces, we have music, we have art. Life is good in this moment.
Так, це саме той час, коли
Yes,
можна
this is exactly the time when you can take your pets. We have a lot of people with pets, and you can already see
молодших членів команди,
all
які надихають
junior members, so to say, who inspire the adult mediators so that we can develop mediation in Ukraine. Okay, the picture is taken. I'm saving it and sending it to the chat.
I will say goodbye until we meet again. Bye, everyone.
До побачення, Лорі. Дякую.
Goodbye, Lori. Thank you.
Я не знаю, чого воно не всіх фотографує, але те, що вийшло, скину зараз в чат.
I will send picture to the chat.
Так, завтра вже в нас така програма.
Tomorrow we will have easier program which would allow us to dedicate a bit more time to ourselves. We will be doing a Euro painting. We have events that are traditional in the forum. And we would also have the lesson of peace and justice for children. So we invite children to join, but it would be interesting both for adults and children. For foreign colleagues, we would use cartoons that has English subtitles, so you would also be able to feel what those lessons are about and what we do in Ukraine, and why it would be interesting for the adults, for lawyers, judges, etc., because you are the ones who can perform such lessons for our children. It is usually very interesting for them, and you can see tomorrow. Sometimes people are worried before doing the first lesson, but there is nothing scary. It is actually interesting, and tomorrow you will see it in practice. And tomorrow we would also have one event, very important one. Right now, we have need to involve interpreters into mediation. The issue is that do mediators actually know how to work with interpreters? And if interpreters know what is mediation, so tomorrow we will have a special event dedicated to this. We will be joined by colleagues, mediators, and one of those colleagues is an interpreter from the United States, and they will be sharing experience. We had performed a special training for Ukrainian interpreters, and the training was indeed full of insights, including for us, because there were a lot of things that should be taken into consideration. Therefore, tomorrow you will be able to hear it tomorrow. And today, the world without borders, there is everything is going outside of just one country. Even in family relations and business relations, there are issues that require mediator into the procedure, just so that you could know how it could be happening correctly. So, thank you, everyone. We are great today, almost on time. We can do one more picture. I see so many people did not manage to get on the picture, so I will do it one more time just in case. So those who can switch on cameras, please do so. Roman, Lilia, Oksana. I'm making a screenshot and I'm launching. Maybe, hopefully, it will take picture of all of us.
Воно вас сфотографує в той момент, коли
It will
натиснете
take
блакитний
picture the moment you press the blue button.
Так, бачу. Тетяна, у вас
I see, Tatiana, you have your eyes closed, so I will send you one more request. Looks like everyone is done. Everyone has a good picture. I forgot to picture myself. Looks like everyone who has a camera on, everyone managed to get on the picture. So just a second. I'm already loading it.
Кидаю в чат.
I'm sending it to the chat.
Доброго всім вечора, тихої ночі, дня, ранку, в залежності від